In one of the mountain valleys in a dense forest, there was a heavy downpour. Behind the raindrops, it was difficult to see on his way. Two people moved very quickly through this forest. They ran forward as fast as possible, fleeing from danger. The mother returned to her son named Ha-hyun for a second and asked him to be patient a little longer. He didn't have much time left to run. The young man was already very tired and could hardly breathe. He grabbed his chest with his hands and squeezed tightly, trying to fill them with air. Suddenly, the mother was very scared and surprised to see the following in front of her. She was forced to stop and make a difficult decision. A mother and a child found themselves in front of a fork in a forest they knew. Despite this, the woman was in no hurry to choose the right path. It was simply printed, because she paved this road with her own hands, so there should not have been any forks here. It was very dangerous. The mother looked at her son, who was barely breathing, and thought that they could easily get lost in the bamboo forest if they took a wrong turn. In the end, the woman decided to go to the right. Meanwhile, they were watched by two men hiding behind the branches of thick trees. One of them had a satisfied smile on his face. The man was perfectly aware that his targets had fallen into a trap and were now almost on his hook. Ha-hyun had to follow his mother without stopping. He was still clutching his chest. The guy had incredible endurance. Despite this, the mother perfectly understood that her son's endurance was limitless. Sooner or later, the boy was bound to get tired or worse. The woman understood that in this case she had only one choice. She closed her eyes and gathered courage to make a difficult decision. The mother and child stopped, and the woman looked directly in front of her with a serious, confident look. She understood that they would say goodbye on this. Ha-hyun couldn't understand what was going on. He wanted to ask his mother what she wanted to do, but he couldn't because of his shortness of breath. The mother leaned over to her son and gave him the bag she was carrying. She asked to take it with you and not lose it on the way. The main thing was not the bag itself, but the artifact that was on top. It was bright red embroidery. The mother asked if the little boy remembered his grandfather. His old grandfather was known throughout the world as a master and noble of the Namgun family. Murin wielded his sword at an impeccable level. Ha-hyun heard the story about his famous grandfather many times and remembered them perfectly. He asked his mother what she meant. The woman replied that it was not important now. She ordered her child to hold the talisman firmly in her hand and head towards the Namgun family. She then said to show this artifact upon arrival and to call her name. She was sure that the grandfather would remember this talisman in the hands of the little one. The mother ordered her child to just run forward and not pay attention to any extraneous sounds. She wanted to protect him from danger. Ha-hyun looked at his mother with teary eyes and asked what would happen to her. The woman replied that she would soon catch up with him. However, the boy was completely unsure about this. He cried bitterly at that moment and asked his mother not to do this, because nothing would work. She looked at her child and asked the boy if he did not trust his own mother. She wanted to convey confidence to the boy without fear. However, Ha-hyun was too smart a kid to realize what was going on. He perfectly understood that this meeting could be the last. Despite this, the boy also understood his mother's intentions. He took one last look at the woman and said that he completely trusted and loved his mother. Having said their last words to each other, mother and child had to say goodbye. The woman shouted after the boy that he should not come back here under any circumstances. Meanwhile, the mother remained standing still. She slowly reached for her sword and began to draw the edged weapon from its scabbard. When the sword was in the hands of the woman, she turned to her pursuers and told them to leave immediately, because she had noticed them a long time ago. The man, who was always sitting behind the thick branches of trees, did not stop smiling ominously. After the woman's words, he slowly spread the branches. After that, a handsome man came out of the bushes, who immediately noted the woman's intelligence and added that she hadn't changed a bit since their last meeting. The mother looked at her potential enemy with a serious look and said that she was not going to talk to him about the past because it was still there. The man was not happy to be interrupted. He asked the woman who was able to move so quickly with such serious wounds. The pursuer was forced to admit that if the woman and the child had chosen a different path, they might even have managed to escape from them. From this, the mother was able to conclude that the man had tweaked their route a little. An old acquaintance asked why the woman decided to leave the military. The mother replied that she was not going to listen to and explain anything to such a bastard as Shin Ji-yuk. She called this man a traitor. The man slowly raised his left hand to his mouth and informed the woman that he had never been a traitor, adding that she did not know the whole truth. The young man said that from the very beginning, he was sent by his boss to the Namgun family, so he never belonged to it, and therefore he cannot be considered a traitor. The woman immediately understood that the enemies had planned this enmity 20 years ago. The man noted that his old acquaintance was brilliant as always. He thanked the woman for welcoming him very warmly to Shinkajani, so he would allow her to die painlessly. The lady gritted her teeth. The mother prepared for battle and remembered her son. She concluded that the enemies do not know about him, so she just needs to bide her time. However, Shin Ji-hyuk, seeing his mother's reaction, told her not to worry about her son, because they would find him very soon. The woman was simply shocked to hear such words. Now she had no choice. It was necessary to win this unequal battle. Shin Ji-hyuk ordered his men behind to attack the lone woman who needed to be killed. The mother had no choice but to join the fight. She blocked the thug's first blow, but it was immediately followed by another. The woman was able to kill one of her opponents with the first counterattack, slitting his throat. She was not going to give up in this match. The mother had a goal in front of her and did not see any obstacles at all. She told her enemies that she would never let her son get hurt. The mother fought for her life and the life of her son as best she could. Despite this, the forces were unequal, so the woman ended up on the ground after the match. After that, Shin Ji-hyuk ordered his charges to go after Ha Henom, as he could not escape far in this forest. After some time, the man began to understand that he was wrong. The search continued for a very long time, but no clue was found. Shin Ji-hyuk went around almost the entire forest with his wards, but he didn't come across anyone. As it turned out, he was not looking there at all. Ha Hen, in turn, was underground. He covered his mouth with his hands and tried not to make any sound so as not to give away his location. His eyes looked very scared and tears kept coming out of them. Being underground, the boy heard how his mother was killed. Despite this, the boy understood very well that at least he needed to survive in this forest. He could not help himself from constant breathing. At some point, Ha Hung decided to use a technique he always used in the game of hide and seek. The guy used the turtle breathing technique. The boy managed to use a technique that most professional killers did not possess. Some of them were now trying to find the little one. Shin Ji-hyuk was very angry, but there was nothing he could do about the situation. The guy literally evaporated into thin air without giving any sign. Ha Heng was forced to stay underground until morning. After some time, he made a hole in the ground to finally get free. Being underground, the boy heard and experienced too much. His mother's death overtook him at the age of 10. Ha Hyung just stood at the place where his mother was recently killed and showed no emotion. During that night, he grew his hands by 10. The guy was very smart and understood that behind all this are people who are not targeting passers-by, but representatives of the Gamgun family. Ha Hyun gripped the knitted talisman tightly in his hand and called Shin Ji-hyuk's name. He wanted to tear this man to pieces because of his mother's death. Ha Heng was forced to continue the journey alone. He did not stop for a long time and began to draw various signs on the ground. The boy remembered that the Namgun family was behind the Anhai fortress, so he had to go through a very difficult path along the established route. Ha Hyung remembered a time from his past when one of Namgun's family members taught him how to navigate the forest using shadows. This man was Shin Ji-hyuk. He treated the young man very well. Ha Hyung was just shocked to learn this information. Back then, Shin Ji-hyuk was a sweet and kind young man who always helped in everything. A pleasant smile never disappeared from his face. However, the reality turned out to be much more cruel. Behind the pleasant smile of the man, there was always an ominous one hiding, which showed itself very soon. Shin Ji-hyuk stayed with the Namgun family for a very long time. Although they were not blood relatives with Ha Henom, however, got along very well. Ha Hyung clearly remembered the day his father took in a stranger and made him a member of the family, giving him the last name Ji-hek. The boy was happy that day, as if he had been accepted into the family. He was genuinely happy for his older friend who deserved to be a member of their family. However, now Ha Hyun understood perfectly well that this was not the case. Shin Ji-hyuk turned out to be a traitor, and all his help turned out to be fake. The boy could not even imagine that he would one day have to take revenge on his best friend for killing his own mother. Ha Hen stayed in a dense mountain forest for several days. All these days, the downpour continued unceasingly outside, tormenting the earth through and through. The boy was forced to hide in the caves to get some rest from this rain. Hopes that nature would subside were completely futile. During these days, Ha Heng became very tired and almost died several times. He understood that no one could be trusted, so he decided to take the most difficult path. Literally in a few weeks, the boy almost died of hunger, and when he tried what he thought were edible mushrooms, he immediately got poisoned. There were several nights when Ha Hyung couldn't close his eyes at all. He was constantly distracted by the sounds of predators, whose eyes were focused on him. From the very beginning, the boy had a small bag with him, which contained a little money as well as paper, with which he could light a fire. In addition, Ha-hyung practiced the skills he managed to remember. He managed to learn a few things along the way. This evening, the boy decided to practice again using the method of internal concentration of strength. He released a stream of energy to the outside. Ha-hyun remembered how 3 years ago, his mother had decided to teach him the Namgun family's secret technique, which was only passed down to blood descendants of the family. Miss Namgun Enrin showed her young son the technique just once. The boy listened attentively to his mother, hanging every word on his lips. He was very intelligent but inquisitive. One time was enough for the boy to remember the information, despite its volume. Despite his age, Ha-hyun understood everything perfectly, even though it was a technique that was not his age at all. He also understood his mother's intentions. He could see the sad expression on her face when she was teaching this technique, but he didn't even ask why she suddenly decided to teach him. The now slightly older boy sat in the lotus position and tried to focus on his inner strength. The flow of energy continued to overwhelm his body. Ha-hyung remembered Namgun's every word Enrin, who told him about the inner strength technique. The guy reflected everything absolutely accurately. He was an incredibly talented child who could master absolutely anything. At the age of 10, Ka-hyun could already use the Namgun family's inherited technique. Having finished practicing, the boy stood up and decided to go hunting. His stomach gave him that clue. The guy has no choice. For a long time, Ka-hen could not catch any animals at all, but that day he promised himself that he would not return to the cave without lunch. The boy went out into the forest clearing where the rain continued to drip, and he saw a white hare in front of him. The animal looked a little scared. Ha-hen was able to hide his presence, and the hare did not notice him. The guy was behind a tree and tried to look as inconspicuous as possible. After all, he had to come out of his cover to attack the target. Ha-hyun moved as quietly as possible so as not to startle his lunch. At some point, the boy started from his seat and headed in the direction of the hare to catch it. He chose a very good moment. Despite this, he did not manage to lift the rather fast animal. The hare easily slipped through the boy's fingers and ran away. Ha-hen couldn't let the animal do that because he really wanted to eat. That is why the boy immediately began to chase the innocent hare. He was constantly lagging behind the swift paws of the hare and tried to speed up his clumsy legs. The boy understood that this was the only way out of the situation. Suddenly, Ha-hyun felt an incredible lightness in his legs. He was simply shocked because he had never felt better than he did now. His entire body became light and fast, like a superhero. Now he could easily match the speed of his target. Ha-heng felt a rush of energy fill his feet. The boy directed as much energy as possible to his legs and pushed off the ground with all his might. With his last move, the young man maximized the chances of catching the animal. He was literally a meter away from the fast hare. Ha-hen managed to catch his prey and took the hare by the ears. The animal had no chance to escape, given the speed of the man. Of course, the boy felt a little sorry for the animal, but there was no other way out. He did not eat meat for several days and was finally able to catch prey. Ha-hyung felt incredible strength throughout his body. After using the Namgun family's technique, his legs continued to throb. The only thing that scared the boy was that he did not know how to use this power. He perfectly understood that it was necessary to learn this in order not to expose oneself to danger. After that, Ha-hyung decided to make himself some lunch. He used the last piece of paper with gunpowder to start a fire. From the very beginning, he had about 30 such pieces of paper. It had been more than 2 months and he had completely used up all his supplies. Ha-hen constantly tried to navigate the constellation and understood where he was. Now he clearly knew that he was in Hanami for several days. The young man gathered his strength and decided that he needed to finally get closer to civilization, since he had almost nothing left to survive in the forest. Ha-hyun looked at his reflection in the water and braced himself for the journey. Visiting the city was a life necessity for him. After some time, the boy ended up in the province of Hoshichen. There were a lot of people on the streets of the city who were constantly going somewhere. Ha-hyung helped one old man and bowed his head to him. The old man praised the boy and said that he had not met such kind people for a long time. The man gave the boy a butter product for his work and good eyes. Ha-hyung hadn't eaten normal food in a long time and was very grateful to the old man. After that, the young man continued to travel through the streets of the city with a bun in his hands. He ate them as slowly as possible, stretching out the pleasure. Ha-hyun could taste this bun and enjoyed it to the fullest. Finally, he managed to reach civilization and communicate with people. The boy knew very well that Goshichen was in the southeast of Hanam Fortress, so he could conclude that he was heading in the right direction. He came to Hoshichen on a trading day and could observe a great many people. He was a little worried that there were many dangerous looks around. Ha-hyun promised himself to find some paper for the fire and leave the place immediately. He was going to stay here for a long time, given the constant danger. Suddenly, the boy heard an unfamiliar voice behind him which presented him with a claim why he had appeared on someone else's territory at all. Turning his head back, Ha-hyun saw a boy about his own age in front of him. He was very displeased with the stranger who took his bread. Ha-hyun met three strange boys who stared at him disapprovingly. He didn't understand what they wanted at all. A guy named Ma Yunchul was unhappy with the behavior of the stranger, who showed disrespect to the elders, and now he doesn't even want to answer. The boy realized that the stranger did not understand anything at all, and told him to look closely at his rope to understand the seriousness of the situation. He pointed to the rope on his belt. It was bright red in color and demonstrated belonging to a local military group. Ha-hen was not local, so I don't understand anything. He asked the interlocutor what this rope meant because it did not tell him anything. Ma Yuncheol revealed that this is a symbol of their Kaban training in the area. He wanted to teach a stranger who broke the law by begging on someone else's territory. Ha-hyun now understood what was the matter. He looked at his bun and realized that the locality accepted his actions as a normal brotherhood. The stranger tried to explain to the locals that he was not a beggar and there was a misunderstanding. Ma Yuncheol stopped the boy who was about to leave. He took out a stick from behind his back and said that he could no longer allow any stranger to roam his territory. He charged at the stranger with a stick in his hands and shouted loudly that he would defend his Kaban martial arts. Ha-hung didn't want to come into conflict with his peers at all. After assessing the situation, the boy realized that he would not be able to escape. Ma Yuncheol delivered the first powerful blow with his staff, but the opponent successfully avoided the collision by tilting his head down. After that, the young man struck another blow with his wooden club, and Ha-hyun dodged the blow again. The guy seems to have practiced martial arts all his life. Ma Yuncheol was not at all happy with the way things were going on the battlefield. There was no way he could hit an opponent who hadn't even demonstrated his skills. The young man understood that he needed to get his opponent at least once and struck a blow in the direction of the legs. Ha-hyun just jumped up. The boy assessed the fighting skills of his opponent at this moment as incompetent. The opponent was much slower than the hare he caught yesterday. Ma Yuncheol decided to rest a bit, and at that moment he admitted that his opponent really has good skills, but he still has some left in his arsenal. The young man quickly moved from his place and headed in the direction of the enemy. At this moment, Hen continued to stand still and watch his opponent. In a split second, Yuncheol was right in front of his opponent's face and swung his club to demonstrate the true power of the Kaban art. Ha-hen didn't expect such speed from a slow opponent. The boy became worried about his situation, since he no longer had time to evade the attack. That is why he decided to act quickly in advance. He had no other choice, so he had to attack a local boy. The young man's friends, who stood aside and watched the fight, were simply shocked by such a turn of events. They didn't expect their friend to get kicked. Ha-heng decided to use his legs in the fight, and on the nose a powerful blow with his right straight into the opponent's stomach, knocking him back. The guy did not practice martial arts, but he had a very good reaction and talent, so he chose the right moment for a counterattack. Ma Yuncheol could not have expected such a maneuver from his opponent. The young man felt the full force of the blow. There were tears in his eyes. After being hit in the stomach by Ma, Yuncheol flew back a few meters and landed hard on his back. He was defeated in this battle. Ha-hyun immediately started apologizing to the other boys for his behavior. He explained that he did not want to do this, but he had to defend himself. The local young men did not care at all what the stranger told them. They wanted revenge for their leader and began to persecute his rival. Ha-hyun decided that a constructive conversation with the young men would not work, so he ran away into the crowd of people. It was very difficult to find him there. The boys realized that they would not be able to catch up with the stranger, and that all they had to do was tell the mentor about everything and wait for his verdict. Meanwhile, Ha-heng was forced to return to the forest after a short trip to the city. He managed to return to nature whole and unharmed. All this time, the boy remembered how Ma Yuncheol decided to fight him. He understood, I think, that these were martial arts taught throughout Marima. Ha-heng himself was not averse to mastering such skills and gripped the staff tightly in his hand to mimic the movements of his defeated opponent. The boy swung his stick and repeated the attack of the previous opponent. It seemed to him that it was a maximum offensive attack. Despite the fact that Ma Yuncheol had a wooden club at his disposal, Ha-heng called him a total badass and an absolute no-good. The boy, in turn, was able to quickly see the weak points of this martial art. He decided that the elbows should be kept closer to the body to protect the lower part. Ha-heng began to hone his fighting skills with an emphasis on speed. He tried to separate his movements to increase his movement speed. The guy trained very hard, never giving up. It was already morning outside and the first birds appeared to sing. Hearing the singing of birds around him, Ha-hyung looked up and didn't even notice that morning had come. He spent the whole night in the forest training. Now the boy was forced to leave his fighting skills in the forest and go to the city again to buy the paper he failed to buy last time. Ha-heng gathered courage and again went to Hoshichun. He had no desire to return there, but he needed the fire very much. The guy stuck his stick in the ground and left it behind until better times. He was going to come back here again to hone his fighting skills. For this night, Ha-hen was able to achieve incredible results. The rock that he had been tossing all night could barely withstand the pressure and almost cracked. The guy reached the place very quickly and came to the first seller on his way. The man concluded that the boy was an ordinary beggar. The seller said he had nothing to give. After these words, Ha-heng said that he was not a beggar but came to buy goods. The man was a little shocked to hear these words. He was absolutely sure that the boy was a beggar, considering his appearance. Looking at the young boy's face, the seller was a little surprised. It was as clean as possible, unlike his dirty clothes. The seller asked the boy what he wanted to buy. I explained to Hyun that he needs paper with gunpowder, which should be used to light a fire. The guy added that he would pay in silver. At that moment, a suspicious old man appeared in the market who was dressed even worse than Ha-hena. He looked very tired and kept sipping water. He was heading straight for the same counter where the young boy with the silver was now. Seeing the gold coins in the boy's hands, the seller replied that he could give 10 pieces of paper for one. Ha-heng naturally agreed to this. Suddenly, the same old man with a bottle in his hands shouted loudly, ordering to stop. He called the seller a swindler from the Jean family. The gray-haired old man agreed that the gunpowder paper was quite a valuable material, but 30 of it had to be given for a silver coin. The seller was indignant in response to the old man and said that he offered a good price, and the boy agreed to the offer, so there is no turning back. After these words, the old man decided to examine the boy a bit. He asked him to raise his face so that he could understand his identity. Only at first glance, grandfather could understand that Ha-hyung is not a beggar at all. Never washed the boy's face, which was as clean as possible. The old man told the boy that with this silver he could buy himself new clothes. He also had the feeling that he had seen this boy somewhere. The gray-haired old man demanded from the seller to bring another 20 pieces of paper. The seller was left with no choice but to do so despite the displeasure. Ha-hen was infinitely grateful to the mysterious handsome man. The old man said that he was just tired of watching the man deceive everyone, so he decided to help. The man continued his conversation when suddenly behind them, they heard a voice telling the mentor that they had finally found their target. Ha-hung immediately realized that his old acquaintances had come looking for him. He was immediately reported on suspicion of beating a local boy for no reason. Ma Yun-chul had recovered from their last encounter and was now serious again about teaching the law-breaking beggar a lesson. The Keban martial arts masters were very angry with the beggar who insulted them. Now they were following him through the crowd of people. Having entered the central square of the market, Ma Yun-chul pointed a finger at the boy and informed the master that he was the same beggar who roamed their territory. Martial arts master Kaban, for God's sake, was in no hurry to draw any conclusions. He silently looked at the young man, assessing his appearance. Ha-hyung knew very well that he would be in trouble now. Due to the presence of the master, the boy could not escape quickly like he had done yesterday. Bog loudly asked the stranger how he even dared to attack his students and beat one of his best future warriors. Suddenly, the man had to stop and slowly swallowed. His face began to sweat from fear and discomfort at this moment. He suddenly noticed the face of the old man who was next to the boy. He couldn't afford to act like that in his presence. Martial arts master Kaban fell to his knees before the old man. Bog recognized the old master and decided to apologize for his behavior. Bowing before the elder, Bogu introduced himself as a martial arts master from the Goshikan district, who was trying to control the situation around him. The old master's name was Chivol Golj. He was the chief elder. The old man did not even recognize the long-ago student who had grown up a lot. God at his old teacher, which brought him to this area. Chivol Golgi said that he came here to ask for drinks from the Chan family. Ha-heng stood behind the old man all this time and listened carefully to the dialogue. He couldn't believe that this ragged grandfather was the head elder. When Chivol Golge asked God what brought him here, the man answered that someone attacked his disciples and he came to find out. Ha-hyung felt extremely uncomfortable in this situation. He realized that he would not be able to hide anymore and he would be fully responsible for his behavior. Chivol Golge was very angry with the stranger who beat his students. He asked who he was, but did not receive an answer. After a few seconds, the old man repeated the question again. who had the courage to attack Kabanu's martial arts students. Bogue informed the old man that he had simply phrased the sentence incorrectly. He decided to intervene in the children's affairs since the boy used martial arts. Ma was now standing behind him Yunchul, who was beaten yesterday by an unknown beggar and with martial arts. Ma Yunchul decided to suddenly intervene in his master's monologue and informed the head elder that the same lack was now behind him. Ha Yun was not lost in this situation and asked the boy to tell the truth since he was the first to start the fight, and then he didn't want to let him go. Ma Yunchul replied that he just wanted to protect the area from the beggar. Ha Hyung said that it was a misunderstanding and he had never begged. Bogue asked his ward why he lied to him, because the situation would have turned the other way if the stranger had not attacked him first. Ma Yunchul continued to justify himself, which greatly displeased the head elder. Chivol Golj called the boy completely blind. The old man asked the young warrior why he considered this boy a beggar, because it was necessary to look at his face, and which one should be washed. Bogue was forced to apologize to the elder for the behavior of his ward. He thanked for the help and said that he would deal with everything himself. Chivol Golga asked if the stranger had really beaten Ma Yunchul. Now the boy already denied this fact and said that he simply lost his vigilance. The old man looked straight into the eyes of the young man and asked if he wanted to say that he lost only because he lost his vigilance. In this case, the elder suggested to check everything again. He wanted to see the fight between the two boys with his own eyes to understand the situation. Chivol Golj ordered the boys to engage in sparring since times that Ma Yunchul still doesn't calm down, so he can channel his energy somewhere. The old man turned to the mysterious stranger and asked him to fight again with the boy he had beaten last time. Ha Heng had no choice but to accept the offer. Friendly sparring between children was to take place on the territory of the central square. The rivals faced each other with sticks in their hands. The teacher stood aside and carefully watched the children's movements in safety. Ma Yunchul introduced himself to his opponent again. Ha Hyung said that he had already remembered his name from last time and asked if it was necessary to say his own. Ma Yunchul was very angry with his rival for his impudence. He didn't even want to say his name, which was a sign of disrespect. Immediately after that, the young man got up from his place and headed in the direction of the enemy with a stick in his hands and loud shouts that he would finish the boy. Ha Hen, unlike his opponent, behaved as calmly as possible. He stepped back a little with his left leg to back away from the opponent's strike. The boy took a small step to the left and Ma Yunchul was forced to miss the target. The course of events of the previous match was repeated again. Chivol Golj immediately appreciated the boy's skills and his footwork. Bogue also noticed this and wondered where the boy could learn such a thing. The head elder also could not answer this question and continued to watch the boys fight. He had a lot of questions. Ha Heng, in turn, simply continued the duel and carefully followed his employee. He saw his every move in advance. As the boy had assumed before, Ma Yunchul has a lot of flaws in his technique that Ha Heng tried to make amends on the mountain yesterday. Now the boy gripped his staff tightly in his hands and was about to use his redesigned technique that he had been working on all night on the mountain. Ha Hyung unexpectedly counterattacked his opponent, who was on the offensive. Ma Yunchul was left without a stick, which the enemy knocked out of his hands. The young man was simply shocked by this turn of events. He did not expect an unexpected maneuver from the enemy, but there was no turning back the stick. Meanwhile, Ha Heng settled himself comfortably into a battle stance and swung his fire staff to demonstrate what he had been able to learn. Chivol Golge carefully watched every movement of the boy and could not believe his eyes. It was the first time he had seen a stranger use something like this. Ha Heng eldest delivers a powerful blow with his staff, striking the opponent. Ma Yunchul couldn't do anything and flew back a few meters. A rather hard landing on the coccyx awaited the young man. Ha Heng was able to clearly reproduce the martial art of Kaban, adding some of his own moments to it. On this, Ha Heng considered the battle over. He was able to defeat Ma in battle against Yunchulya, who could not offer him anything in return. Suddenly, the boy felt a powerful hand grab him by the collar. He did not understand what was happening and where he was being dragged. Chivol Golj took the innocent boy by the throat and lifted him into the air. He was very angry and asked the stranger how he could learn from this. Ha Hyung asked the old man why he was doing this. Instead, the elder again asked the young man where he was able to master the Kabanu martial arts. The boy replied that he did not study martial arts anywhere, but simply repeated what he did yesterday in front of Ma Yunchul. Chivol Golj was simply shocked by this turn of events. He let the boy go and asked if he was really telling the truth. The old man could not believe his ears when he heard that Ha Hyung corrected some points in the technique, as they seemed weak to him at first glance. The elder remembered the movements in the Kaban technique and indeed admitted that the boy had changed something. At times, it was even similar to other martial arts techniques. Chivol Golj still wanted to know where the young man was able to master such skills. Ha Hyun replied that he was able to master it on his own. The old man asked the boy to which family he belonged, but the young man was in no hurry to answer this question. He said that it was quite difficult for him to answer that. Chivol Golge noticed that the boy didn't want to answer the question, so he told him that he didn't have to introduce himself, because Kaban was taught by completely different people. After that, the head elder told the boy that he wanted to see him and his students. Now Ha had the last word Henam. The chief elder had been looking for a disciple for a long time and finally made an offer to one boy, but he was in no hurry to respond. God was just shocked by what he just heard. The great elder himself offered the unfamiliar boy to become his disciple. The man concluded that Chivol Golj saw incredible potential in the young man, who was able to overcome his opponent with ease. The elder still could not find a single student. God knew that among other elders, he stood out for his freedom of spirit. Chivol Golj traveled all over the world and did whatever he wanted. Given his skills, no one could dictate to him. Bogu was absolutely sure that the great elder was not mistaken. From this, the man concluded that the boy was really incredibly strong. Bogue would also like to learn from a great elder, but this opportunity was given to a boy who was finally ready to answer. Despite the very attractive offer, Ha Hyung bowed his head to the old man and said that he had to decline the offer. Keban martial arts students almost fainted at this answer. At first, they thought the guy was just joking. Ma Yunchul couldn't hold back his emotions again and asked the stranger how he dared to refuse the great elder himself. Chivol Golge looked down and ordered the young man to shut up immediately, because it was not for him to make such a responsible decision. The old man asked his potential disciple if he could find out from him the reason why he did not want to become the grand elder's disciple. Ha Hung said that he had only known the old man for a short time, and besides, he had to go to a very important place. After this answer, silence prevailed among my interlocutors. The boy looked at the mentor and expected what he would do next. Chivol Golj smiled pleasantly and said that the first time he wanted to take a student was when his hair turned gray. Since then, he has not been able to find anyone. The old man asked the boy where exactly he was going. Ha Heng did not really want to answer this question and slowed down a little. Seeing the boy's reaction, Chivol Golj looked at him with an angry, serious look and asked not to make him repeat the question. Ha Heng had to admit that the jokes would be bad with the old man. That is why he decided to tell the truth that he was going to the Namgun family. After that, the old man simply wished the stranger luck and turned his back on him. He asked Chan to bring him something to eat. Ha Hyung couldn't understand what had just happened. The old man simply left him and did not even try to persuade him to start studying martial arts. Bogu apologized to the young man for the behavior of his student. Ha Hyung said that an apology was unnecessary because he also acted a little harshly. Ma Yunchul couldn't control his emotions. At the boy's farewell, he said that he would definitely beat him next time in a duel. The young man again asked the boy to give his name. This time Ha Hyung still said his name, but he didn't really want to say his last name. Ma Yunchul said he wouldn't force him to do that, but made him promise that the boy would remember his name until the next meeting. Ha Hung was relieved to see the boy off with his teacher. During this day, he only heard his name, which is Ma Yunchul was incredibly proud. Finally, the boy was left alone and could rest a little after very emotional conversations. Ha Hyung couldn't stay in one place for too long. As soon as the boy decided to go to the Namgun family, the crazy old man jumped out in front of him and shouted loudly, ordering him to stop. Chivol Golj, after all, could not let the young man go so easily. He could not contain his curiosity and was interested in several questions. Landing on the ground, the old man asked if he was an unworthy teacher. Ha Hyun replied that it was not the case and he just had to hurry on his way. Chivol Golge demanded to explain why he should go to Namgun's family at all. Under pressure, the boy said in a low voice that he needed to meet with one person. The great elder could not understand why he found such a familiar face in the young man's face. It literally did not give him peace for a second. While the old man was looking at his face, Ha Hyung thought about starting to run away, but immediately dismissed that option as the old man was very fond of him. Chivol Golja continued to study the boy's face with his inquisitive eyes and finally realized that it was Namgun's eyes. Aaron. Placing his hands on the young man's shoulder, the old man told him that he had exactly the same eyes and pale skin as the beautiful Aaron from the Namgun family. Chivol Golge described the depth of the boy's eyes in more and more detail. Ha Heng felt very uncomfortable and even a little frightened by the old man's behavior. The great elder asked the boy what his relationship was with Aaron. Ha Heng didn't know if he should answer the question at all. Without waiting for an answer, the old man smiled and said that he did not need an answer to this question because he had already come up with a plan of action. Chivol Golj said that he and his boyfriend were going on a trip to visit Namgun's family. According to the old guy, it should have been more fun. Ha Hyung didn't understand what was happening at all. His surprised look spoke for itself. He didn't expect the old man to suggest something like that. Chivol Golj turned to face his friend Chan and told him to hide the booze for better times as he had to go. The seller slowly exhaled and was even surprised that the old man was not going to drink. He really rarely turned down the fork. Chong considered the old beggar his friend, despite all his oddities. The old man was very surprised when Chong asked him to stand still for a while. After some time, the man brought a special wooden structure and told the old man that he would be able to carry the child on it, so that the boy would not get hurt anywhere. Chivol Golja asked his friend if he really thought that he would not be able to do without this design. Chong replied that the old man had not been in the best shape for a long time. The grand elder was forced to accept this fact and put a wooden structure on his back, telling the boy to sit on his back. Ha Hyung didn't really want to do it, but he understood that the old man wouldn't let go of him anyway. The boy also concluded that this grandfather was familiar with his mother. In the end, the young man had no choice but to climb on the old man's shoulders and trust him. Chivol Golja warned the child to hold on tight. Immediately after these words, the old man quickly moved from his place and headed forward. Ha Hung didn't expect that Grandpa could move so fast. The boy held on to the wooden structure so as not to fall to the floor. Chivol Golj rose into the air and announced that they would reach their goal in a matter of hours. The old man and the boy set out on the road and stayed there for several hours. It was already deep night on the street, and Grandfather was a little tired from the road. Chivol halfway down, Golj turned to the boy on his shoulders and asked if he was all right, because he must be very tired. Without waiting for an answer, the old man decided to land and rest. Ha Young felt good just thinking about something interesting. The great elder asked the boy what he was thinking about, that he did not even hear him. Ha Hyun replied that he was able to learn the old man's running method. Chivol Golj looked at the boy with a very surprised and frightened look. He asked if he was sure of what he was telling him now. Ha Hyung clearly replied that he had managed to learn the running method, but he would not be able to repeat it because he had too little internal energy. The Grand Elder asked if he could repeat the technique if he had enough internal energy, despite the difficulty of the method. The guy replied that he could repeat this technique, although not perfect. He told the old man that he felt energy coming from his feet. Ha Heng described a technique that required the old man to detach his feet at the right moment, and the energy would immediately begin to recover. The only thing the boy couldn't understand was how the old man regained his energy so quickly. After hearing the conclusions from the boy, Chivol Golj smiled pleasantly. The young man described everything so clearly that the old man now began to consider him simply a gift from heaven. He had never met such talented people. The great elder once again ordered the boy to hold on to the structure tightly. Ha Hyung asked his grandfather if he just wanted to rest for a while. The sun and Chivol began to rise outside. Golj said that they don't have time to rest because they need to get to Namgun's family as soon as possible. The travelers finally reached their destination, and the old man was able to rest a little. His back ached excruciatingly after the hard journey. The old man and the boy were standing right in front of the huge gates of the komas that were supposed to lead them to the Namgun family. Ha Heng was here for the first time. The boy thought that their journey according to the map should take about 10 nights, but thanks to the old man, they managed in 2 days. Ha Heng looked up to the great elder and wanted the same skills as him in order to protect his family and mother. However, the past could not be returned. Chivol Golj approached the central gate and began to knock, demanding that it be opened for him. One of the servants of the Namgun family opened the gate and asked disgruntled who had visited the distinguished family at such an inopportune time. Seeing Chivol in front of him, Golj, the man, calmed down. The old man recognized his old acquaintance Chanchil and asked to inform the head of the family about his arrival. Judging by the last dialogue, Ha Hyun was able to conclude that the old man was very well known in the Namgun family. The elder replied that he had recently stayed here for several days. Chanchil clarified the information and invited Chivol Golj inside the yard. Fortunately for the old man, the head of the family was still awake. The old man told someone that he did not come here alone. He asked to come in with a young boy who wanted to check some information. Chivol. Of course, no one could refuse Golje, and he was allowed to pass with the child as his guardian. Chanchil led the guests around the yard. Ha Hen constantly turned his head in different directions and enjoyed the local nature and beauty. Never seen nothing like it before. He'd always encountered beautiful scenery, but none could compare to the nature inside Namgun's courtyard. Ha Heng looked at Changchil's back and felt that this man was quite unusual. He assumed that the servant was also skilled in martial arts. Changchil approached the central building and said that the old man could go on his own. Chivol Golj asked how the head of the family was feeling. The servant answers that he still cannot get away from the latest news. Chivol Golj was very worried about the man who was used to killing for his health. Chivol Golj knocked on the door of the head of the family and informed him that he had come to see him. The bearded man sat on his throne and let me in. Opening the door, the great elder greeted his old friend and asked why he was awake. Was he waiting for news? Chivol Golj wanted incredibly to sleep at this moment after the hard journey. The old man wondered how the head of the Namgun family could stand it at all. Namgun Murin came out of his chambers and greeted the elder. He replied that with the passage of time, his sleep is getting weaker and weaker. Murin was surprised that the old man returned to his room again, because he was here just a few years ago and then went to Hamsuk. Chivol Golj laughed and said that his friend knew him very well. The men had known each other for more than 50 years and were very good friends. The grand elder reported that he returned to his friend because of the boy standing behind him. He wanted to come to Namgun's family. Chivol Golj asked the head of the family if the face of this young man seemed very familiar to him. Murin wasn't sure about that statement. He carefully looked into the eyes of a very young boy, and at some point it dawned on him. It was just a shock for the head of a noble family. He saw in his eyes the reflection of the face of his daughter who left the family many years ago. Sammy would be a gift from fate. Chivol Golja understood that the head of the family also saw something. The old man suggested that the boy give his last name if he had already arrived at his place. The elder also recalled that the boy had promised to tell everything to the representative of the Namgun family as soon as they arrived. Ha Hyung certainly wasn't going to back down. The boy slowly approached the head of the Namgun family and bowed before him, saying that he was very happy to see his grandfather. Ha Hyung took out a red knitted talisman from his bag and told his grandfather that his mother told him to take it and go to the Namgun family. Murin was simply shocked to see the talisman in the hands of the little one. He realized that the boy in front of him was the son of his daughter Aaron. Just in case, Hyun introduced himself as Aaron's son and gave his name. He didn't know yet how his grandfather would react to their meeting. Murin suddenly moved from his place and put his hands on the boy's shoulders. Ha Hyung was scared for a second and felt the incredible strength in his grandfather's hands. However, the anxiety turned out to be in vain. Murin simply hugged his grandson and pressed him to his body. Grandfather was very happy to see the boy. Namgun, the head of the family, asked his grandson how he ended up here. Ha Heng reported that he managed to survive and come here from Shingaj. Murin immediately asked the boy where his mother was now. Ha Hyun replied that Aaron was with him, but they were forced to separate due to the chase. Murin was just shocked when Ha Hyung told him the story of how his mother had let him go and was left to fight their pursuers. Family head Namgun couldn't say a word at this moment. He didn't understand very well before, but now he understood what happened to his daughter. The old man chastised himself for allowing Aaron to marry and join the Shingaya family, which had been unexpectedly attacked. However, otherwise he would never see his daughter happy, nor would he hug his grandson now. At least the old man had someone to leave an inheritance to. Murin reassured the boy and said that he now has a grandfather. The last words moved the boy, and tears appeared in his eyes. Chivol Golj at that moment stood aside and watched how the grandfather hugs his grandson, and they both cry from the long-awaited meeting. After a rather emotional greeting, Ha Hyung told the two grandfathers about the situation that happened with his mother and a husband named Shin Ji-hyuk. Chivol Golj had never heard this name and asked the head of the Namgun family, maybe he heard something. Murin said that the name also appears for the first time. The great elder asked the boy if he could remember which family the man belonged to from the very beginning, or if he had any other name. Ha Hyung said that he also called himself Yu Ji-hyuk, despite already having a second name, Chivol. All the same, this information did not give Golga anything. Murin was glad at least that they had at least some clues. The man added that there is no need to be upset, and they will definitely manage to get more information. Ha Hung told absolutely everything he knew. The grandfather suddenly realized that he had again forgotten about his grandson, who was now next to him. The old man closed his eyes and said that revenge was not important to him now because a lot had changed in his life today. Murin spoke about the fact that his grandson finally came to him, who is now safe. Ha Hyun raised his eyes sharply. Murin approached the boy and remembered that more than 11 years have passed since Aaron got married and left the Namgun family. The old man continued to scold himself for the death of his daughter. If he had known that everything would turn out like this, he would definitely visit her every week. Shivolgolge decided to interrupt the thoughts of the head of the family and told him that he would stay at his place for a while, because the road took a lot of strength. Murin was absolutely not against it and offered the man to stay at least forever. Shivolgolge laughed and said that it was necessary to think about it. Murin turned to his grandson and told him that he could now stay here forever. Ha Heng was very grateful to his grandfather for his hospitality. After that, the grandfather began to annoy his grandson and offer him food and change his dirty clothes. Golge did not expect the old man to be so kind. The great elder remembered his friend all his life as an invincible warrior, a master of the sword who was feared by the entire Marimu military world. The old man could not even imagine that in his old age, his friend would become a very kind grandfather who would be able to treat his grandson with respect and kindness. Suddenly, Ha Hyun said that he didn't need anything yet and wanted to ask Grandpa a question. Murin naturally agreed to answer him. Ha Hyung asked his famous grandfather if he could teach him the martial arts that his mother and the entire Namgun clan possessed. The head of the family was simply shocked to hear the request from his grandson. He didn't expect that a 10-year-old boy could think of such things. After all, Murin did not yet understand how unique a child his grandson was born to be. Ha Heng burned with an incredible desire to learn martial arts. Family head Namgun informed his grandson that if he wanted to master martial arts for revenge, he was not going to teach him. According to Murin, it was the most terrifying thing in the world of martial arts when a person wants to acquire the skills to kill other people. However, Ha Heng had completely different plans on this score. He informed his grandfather that they were not going to kill people just like that. The guy said he just wants to keep what he has now. Ha Hyung didn't want the situation with his mother to happen again with someone else. Ha Hyung just wanted to control the situation and protect everyone on his own without relying on his grandfather or anyone else to protect him. The head of the family, Namgun, agreed to teach his grandson martial arts. He said that tomorrow is the day of the entrance exam for Cheongnak, which is held once a year. The grandfather promised his grandson to give him the opportunity to pass this exam and learn martial arts. Ha Heng was very happy and thanked his grandfather profusely. The boy looked forward to the next day. Time passed very slowly for him, unlike what the head of the Namgun family felt. A few hours later, the chairman was already in his chambers. He called his eldest son to him to discuss some important matters with him. Namgun Haikal respected his father very much. Despite his status as successor, he never considered the old man dead and unquestioningly followed his orders. The man was very surprised when his father ordered him to gather all the family members involved in the investigation of the Shingaja family case. Chol informed the head of the family that they had not found any traces of Aaron and could not say anything for sure. However, the father had his own plans. Calmly observing nature through the window, the old man said that Aaron has been in the other world for a long time since the day of the tragedy in Shingaja. Chol asked his father who gave him this information without his knowledge. Murin reassured his son and said that no reason had happened. Namgun family informed his deputy that just a few hours ago Chol's nephew arrived here and told him the story. Chol was a little shocked at me and asked where the boy is now. Murin replied that he had sent him to Cheongnak for an exam. The old man told his son that his nephew is a very good child and wants to protect his family. That's why he went to study martial arts. Chol was all in complete shock from the fact that his nephew was the last one alive, and Aaron was not able to save himself. Namgun, the first son of the family, asked his father how old his nephew was now. Murin easily turned his head back and said he was 10. Chol reminded his father that the exam was quite difficult, and that a 10-year-old child would be able to take part in such an event now. The man also reminded the head of the family that Huang was able to pass this exam at the age of 11, and 12-year-old Sowa will try to pass it for the first time today. In his memory, Chol remembered only one boy who was able to pass the exam 10 years earlier. It was a boy named Ming who passed the exam at 8. Chol perfectly understood that he could not go against his father's will, but there were some factors that directly affected their offspring's success in this exam. The man emphasized that their children had been learning some basic things since childhood, and the head of the Shin family could hardly teach anything to Ha Hena. Murin replied to his son that if the boy failed the exam, he would still belong to the Namgun family and would try to pass it next year. Namgun Gaikol agreed with his father and added that if he is really Aaron's own son, then they should accept him and teach him everything necessary. The head of the family was very grateful to his son for his understanding and asked him to support his nephew because very difficult days of adaptation await him. Murin wanted to add something else, but suddenly stopped. Just as suddenly, he continues to speak and tells his son that he can go. Chol did not understand anything at all and left his father's room. Meanwhile, the head of the family continued to think about his grandson, who, according to Chival, should surprise them. You will hardly notice the next morning. A large number of people gathered in the central square of Cheonanak. They all came to take the exam. One little girl stood out from the crowd. She looked about 10 years old. She suddenly noticed a very interesting boy in front of her. He turned out to be Ka Hyun, who did not understand what was happening. The girl asked if the boy had come here to take the exam. Ha Hung confidently replied that he was waiting for his turn. The girl was pleasantly surprised to see someone her own age at this exam. She decided to introduce herself and called herself Namgun Sova, the granddaughter of the master of the sword of the head of the family. She was very proud of her grandfather. Ha Young was just shocked when he heard this information. Sowa told the boy to remember her name. Ha Hyung wondered why. The girl informed the boy that one day she would become an incredibly strong warrior and the head of the Namgun family, which their clan had never seen before. Ha Hyung was a bit shocked listening to his relative. He seemed to look into her dreams and saw something crazy there. Dispelling her thoughts, Sowa remembered the interlocutor and asked what his name was. Ha Hyun gave his name and his affiliation with the Shin family. Hearing the name of her new acquaintance, the girl promised that she would remember him. After that, she said goodbye and helped with her hand. Ha Hyung waved back with a smile on his face. The girl seemed very strange to him as she simply said what she wanted and then disappeared. Now the boy realized that his grandfather had more than one child. Sowa was definitely his close relative, but the boy did not know whose daughter it was. Ha Hyun remembered his grandfather, who put his hands on his shoulder and let him live here as long as he wanted. It was an unforgettable feeling of peace and comfort. The boy began to get used to the new family little by little. It was very unusual for him, but he will never return to his old family. Suddenly, the boy's thoughts were interrupted by the loud shouts of the participants, who really disliked the exam as it was too difficult for most. Some family members asked to give them another chance, but the instructor could not do it and asked the young men to come next year. There were a lot of people who wanted to pass this exam. The instructor called the participants' number and called them one by one. Ha Hyun was the last to check in, so he knew his number. Meanwhile, the boy could watch how many participants failed the exam. Of course, they could come next year, but they wanted to pass today. Out of 100 applicants watched by Ka Hen, only 30 people were able to successfully pass the exam. It was a rather unpleasant statistic. Ha Hyun understood this very well because he was a very smart guy. He was a little alarmed by the figure of 30%, but he was in no hurry to panic. Suddenly, to his left, the boy heard the loud screams of girls who were very happy that the exam had come. Ha Hyun recognized his old acquaintance. Sowa was able to successfully pass the exam at the age of 12 and threw herself into the arms of her guide, who supported and praised the girl for her efforts. The participants were weeded out much faster than the boy expected. Finally, the instructor announced that it was the turn of the last participant. Ha Hyun was finally able to wait his turn. His name rang out loudly in the arena. The boy began to worry a little at this moment. The instructor asked the applicant to go into the courtyard where the examiner was waiting for him. This was the first time Hung had experienced something like this. Entering the courtyard, the boy saw the instructor in front of him, as well as a lot of footsteps on the ground, which looked like they had been left by other participants. Namgun Kuhek immediately introduced himself as an instructor and smiled at the applicant. He was a very nice man who always behaved politely. Kuhek said that he heard about the grandson of the great head of the family, but warned that there are no family ties at the exam and everything will be as serious as possible. The examiner began to tell the young man about the first stage of the exam. Ha Hyung had to pass a test of speed and skill of movement, as this was the basis of all the techniques of the Namgun family. Kuhek told the examinee that he had to step on every track he saw in front of him, but that he could not step on it again. Ha Hung clarified the question of which side to start from. After receiving an answer to the question, the boy said that he was ready to take the exam. Kuhek was simply shocked to hear the answer. He asked the boy to wait, because he wanted to demonstrate to him, but the participant was not going to listen to him. Ha Hyung began to take the exam on his own, carefully looking down at his feet. Examiner wondered how a 10-year-old boy could do this so easily. Kuhek knew from the words of the head of the family that the boy was not seriously engaged in martial arts, but it was very difficult to tell from his skills. The man could not understand how this was even possible. Ha Hen went through each step with ease, not paying attention to the complexity of this technique. Literally, in less than a minute, the boy had already finished this exercise. After that, he approached the examiner with a very confident step. Namgun Kuhek was in complete shock and couldn't say a word. He just stared at the boy standing in front of him. Ha Hyung looked into the examiner's eyes with enthusiasm and asked if this was the only test to pass the first stage of the Cheonanak exam. Namgun Kayuhyun wasn't actually from the Namgun family. All his life, the young man bore the surname Huang until a certain moment. 10 years ago, he passed the entrance exam to Cheonanak. Since then, he began to study in the territory of the Namgun family, mastering its skills. The young man progressed very quickly, and 3 years later, Swordmaster Namgun Murin recognized the boy's talent and gave him his surname. Most of all, the master appreciated the pupils in Kayuchin, with which he could recognize the talent of people just by looking at the flow of their inner energy. It was because of this that on the day of the exam, the man was as bored as possible. This year, the contestants were weaker than he expected. Of course, the examiner managed to assess the decent skills of some participants, including Sowa, who showed herself to be very good for her age. But in general, there were a lot of losers who could not cope with the first stage. The level was much lower than last year. Kyohyun thought so until he met a boy who surpassed all his hopes. Ha-hung was able to overcome the first stage with ease. The examiner had some doubts about the fact that the boy did not study martial arts. He asked the novice how he knew how to work with his feet correctly. Ha-hyung replied that he never studied and just managed to remember the path he took. Kyohyun couldn't believe his ears. The examiner decided not to burden the boy with questions and said that he passed the first stage, so he can start preparing for the second test. Ha-hung thanked the man and left the courtyard. Kyohyun just stood there for a while, wondering if this guy was really a genius. Suddenly, the examiner felt the presence of one of the top family members behind him and asked if it was really the grandson of the head of the family. The eldest son of the Namgun family replied that it was indeed an incredible talent. Chol now understood why his father was so sure of this boy. When the first stage was over, Namgun Kyuchin gathered all the participants in one pile and told those who were able to come to the first stage of the exam to move to the left. Namgun Sowa met her old acquaintance and was pleasantly surprised that he passed the first stage. Ha-hyun smiled pleasantly in response. The examiner interrupted their dialogue and asked them to pay attention for a few minutes. To begin with, he congratulated everyone, then got the opportunity to participate in the second stage. He informed all those present that if they can pass the second stage of the exam, they will be able to become a member of Chonanak with honor. Kuchin said that the second stage of their exam has remained the same for several years, so there will be no surprises this year. He pointed with his hand at the young men behind him and said that the applicants would simply have to engage in battle with one of the members of Chonanak. The participants were simply shocked because they did not know what was waiting for them. Ha-hek stood in the crowd and heard how opinions were divided among the participants. Kuchin told the contenders not to worry about who, because it will be a fake sparring. The focus will be on evaluating the abilities of the contenders. The man immediately advised the participants not to even hope for victory, because none of the previous applicants managed to win the exam. Sova looked forward to the second stage. On the contrary, already adult young men and women around her were very worried about their situation. The examiner wished all the participants good luck and asked them to approach one by one. Ha-hen, in turn, was interested in what the applicants thought about this exam. The guy managed to notice that some participants were simply indignant about the second test because it was almost impossible to pass. Other participants, including Sowa, on the contrary, were pleasantly surprised and their eyes were burning with impatience to take part in the battle. These two types of applicants could easily be separated from the crowd. Ha-hyung could clearly see their eyes, which were distinguished by their enthusiasm. Suddenly, the young man's observations and thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the examiner's voice, who called him to pass the second stage of the exam. The boy did not expect that this time he would be the first. Ha-hyun entered the arena where his opponent and two judges were already waiting for him. Namgun Kyu-hyun once again greeted the boy and informed him that now he will start a friendly sparring with a member of Cheonanak. The man explained that this sparring does not bring any result, and you just need to knock the opponent off his feet or push him outside the ring. Kyuchin revealed that the challenger could use any ability, including internal energy. Ha-heng understood everything at once. The young man who stood opposite the boy was smiling pleasantly watching his opponent. He looked forward to their meeting. Ha-hyung was simply shocked when his rival greeted him and called him his younger brother. It was something very strange. The young man introduced himself as Namgun Hwang, explained that he is also the grandson of the head of the family. The young man had already heard a lot about his brother. Hwang smiled pleasantly and said that his brother could just call him cousin, if that was convenient. Now it became a little clearer to the boy. Hwang also explained that he wanted to see his cousin as soon as possible, so he asked that the boy be chosen first for a friendly sparring match. Member Cheonanak got into a fighting stance and warned his cousin to fight with all his might. Otherwise, he would not be able to pass the second stage of the exam. Ha Heng understood this very well and was very serious. He also got into a fighting stance and focused his gaze on the enemy. Huang behaved a little more calmly, but still he was not going to lose his vigilance and was ready for absolutely anything from the opponent. Kyuhyun thanked both sides for their friendly greetings and said it was time to start the match. He announced this by clapping his hands. Right after the signal, Ha Heng quickly moved from his place and headed in the direction of the enemy opposite. He was going to end this match quickly. Kyuchin continued to marvel at the boy's skills, but he believed that in this battle he actually had no chance against a true warrior. Heikel was of approximately the same opinion. He was sure that the boy would pass this exam, but he believed in his victory with problems. As soon as the man thought that the boy lacked skills, like Ha Heng used his inner energy and concentrated it in his feet. Literally in a second, the boy was behind his opponent, catching him by surprise. No one could have guessed that he would be able to move like that. The examiner and the eldest son of the Namgun family were simply shocked by what they saw with their own eyes. Units on this exam could be used as internal energy. As Kyuchin assumed before this, Ha Hyung used the walking technique he saw in Chiwal Golge. This gave him an advantage. Ha Hyun threw a powerful punch with both hands and was about to end the fight, but Huang had a different opinion. He easily dodged the attack by taking a step to the left. The rookie did not expect that his opponent would really be incredibly strong. Huang was not going to give in to his cousin despite his kinship. Huang put his left hand out in front of him and focused his energy around the palm to slightly put his opponent in his place. Ha Heng was forced to retreat back using his quick feet. Huang admitted that the boy almost got him with his last attack. Kyuchin carefully watched the boy and concluded that it was possible to end the fight because he showed himself incredibly, but the examiner did not do this. He wanted to observe the talented boy a little longer. Meanwhile, Huang decided to go on the offensive against his opponent. Member Cheonanak moved very quickly, using quick feet. With his movements, he tried to confuse the boy. Ha Hen remained standing in his place, watching the enemy. He admitted that he could not keep up with his movements. Suddenly, the boy remembered how he had passed the first test of this exam using a walking technique that was similar to this one. Ha Heng was absolutely sure that his opponent was using the exact same technique as the one that had forced them to pass in the first stage. The boy certainly did not have time to watch his opponent and saw only the last moment of the blow, when Huang was right in front of him. Despite all the difficulties, Ha Heng dodged his opponent's blow with ease, reading his movements and leaning forward. Heikel was simply shocked by what he saw with his own eyes. He couldn't believe that the boy had actually experienced something like this before. Huang was no less surprised than Chol. He opened his mouth wide in surprise and didn't even understand how the boy managed to dodge. Moreover, Ha Hen was not going to stay in one place for long and immediately found himself behind the back of the enemy. He was preparing to launch his final attack. The examiner and the eldest son of the Namgun family were shocked and amazed at the same time. They saw such a case for the first time in the entire history of Cheonanak exams. A member of the martial arts organization could not stand on his feet and lost the sparring match. The famous grandson of the swordmaster, who was recognized as a talent, could not win. He was defeated by a guy who had absolutely no knowledge of martial arts. 10-year-old Ha, thanks to his talent, Hung overcame a much more experienced opponent. Despite the fact that Huang lost in a friendly sparring match to his younger brother, he was not upset at all and was smiling pleasantly. Ha Hung thanked his cousin for sparring and folded his arms in respect, saying that he was just lucky in this fight. The guy perfectly understood the fact that he was lucky, because the recklessness of the opponent and his knowledge of walking turned out to be completely accidental, and he would definitely lose the next fight. Suddenly, the examiner decided to interrupt their conversation and turn to the newcomer. He was interested in how the boy was able to demonstrate something like that. Kyuchin asked the boy how he knew the endless walking technique, because before that, he said that he had not studied martial arts at all. Ha Heng confirmed that this was completely true, and he was able to repeat the endless walk using only the movements he had memorized from the first test. The examiner was simply shocked to hear such an answer. It seemed to him that it was simply impossible to remember every movement just once looking at the tracks. Kyu Hyun remembered the best rookie before that, which was Min. He was not even on par with the guy who passed the exam this year. Just from one thought about the boy's future, the examiner had an inexplicable smile on his face. From Ka Yu could expect absolutely anything from him. In the end, the examiner thanked the participant for the friendly sparring and told him that he could be free for the next few days. Kyu-hyun promised that after a while, they would call him to a facility where he could finally begin his martial arts training. Ha-hung asked to take care of him in farewell. Kyu-hyun laughed at the phrase as the boy literally rolled it off his tongue. The rest of the participants who passed the first stage were waiting outside. They immediately turned their attention to the boy who was the first to leave the examination yard. Absolutely everyone around saw what the boy looked like. Judging by his facial expression, those around him concluded that the boy had failed. Sova was very worried about her new acquaintance, and also concluded that he did not make it. She was very upset by this fact. It was because of this that the girl decided to encourage the boy and called him again to talk a little about the difficult exam this year. When the young man turned his head back, he saw a new girlfriend in front of him. Sowa asked the interlocutor if he really failed the exam. Ha-hung replied that he did not fail. The girl was simply shocked and asked, "It turns out that he just passed the second stage of the exam." The guy answered yes as calmly and confidently as possible. Sowa did not understand the boy's emotions and why he was behaving so strangely. She felt the most calm and confident aura around the interlocutor, from which she concluded that at such a young age, he had already been to the battlefield. Sova was the next to pass the exam and said goodbye to the interlocutor that they would not say goodbye for a long time. Ha-hyung waved goodbye. The boy went to a separate room where he continued to think about martial arts. He could clearly see that his walking technique was different from his cousin's. Ha-hyung closed his eyes and imagined his brother using the endless walking technique, using not only his legs but his whole body. The boy tried to reproduce his brother's technique, but the first time he did not succeed. He understood that it was necessary to make his feet as light as possible. Ha-heng focused his inner energy and channeled it into his feet so that they were both light and springy for confident walking. After applying this skill, the boy felt an incredible lightness throughout his body. He didn't expect it to actually work now. Ha-heng left many steps behind him using the endless walking technique. The guy recreated absolutely every step he remembered. This technique of going fast would also be called chozanbi. Every warrior tried to master it as it increased the chances of winning the battle many times over. Ha-hyun was no exception and tried to perfect his walking skills. Suddenly he stumbled and couldn't control his body. The boy landed very painfully on his back. He had been training for quite a long time, so his body could no longer withstand such loads. Ha-hyun understood that all his strength was taken from the previous sparring. At this time, a servant entered the room and asked if everything was okay with the boy. The guy did not even notice how the woman entered the room. The servant asked the young master how he managed to smear himself like that. The woman informed the young man that he had an important event very soon, so he had to change clothes. Ha-hyung asked what it all meant. The servant informed the boy that the head of the family had invited him to a family dinner and wanted to introduce his grandson to other members of his family. Sowa, of course, was also present at this dinner. She was just shocked when Shin Ha-heng suddenly entered the main family's room. The girl informed the boy that he had entered the wrong room and he needed to choose the door opposite to get to the fighters who had passed the exam. The head of the family overheard this dialogue and informed his granddaughter that the boy had chosen exactly the right room. Sowa did not understand what this meant. Murin was pleasantly surprised that his grandchildren had already gotten to know each other. Sowa asked if the grandfather also had time to meet Ha-hyung. The girl's jaw almost dropped in surprise when her grandfather announced that Ha-hyung is a member of their family and the son of her late aunt. Sowa was not very pleased with the fact that she was always the last to know about everything. She was a little ashamed of her behavior during today's exam. The grandfather informed the granddaughter that the boy had become a member of their family just yesterday, so absolutely no one knew about it except the closest relatives. Sowa asked her cousin how old he was, and when she got the answer, she said, "Call her elder sister." All the family members laughed at this. Murin decided to interrupt this incredibly pleasant atmosphere and turned to his grandson. He asked to give him literally a few seconds. The grandfather pointed his grandson to his seat and informed him that it would now be assigned to him and he must sit on it at every meal. Ha-hyung was very surprised to get his own place. He had never seen anything like this before, and it caused him a range of emotions. Murin told the newcomer and their family that he would move to his mother's room today, where the old man asked the servants to clean it thoroughly. Ha-heng was infinitely grateful to the head of the family. He felt incredibly light and safe for the first time since he and his mother left Shingaj. There was an incredible atmosphere at the table. Family members calmly talked to each other, discussing problems and helping each other solve them. Ha-hyun felt very comfortable in his new home, where he was warmly received. The large estate of the Namgun family really appealed to the young man. The eldest son of the Namgun family was sitting next to his nephew and was watching his face intently never taking his eyes off him for a moment. Ha-hyung felt a little uncomfortable and asked if his uncle wanted to tell him something. Chol apologized for his behavior and explained that he was a little hung up. The uncle told his nephew that he had also come to Chonagak at his age with the girl in the picture. Chol pointed to the picture on the wall and told his nephew that it was his mother, who was an incredibly talented child, not at all for her age. Chol explained to the boy that talent alone would not be enough, so it would take a lot of training to reach the level of a martial arts master. Ha-hyung was somewhat surprised to hear the recognition from his uncle, who said that his skills were indeed superior to his peers, but told him not to relax. Soa decided to intervene in the dialogue and told someone that she would take responsibility for her brother. Ha-hyun just laughed at his older sister's joke. A few days later, the first gathering of participants who made it to Chonangaku took place. They were gathered in the square where they passed the first test. The mentor informed his charges that they were currently at the lowest level, so they would train here day and night, staying inside at all times. Despite this, Ha-hyun was overjoyed to be here. There was only the thought in his head that he would finally begin to master martial arts. However, 3 days later, the boy got rid of this thought. He was not happy at all from the loads he had to endure in training. Kyuchin conducted most of the training of his wards and behaved in a completely different way than in the exam. He constantly ordered the soldiers to stand up, calling them unfit. Ha-hyung was now not an exception among the crowd. He was just as tired as the rest and didn't know if he could handle the constant pressure. After a very grueling workout, Ha-hyun was barely able to reach his bed. He lay down on a soft mattress and was breathing hard. The boy had no idea that the school of martial arts would be so difficult. He had to hold himself in a rack from the mountain without using force. In addition, each soldier was forced to work out for 2 hours, striking the air. This was normal for the members of Chonankak. Kyuchin didn't treat the swordsman's grandson so well anymore and emphasized that the boy needed to learn basic skills. Ha-hyung was not very used to being defeated, so he was annoyed by the feeling. He could not do anything because his talent did not help him here. The boy stared at the ceiling and wondered if his grandfather and mother had also been through this. He did not want to be worse than his relatives. That is why the young man immediately got out of bed. His gaze suddenly changed. Ha-hyung said about himself that it was not time to lie down and rest. The boy decided to practice with his inner energy and wanted to do the same thing that he had already managed to practice before. He concentrated his internal energy and spread it throughout his body to restore his strength. Now it was very necessary for him. Ha-hyun kept repeating to himself that he needed to restore his muscles, concentrating on them as much as possible and releasing all unnecessary energy. The guy tried to circulate his internal energy every day after training. Its flow became more and more steady and filled him with power. It's been a week since the rookies joined Shonengaku. A lot has changed during this time, especially in one fighter. Ha-hyung began to progress at an incredible speed, overtaking even warriors older than himself. Everyone was just shocked how he manages it. Kyuchin was constantly watching his students. For the 4th day already, he watched the fighters simply hone their usual punches and absolutely nothing else. The man wondered if the newbies thought they were just wasting their time when in fact they only had to use a sword in battle. However, Kyuchin knew that the mace was an extension of the fist, so first he had to learn how to use his body properly, and only then add the sword. Kyuchin was a rather strict but fair mentor. This year he had 30 students and all of them had only one requirement. Even if a warrior could throw 100 punches in a few seconds, all of them had to hit the target. Otherwise, the training would be useless. Kyuchin experienced in his practice that it takes about a month for a talented person to do this practice, and it may even take years for an ordinary person. However, this year the master had a really amazing student at his disposal. Ha-hyung was able to master the light fist technique in just 4 days. Kyuhyun watched the boy all this week and saw his progress with his own eyes. He never thought that such a student would meet him at school. The master was forced to admit that the boy had an incredible talent, and his learning rate exceeded all limits. Some members of Chonengaku looked down upon the talented young man. I wondered if he was really 10 years old now. It was very difficult for the soldiers to believe that the boy was learning everything by himself. They were forced to admit that a real genius was studying with them. But for some fighters, on the contrary, it added additional motivation. They kept telling themselves that if this guy could do it, they would definitely succeed. Among such warriors was Sova. She continued training and did not give up as she wanted to overtake her cousin and become the head of the family. Kyuhyun called his most talented student the blessing of the Namgun family. He not only developed his skills, but also encouraged others to do so. It was noon outside. When the students were tired enough, the mentor told the students to finish and follow him. Kyuchin told the students that they could stop the practice of punching for a while, but it should not be forgotten, and the punches should be repeated every morning. When the master said it was time for full-on sword training, the students almost jumped out of their pants with joy and anticipation. Kyuyun reminded his charges that they had already trained themselves in a basic swordsmanship technique called samjai. Every member of the Namgun family went through this. Suddenly the man was forced to stop his speech as he saw a raised hand in the crowd. He didn't understand why it was his. The guys who did it turned out to be Ha Hin. The teacher asked the boy if something urgent had happened that made him decide to postpone his studies. Ha Heng said that he had never held a sword before. The reaction of the mentor as well as Sova had no bounds of surprise and shock at this moment. Kyu Hyun decided to tell the boy about the technique of wielding the sword and the spirit of Samjai. The technique was the first thing that the future warriors of the family studied. Master asked how Ha Heng was able to master walking techniques without basic swordsmanship. The guy replied that he had never practiced martial arts systematically. Kyuchin never stopped being amazed at the boy's talent. He understood where to start so that Ha Heng quickly caught up with the other fighters. The master told his students to take wooden swords with them and follow him. Kyuchin planned to start with basic swordsmanship. Having entered the arena where there was enough room for maneuvers, the teacher took a wooden sword in his hands and was going to demonstrate how to control the weapon. Before that, he told the students to look carefully. Having finished the instructive words, Kyuchin Namgun moved from his place and delivered the first powerful blow with the ball. His movements were perfect and calm, as if the sword in his hands was sharpened to the maximum. He behaved very confidently and murderously. Kyuchin changed his location with a quick walk, not forgetting his sword. Legs together with weapons had to work in unison. After quick and precise movements, the master stood in the final stance, exposing the blade of the sword in front of him. This was the basis of sword ownership. Ha Heng was amazed at his teacher's skills. Samji was the simplest swordsmanship technique, and all swordsmen started with it. Kyuchin told the students after the master class that they should know this technique perfectly. With that, the teacher ended today's practice and said that they would continue tomorrow. Ha Heng rested for a while in the barracks and went outside again under the full moon. He wanted to practice a bit to catch up with the others in swordsmanship. The boy matched his teacher's basic technique with Ma's fighting-style youngster, whom he met on the street. They were very similar. This made the boy's studies many times easier, as there was nothing to compare it with. Ha Heng raised his sword and was ready to try. The boy suddenly moved from his place and then smoothly began to move in a circle. He tried to accurately reproduce the movements of his teacher. Ha Hen managed to do this very well. Of course, he was far from ideal, but his foundation was laid at first sight. The boy stood in the final stance and put his sword in front of him. He clearly remembered each movement and was able to repeat them with some inaccuracies. Samji turned out to be much simpler than the boy expected. He wasn't going to stop there and got into a fighting stance to continue training. Ma's martial arts Yunkol, which he used against him. This shooting range was called Tagush Chipolcho. Ha Hen practiced his skills almost non-stop. He wasn't going to stop and kept moving forward despite his fatigue. Time ticked by and the boy continued to train in the backyard. All the students had already gone to bed, but Ha Hung took his time in bed. During a fairly short training, the boy managed to understand why the master taught them to hit accurate shots. Blows with the sword worked according to the same logic as a blow with a fist. Ha Heng also realized the fact that the technique he was practicing, creating in order to master them through repetition, was possible several times. The young man realized that the Samje technique becomes dangerous when it is perfected, and no martial art is complete without this basic technique. That is why the boy constantly told himself not to stop and continue to stand his ground. He repeated the same movements over and over again. In the end, the Samje technique, which consisted of 3 movements, was getting better and better for the boy. He could feel his legs interacting better with the sword. Ha Heng felt that his skills had greatly improved since yesterday, but there was still something missing, as if his sword was heavy. Suddenly the boy heard a man's voice behind him, which informed him that the newbie needed to spend more time on his lower body. The stranger came closer and closer to the boy and said that he knew Ha Hyena, in which the blood of the Namgun family flows from birth. Ha Hyung was a little scared and asked the stranger who he was. The young man immediately apologized for not introducing himself, because it should have been done from the very beginning. The young man introduced himself as Namgun Min. This was the same boy who was considered a genius. He was able to pass the exam at the age of 8. Ming smiled pleasantly and greeted his younger cousin. He added that he was looking forward to their meeting and finally they were able to see each other. Ming began to walk closer to his brother. He noted the diligence of the boy who trains even at night without resting his hands. Ming was pleasantly surprised when Ha Hyung told the best man that he had heard a lot about him from his uncle, who spoke very well of him. The young man asked his cousin if he could practice the Samji technique. Ha Heng replied that he already has a lot going on. Ming praised his younger brother and said that his skills are really amazing. Instead, the young man asked if the boy did not think that something was missing here. Ming informed his cousin that the art of swordsmanship is not just moving the sword to cut sides. Maneuverability is important in swordsmanship. Suddenly, Ha Hen brightened after these words. He called himself a fool because he hadn't thought to use the fast-walking technique he was good at. Ming asked his younger brother for the sword and told him to look carefully. The young man decided to demonstrate how to manage the mastery of the sword. The older cousin got into a fighting stance and raised his sword to his head, preparing to demonstrate the simplest technique he had perfected himself. Ha Hyun was looking forward to what would happen next. He clearly saw the movements at the beginning and understood that it was Samji, but not quite an ordinary one. Ming used a basic swordsmanship technique based on internal energy. This gave him greater maneuverability and impact power. Ming used the Taishan propulsive strike, swinging his sword in all directions and creating a huge shockwave around him. After that, the young man stopped for a second and pointed his sword in front of him, as if aiming at the target in front of him. After waiting for less than a second, Ming struck out in every direction of the world part, including the secondary ones. It was just something incredible. Ha Heng was shocked by his brother's skill and could compare him to a wind that blows absolutely in every direction and can blow anyone away. After finishing the technique, Ming explained to the calm that his last move is called an all-encompassing storm that cuts in all directions at once. The older brother was very surprised when the younger brother said that he had been watching his brother's feet carefully during the komu as he used the sword. Ha Heng said he missed a lot of details, but he got the gist. Min decided because this technique was still too complicated for his cousin. The older brother thought about telling his younger brother a little later why the walking technique was so important in the use of swordsmanship. However, Ming decided not to do this because he knew that his own understanding helps much better. Ha Heng was ready to answer. The guy said that he managed to understand the reason why it is very important to move the legs. For this reason, he called the importance of maintaining the center of gravity. Ming was simply shocked by this finding. Ha Heng added that the torso should always be in a moving position, not deviating from the center even by a centimeter. In addition, the boy said that an important detail is the separation of internal energy and strength, which he needs to pay the most attention to. Ming was just shocked how quickly the cousin was able to understand about the torso. It took him 13 years to realize this. The older brother looked at his younger brother and wondered if there was someone in their family who could surpass even him in talent. Min praised his brother and told him not to miss class and to continue training, emphasizing the center of gravity in fencing. The older brother added that the younger brother should not dwell on his thoughts all the time. Ha Heng bowed and thanked his cousin for his guidance. After that, Ming advised his brother to go to bed, as he has training to continue tomorrow. Ha Hyun immediately went to his room. The morning of the next day came very quickly, and Kyu Hyun met his old acquaintance Min, who hadn't visited Jeongnam for a long time. Min folded his hands in respect to his teacher and said that he was finally able to return to school without any mishaps along the way. Kyuchin asked the young man if he managed to get any information. Min replied that he had managed to learn something but very little information. The teacher wasn't too surprised to hear that the young man had discovered traces of a demonic cult on his way back to Jeongnam. Kyuchin expected that sooner or later it had to happen. The man said that their enemies seemed to have decided to act after 30 years in the shadows. Ming explored the area of Murimu, where from time to time large and small battles took place, which were focused on captured small and medium territories. Shingaja's family just happened to be a victim of one of these battles. The demonic cult mercilessly killed people, sparing neither women nor children. Ming informed the mentor that they were now absolutely certain that this was the work of the demonic cult, so their response would be very quick. The young man moved on to the good news and said that he had recently seen Ha Henom Kyu-hyun was pleasantly surprised that they had met so quickly. Kyu-hyun felt a little uncomfortable when Ming deduced that the students had been practicing basic martial arts for a long time and could handle the sword with confidence. Min added that his cousin is also very similar to him and grabs everything literally on the fly and even learned to use his feet and technique yesterday. Suddenly, the young man noticed that his master was behaving very strangely. Min asked what happened. Kyu-hyun didn't even know how to explain it at first. Ming froze in place when he heard his younger cousin holding the sword for the first time. It was simply impossible to believe. The young man was even more surprised when the master informed him that Ha Hyeon only saw Samjae's technique for the first time yesterday and immediately started practicing it. The teacher also mentioned an incident with a boy during the exam. Minov was very interested, so he asked the teacher to explain in more detail. Namgun Kyuhyun told his former favorite student, however, that Ha Heng was creative during the exam, passing each stage with ease. Kyuhyun mentioned that Ha Hyung memorized absolutely every move in the first stage, and then even used it for the match in the second. In addition, the master reported that the boy, for the first time in the entire history of the exam, was able to defeat a member of Cheongnaek, which was Namgun Hwang. Min listened to this story in silence, and sweat appeared on his face. He could not even imagine that such a talent would appear in their family. The young man smiled and said that it looks like he needs to surrender his status as a genius from God, as his cousin exceeds all expectations. Kyuchin reassured the young man and said that he would still be a genius forever. Ming was wonderfully arrogant, but he also understood that he was inferior to his brother. Min hadn't felt healthy competition in his life for a long time, and finally he wanted to train to catch up with his cousin. He told the master that he wanted to resume his constant training and remember everything so that he would not give in to his younger brother in the future. Namgun Min felt the desire to win. Even among the older students, no one could resist the young man. 3 years ago, Min, at the age of 15, won a fight against all the young fighters of Cheonggak, after which he lost all motivation. But now Kyuchin saw the fire in his favorite student's eyes. The teacher hadn't seen Min so serious in a long time. As soon as the teacher and the student decided to say goodbye, Sova appeared on the horizon and shouted very loudly with joy, seeing her brother. She immediately started running towards the young man to hug and talk to him. Ha Hyun was behind the girl at that moment. Sohwa threw herself into her elder brother's arms and asked him why he didn't tell anyone that he would be coming home soon. Min replied to someone that he did not know this himself. He returned only yesterday evening. He informed his sister that he had some business to attend to, so he had to go. Suddenly, on his way, the young man also met his younger cousin. Ha Hyung showed respect to his brother and bowed to him, wishing him good morning. Ming felt a little uncomfortable in this situation and said that his brother could treat him completely informally despite their age. After that, Ming was still forced to say goodbye to his relatives and go on business, leaving the young warriors behind. Kyuhyun saw his former student off with a smile on his face as he continued to think about the competition that Min finally had. The man perfectly understood that this competition for the young man became a breath of fresh air in the Namgun family, which became Ha Hena, having arrived here. Dismissing all unnecessary thoughts, the teacher remembered the lesson and ordered the students to line up immediately. Kyuhyun announced that it was time to start training. It has been almost a month since the students entered Cheonggak and started learning martial arts. From the very first day, they all worked tirelessly. Girls and boys lived only by training and saw nothing else. During this time, many children thought about giving up and giving up. They thought they were good with the sword, but their hopes were dashed here. Already during the week, the master ordered his wards to practice multiple sword strikes at one point. The task was not easy. Its difficulty was that the task was boring. Even Sohwa could not stand the constant blows, which became very boring. However, Namgun Kyuchin noticed that there was one exception among all the students. It was the law of the universe that worked in their school as well. The exception was Ka Heng, who attended every practice and training with interest. He concentrated as much as possible on his sword, paying no attention to anyone. The boy kept repeating to himself that his shot was not perfect, and tried again every time. In his opinion, he lacked concentration. On this day, Ha Hyung has already started to achieve some success for himself. His punches became much more accurate compared to yesterday. Kyuchin watched the student all this time and was pleasantly surprised by him. The master even suggested that the boy could become the youngest graduate of the academy. Cheonggak Academy divided training into 3 main stages. This was a necessary measure for the warrior to pass absolutely all stages. To begin with, the pupils trained their body and spirit. Young fighters did this before starting to learn various combat techniques. Later, the members of Cheonggak, who were recognized by the Namgun family, began to study the martial family traditions, which were not available to everyone. And finally, the warriors took part in the battles between the dynasty and the Moors. If desired, graduates could even become elite members with the surname Namgun. Kyuchin had already produced many warriors, and there were no age restrictions for the transition to the next stage. It was enough just to have the required amount of combat skills. The man remembered that his top graduate, Min, was able to become a member of Chonangak after 2 years of training and reached the elite class after only 1 year. Now the teacher has an even more talented student. Kyu-hyun remembered the moment Ha-hyung approached him and informed him that he had learned to control his inner energy. The man simply could not believe his ears, because the technique of controlling internal energy was very difficult to achieve, and not every member of Chonangaku could master it. And here a 10-year-old child tells him about it. At that moment, Kyuchin realized that the boy's level of concentration and understanding exceeded that of other people. Despite this, the master saw one flaw in his student. The body of Ha-hena was very weak and could not withstand the whole day's loads continuously. Kyu-hyun declared the training over and asked to leave the techniques. Ha-hyun immediately gave up training as he had almost no strength left. The master said goodbye to his students and told them that tomorrow they would practice with the sword again and try to perfect their skills. So-wa was very happy that the training was finally over. She approached her younger cousin and offered to walk home together. Ha-heng agreed. On the way, the girl began to ask the boy about his evening training, asking if their usual training was boring. Ha-hyung turned to face the other person and said that she was absolutely right. So-wa was simply shocked to hear such an answer. The guy asked what surprised her so much. So-wa replied that she did not expect the boy to give her such an answer because she was just joking. The girl asked why the young man trains even in the evening. Ha-heng said that one needs to master the basic skills that are the foundation of martial arts. So-wa could not understand her cousin. They were loaded to the max during training, and the boy found the strength to train in the evening. The girl wanted to call her brother a real fool, but she couldn't bring herself to do it, because she saw how the boy grabbed everything on the fly. So-wa asked the boy if the mentor told him to die, would he do it? Ha-hyun laughed and said that Kyu-hyun would definitely not give such an order. However, he added that if it would help him improve his skill level, he would do it. So-wa was a little scared and looked at the boy. The girl couldn't understand how her cousin could talk about such wild things with a pleasant smile on his face. It was very difficult to understand him. So-wa asked why Ha-hen constantly spends his training in the backyard of the pavilion. The guy replied that he knew only one such place. Sova informed her interlocutor that there are many similar places on the territory of the pavilion. The young man replied that he had not yet had time to study the territory. The girl asked if the boy really wanted to say that he had not been outside the pavilion once in a month. Ha-hen had exactly that in mind. So-wa was simply shocked by her cousin. She informed him that she wanted to practice with the boy today. It was a surprise for the young man. The girl said that when she looks at her cousin, she feels lazy. Ha-heng smiled and said that they would practice with the sword again today. So-wa still could not understand her brother, but went with him to the evening training. Relatives took each sword and began to practice. These trainings continued throughout the week. During this time, So-wa managed to notice some progress in herself and was very pleased with herself. Despite this, the girl constantly paid attention to her cousin who practiced next to her. His abilities did not give the girl peace. So-wa thought that her skills were growing faster than anyone else's, but she quickly realized the opposite when she looked at Ha-hena. Watching the boy, the girl understood that she was very far from him. Ha-hyun progressed at a breakneck pace. Closing his eyes, the boy remembered his older cousin's samjae technique and wanted to reproduce it right now, as he had enough skill. Ha-hyung stared straight ahead and was sure that this time he would be able to follow his brother by feeling the wind. During a week of training, the boy managed to understand the words about me that fencing is not just swinging a sword, but something more for a master. Constantly practicing, Ha-heng realized that he did not need to fully control the sword in his hands. It is enough to let it downwind to release the internal energy. The boy swung his sword to replicate his cousin's technique. He tried to focus on releasing the energy naturally. Ha-heng opened his eyes and looked at the tip of the sword, focusing his energy there. His concentration was at its peak at this moment. The boy slowly swung the blade of his sword, creating a small shockwave. This allowed him to feel the flow of wind around him. After that, Hung began to perfectly feel the flow of natural energy similar to a light breeze, which helped him control the sword. So-wa even stopped her training and watched her younger brother with her mouth open. She had never seen anything like it before. Ha-hung transformed his every slight movement into a stream of strong wind that was an extension of his body. He seemed to be holding a fan in his hands. After completing a little training, the boy finally mustered up the strength to reproduce the technique he had been practicing for all week. Ha-hyun was able to replicate his older brother's technique with precision. He was able to strike with his sword in several directions at once. So-wa stood behind her brother and was simply shocked. Ha-hung himself did not expect that he would be able to do this. Everything turned out for the best. The boy landed and finally began to realize the fact of success. Suddenly, behind him, he heard the screams of his sister, who did not understand anything. Ha-hyung had not paid attention to her yet and felt a lack of inner energy. That is why the boy decided that it was enough for today. After that, the young man raised his eyes and saw his displeased cousin in front of him. Soa asked the boy what kind of art it was. When the girl heard that it was Samji's technique, she could not hold back her emotions. She screamed that it was absolutely nothing like a basic technique. Soa was very angry with her cousin because she understood that he had mastered an unusual technique, which she still did not like. The girl took offense at the boy and turned her back on him, saying goodbye for today. Ha-hyung didn't understand what had happened. Soa headed forward, looking up at the sky. At the same time, she told her cousin not to talk to her during training anymore. The granddaughter of a legendary swordsman was determined to surpass her younger brother. She was troubled by the fact that she was worse than Hahena. The days on the territory of Cheongaku flew by at an incredible speed. The students did not even notice how rapidly they were progressing. Kuchin was already ready to take back his words that this year's students are doing worse than last year's. Now, this was not a proven fact. Now the teacher could see that the fighters were working very hard and constantly improving their skills, despite the fact that they had not done this before. During all this time, the master managed to understand that there is only one reason for this. Ha-hyun had a great influence on the others during the training together. Absolutely all the young men and women around took an example from the guy who was constantly in the center of attention. He stimulated his surroundings. To Kuchin, it reminded him of the days when Ming was studying at the academy. However, there was a certain difference between the young men, mostly in their character. While Ming was acting like a lone brave dragon, Ha-hyung was an ordinary guy who could get tired at any moment. All the students immediately turned their attention to the boy. It was hard for them to believe that a true genius and monster could say such things. Ha-hyung didn't feel very comfortable being asked questions. The boys assumed that Ha-hyung simply admitted that he had overtaken them all. The guy replied that he was really tired. Kuchin noticed that the boy's genius was showing his abilities, but he did not forget about his peers. The master was very pleased that the genius was able to make friends with the rest of the young men who are older than him. They constantly tried to follow the boy. Watching his students, Kyu-hyun hoped that they would all graduate from Cheongaku together and become very good friends. At some point, the teacher drew the attention of his wards and said that the training was over for today. He thanked everyone for their efforts. The master then said that tomorrow they would begin learning a new swordsmanship technique. Ha-hyung and Sewa were just delighted by this. However, for a second, almost all the students thought that it might be the same boring technique as Samji. It would not be good. Sova decided to dot all the I at once. The girl raised her hand and asked if the master could tell more about this technique. Kuchin was amazed at how quickly the students wanted to master everything. He told his wards that tomorrow's technology is called Changun. One of the students immediately recognized this name. Everyone was just shocked to hear that the Changun was a unique fighting technique only for the Namgun clan. Kyu-hyun confirmed this information and further added that tomorrow, the students would also begin learning Namgun's family internal energy concentration technique. The man said that he spoke with the head of the family, and he agreed to the decision that the students would start learning the secret techniques much earlier. Kyu-hyun said that this was only possible because each state demonstrated their skills worthy of being considered members of the Cheongaku. Ha-hyun caught the man's gaze on him as he spoke the last sentences. The boy understood that special emphasis was placed on him. With that, the teacher finished today's school day and said that the students can go home or stay to practice on their own. Namgun's family taught that swordsmanship was not about becoming stronger through one's own efforts and talent. The mastery of swordsmanship depended on how well the wielder of the weapon knew swordsmanship and the intricacies of battle. Some masters were distinguished by their excellent swordsmanship, which allowed them to do absolutely nothing and defeat their opponents with ease. Other masters, such as Kuchin, were distinguished by their unparalleled knowledge of the sword's trajectory and swordsmanship in general. However, there was one thing that was most valued in swordmasters. Anyone could own a nai, even a small boy or an old grandfather. The main thing was the desire, which Kahi was definitely not lacking. In addition, he possessed an incredible mind and talent from birth. It's been a month since the students started learning the Changgun fencing technique. After a couple of dozen days, the results began to be seen. Ha-hyun was not a surprise to anyone. He was able to master the technique in a few days when the rest of the students continued to graze the rear. Sowa tried to keep up with her cousin and was also able to master the Changgun technique quite well. albeit a bit later. During this time, the master noticed another young man. Pen Hong Hong from the Peng family began to stand out among the crowd with his skills and stubbornness. From the very beginning, Kyuchin had his eye on this stranger, who seemed rather strange to him. But now he seemed to finally show himself. The man heard rumors, however, that Pen Gilson, the head of the Pen family, took his son as a servant and taught him martial arts from an early age. Kyuchin thought about whether the same son of Gilsan was in front of him now. He did not understand why there was any reason to accept a stranger to Chanangaku. One way or another, the head of the Namgun family promised to explain his decision to the instructor. Therefore, Kyuchin continued to follow the order and teach the stranger. Pen Honghook was also constantly comparing himself to one guy. He already recognized Ha's talent. Before that, however, some things were already beyond the realm of possibility. The boy did not understand how Ha Heng was able to grab a salute like dry land absorbing water. It was no longer a simple technique. And Pen Honghook had the feeling that the genius possessed Changgun's technique since birth, even though he only picked up the sword a few weeks ago. Before that, the word genius, talented, and gifted meant absolutely nothing to the boy. However, after meeting Ha Hena, everything has become completely different. Pen Honghook remembered the words of his father, Gil San, who constantly told him not to get hung up on geniuses, but on the contrary, to use them as an impetus for himself. The boy always listened carefully to his father and heeded his advice. Pen Gilson said that this skill will definitely be needed by his son in the past. Now the boy realized that his father was really right. The world of the Namgun family was huge and filled with talents that were much better than Honghook. About the end of Namgun's training, Kuhek thanked all his students for their work and praised them as they grew in his eyes every day. Looking at the front rows of his students, the master said that he could already observe warriors who were able to perfectly master the technique of the Changgong sword. But that was not all the teacher wanted to say. After a short pause, Kuhek announced that he had a very important announcement for the students. The young warriors did not expect such a turn of events. They immediately turned their heads towards the teacher and began to listen to him attentively. After a hard day, all the students headed to the pavilion, which was the accommodation for the students of Chonangak Martial Arts Academy. Ha Hyung continued his training even here. At the same time, he remembered the speech of the teacher who told them about the use of internal energy. The boy's eyes literally burned with fire during the practice of internal energy. He remembered Kyu Hyun talking about the growth of inner energy despite the lack of sleep. The teacher explained that this is a completely normal phenomenon for warriors who are already ready to move on to the next stage. That is why he gave the opportunity to several students to pass the exam for promotion. All this time, Hyeon had no idea that Namgun's family had high hopes for him and that he was being given maximum attention. Ha-hen was considered an unsurpassed genius on par with Min, who had graduated several years earlier, and perhaps even higher than his cousin. The boy was sitting in his room and preparing for the exam. He promised himself that he would definitely turn it in for the sake of his mother and family. The next day, Ha-hyun woke up very early and headed to the Chonangak training ground. It was normal procedure for him. Approaching the central gate, the boy suddenly heard conversations inside. It was very strange because Ha-hyun usually came here alone. It was hard for the boy to believe that someone other than him decided to come to the training ground earlier. However, his assumption did turn out to be true. Pen Honghook arrived even earlier than his peer and demanded that the teacher admit him to today's promotion exam. Kyuchin replied to the boy that he would definitely get it when he was ready. The master did not understand why the novice was in such a hurry. Pen Honghook then asked the teacher if he thought he wasn't ready for the exam despite Ha letting him in henna. Pen Honghook clearly remembered in his head the moment Kyo Yun announced that only Ha Heng is admitted to the exam due to his excellent performance. The guy did admit that Ha Hyung has incredible skills compared to his peers, but Pen Honghook didn't think he was the strongest. Kyu Hyun said absolutely nothing to the young and green boy. He perfectly understood that these are ordinary children's emotions, which are most likely related to envy. Despite this, the teacher saw the flow of energy of one of the best students, which was literally burning with fire. The master was very interested in watching the young man. Kuchin's face after this conversation. Now the man admitted that Honghook really fits the Peng family in terms of his temperament. Meanwhile, Ha Heng just entered the center gate and stopped in the arena. He held in his hands a wooden sword, which was necessary for the test. The boy did not expect to see one of the students in front of him. Suddenly he heard the master's voice commanding him to raise his sword. Ha in front of you, Heng could observe a serious peer. Pen Honghook was also eager to pass this exam and improve his qualifications. The traditions of the warriors of the Penda family differed from those preached by most families of the entire military world. The next head of the family was not the eldest son. The strongest son became him because the strongest had to survive. Ha Heng was behind the central wooden gate and was in no hurry to enter the training ground. However, the master was able to notice him. Kyuchin called the most successful student to him and told him that he had noticed him a long time ago. Ha Hyung was forced to show himself. Hong Hook was somewhat surprised. As soon as the boy saw his direct competitor, his eyes immediately lit up. With each such look, he became more and more enthusiastic. Instead, Ha Hong looked like a completely insecure young man. He slowly walked towards the teacher with his head down. When the young men faced each other, Kyu-hyun said that Hong Hook's behavior in this situation was completely justified and that level of arrogance was necessary for a warrior. The master said that the boys can now properly call themselves warriors and will now be able to determine among themselves who is stronger. Kyuchin said that the only way to do it now is sparring. The young men immediately met each other with radically different views. The master added that this time the sparring would be real, unlike the one practiced during the exam, and the warriors would be allowed to fight at full strength. Kyu-hyun also said that the winner will be the last one standing. Rivals faced each other. Pen Hong-hook looked into the eyes of his opponent and understood that he was very strong. In no family did the young man see such talent as Kahina. However, the boy had a trump card in his pocket, which he called will. He instead clenched the wooden sword in his hand, showing his confidence. Master Kyuchin loudly clapped his hands and announced the start of sparring. The man waited impatiently for the battle to begin. Considering his character, Pei Hong-hook simply couldn't help but attack first, so he immediately got up from his seat and headed in the direction of the enemy. Meanwhile, Ha Heng, on the other hand, remained standing still in his place, holding his sword in front of him. He was preparing to take the opponent's blow. Pen Hong-hook on the nose, the first blow in this fight that was blocked by his opponent. Ha Hyung made it clear who was in charge here. Kyu-hyun watched this match with passion in his eyes. He really liked the beginning, because the opponents immediately showed their best qualities. Pen Hong-hook wasn't going to stop at his first attack, so he swung his sword again for the next strike. This one has already turned out to be much stronger and more complex in the block. Despite this, Ha Hyun was able to block the blow, albeit with difficulty. Master Kuhek was pleasantly surprised by the skills of the young man in the Pen family. He understood that the head of the family managed to teach his son a lot. After the last attack, Hung realized that he couldn't just defend himself. The boy swung his sword and clashed with his opponent. Pen Hong-hook put in minimal effort for the last block. He fell down without looking at his opponent, knowing that his inner energy level was much stronger. Ha Hen was a little worried about his situation at that moment, because it was his first official sparring but not his first fight. Pen Hong-hook looked much more confident as he had sparred many times before this. He forced the opponent to constantly defend against him like this. Ha Heng wasn't going to panic for a second and dodge the attack with ease. For a second, the boy was reminded of his match with Huang. After one small step to the left, Ha Heng swung his wooden sword with all his might to deliver a powerful blow towards the enemy. Pen Hong-hook by no means expected such a turn of events and was forced to block. The young man was shocked by an unexpected and rather strong attack. He was forced to admit that Ha Heng would have already won this fight if they had real swords in their hands. His skills were truly incredible. Pen Hong-hook understood that the opponent had practiced much more than him, so he had absolutely nothing to oppose the young genius. Ha Hyun looked at his opponent and saw in him Namgung Min, whose energy was much stronger than his own. Pen Hong-hook was almost a reflection of his older cousin at this moment, as the energy literally overflowed him. All that remained was to use it. Ha Heng understood very well that in a direct confrontation with his opponent, he would inevitably lose because the balance of forces on the battlefield was uneven. At this moment, the boy realized that it is impossible to prolong the battle because the enemy has more endurance. Ha Heng attacked for reasons of his own. Pen Hong-hook was fully prepared for the enemy's attack and looked straight into his eyes before the collision. Ha's View Heng was already much more confident. Two opponents clashed in a blow with their swords, and the weapon of one of them split in half. The tip of the wooden sword ended up lying on the floor. Ha Hen remained on his feet and looked at his opponent with a confident look, holding the wooden sword in front of him. Instead, Pen Hong-hook could not hold back the onslaught from his opponent and ended up on the ground. The blade of the opponent's sword was right in front of his face. The young man could not even imagine what Ha Heng has an incredible combination of power with his speed. It was because of this that he was defeated. Pen Hong-hook noticed that the opponent had used the maximum of his strength and was almost out of breath. He would have won this fight if he could control his power. However, this did not happen, and he lost. Ha Heng, having won this fight, immediately gave his hand to his opponent to help him stand up. Pen Honghook appreciated the gesture from his opponent. The young man did not expect that Ha Hyun will behave himself as politely as possible after their duel. Peng family was forced to admit defeat. He smiled pleasantly and said that Ha Hyung is really incredibly talented and strong. Pen Honghook took his sparring partner's hand and rose to his feet. Ka won the first match since joining Hen. After his defeat, Pen Honghook realized that he was quite arrogant. Now the young man promised himself that he would train more to catch up with the genius. Kyuchin was very pleased with the match and its result. The man's previous guesses were confirmed and his best student won. Pen Honghook went home and the teacher was left alone with the boy. The man ordered the student to go home and rest today before an important day. Kyu Hyun said that tomorrow would be the final day of the promotion exam. Ha Heng did not expect his career growth to happen so quickly. Meanwhile, Alcyone's Marimu went about his business at the expense of the demonic cult. The situation was tense, so it was necessary to constantly monitor it. Namgun Murin went to the opening of the alliance to help deal with this situation. Family head Namgun was forced to postpone the rest of his business. A guest suddenly entered his room, who was surprised that the old man was still here. Murin was glad to see his old friend. Chivol Golge asked his friend if he was not tired of sitting in this dark room, because he had spent almost 3 months here. Murin was involved in the investigation of the eradication of military groups and families more than a year ago. For the first time, the Alliance was able to find evidence that it was the work of a demonic remote. Chivol Golge constantly visited the head of the Namgun family and helped him defuse the situation with the destruction of families and their revenge. The Great Elder noticed 2 common features in certain situations. He remembered that 15 years ago, a stranger appeared in the demonic cult and eventually became its head. Murin asked the interlocutor if it could be someone like Shin Jihek, whom his grandson mentioned. The elder confirmed this information. Chivol Golge also informed a colleague that at each crime scene, the demonic cult left a room that was emptied to the last crumb. However, the old man could not understand why the enemies needed it at all. Murin was very grateful to the elder for at least this information, because the alliance had nothing to dig up before that. Chivol suddenly changed the subject and asked his friend if he knew that his grandson would be taking the exam for promotion. The old man was simply shocked by such news. Family head Namgun asked if it was really true. Chivol Golge replied that he had never lied to his friend, especially in such a responsible situation. Murin smiled and said that he remembers some unpleasant situations with lies, but they can be put aside for now. Namgun, the head of the family, decided to return to his home to see his grandson. Instead, he decided to leave all matters to the Great Elder. Chivol Golge was simply shocked by this turn of events and absolutely did not agree with it. However, Murin was not going to listen to any refusals. Until Chivol Golge tried to accept the fact that all the responsibility rests on him, the son of the head of the family, Namgun, asked to enter. He informed his father that he had prepared the necessary things for their departure and that they could finally go home. Kian was a staunch helper of his father and always traveled with him. Chivol Golge greeted his old friend very kindly. Kian bowed and said that he was also very happy to see Grand Elder. The old man asked the man why he was also coming back. Without waiting for an answer, Chivol Golge concluded that the son of the head of the family wants to see his nephew, who does incredible things. Kian asked if the old man was talking about Enrin's son. Chivol replied that he understood the man civilly and that the boy had already managed to defeat Huang. The son of the head of the family said that he had heard a lot about his sister's son, who had already been called an unsurpassed genius despite his age. Ki-yun even heard that he was compared to Min, who was his son. The father was always sure that his son was unique. Chivol Golge advised the young man that he had not inherited his father's manners. Ki-yun laughed back and said that Min is a complete copy of him. The pleasant dialogue between the 2 men was interrupted by the head of the Namgun family. He informed his son that there was no time for conversation, as there were urgent matters awaiting them. Murin really wanted to go home, because he could not miss his grandson's exam, which was sure to surprise everyone present. The morning of the next day came very quickly, and Ha-hyun appeared for the exam. Namgun was present at it, Gaikol and Ordinary Master Kyuchin. The teacher pointed the boy to a low tower in front of him and informed him that this would be his task for the promotion exam. Ha-heng just stared at this low tower in silence. Kyuchin, meanwhile, explained to the participant that this structure is very strong and made of steel. At that moment, Haikul decided to join this conversation and asked the boy to go back to get the instrument for the exam. Ha-heng received the iron sword for the first time. At first glance, the boy didn't notice anything special, just a well-forged sword for a senior rank. Kyuchin said that the young man will need this sword during the exam, and he will be able to take it for himself if he successfully completes the test. The examiner explained to the boy that his test would consist of 3 strokes. Ha Hyung asked what the man meant by that number. The teacher replied that the boy should break the tower with 3 swings of his sword. The man added that you can't use your body movements or break your weapon. Ha Heng listened intently to the instructions from the master, who told him that he only had to break the target in front of him with the swordsmanship techniques he had mastered. The boy asked the teacher if he could go up to the tower for a few seconds to touch it. Kyohyun let the boy do it. Ha Heng began to feel his target from all sides. Kyuchin duly appreciated the mind of the boy, who decided to understand his opponent first. The boy carefully looked at the tower from all sides, putting his hand to it. He understood that he would definitely not be able to break the target on his own. Ha Heng continued to run his fingertips along the metal body of the tower and suddenly felt something pulsing inside as if it were alive. The boy was simply shocked to feel the flow of internal energy inside the tower. It turned out that metal objects can also do the same. Ha Heng was able to clearly see the internal energy seeping out through small cracks that were impossible to see with the naked eye. At first glance, the tower looked like a solid piece of steel, but in reality it was not. Ha Heng was able to reveal this secret immediately. The boy understood that every outlet of internal energy is a gap that he can use to make the tower fall. He began to draw his sword. Ha Heng got into a fighting stance and prepared to fight the enemy. It was much easier for him to get started knowing the tower's many weak points. Kyu-yun and the son of the head of the family, Nam-gun, were a little shocked when they saw what the boy was going to do. He wanted to use an unbreakable fencing technique. Geikel had watched before that how all the pupils who came to this test filled the match with internal energy and then pushed the tower with force. However, Ha Young used a completely different technique that focused on calmness and had very little effect on the dynamics that the Namgun family focused on. The man concluded that the young man would definitely not be able to topple the tower with such a technique. Heikel even suggested that this would be an obstacle that would stop the genius. However, Ha Hen had a completely different opinion on this score. He did not think about responsibility at all and slowly exhaled, preparing to strike. The guy struck the first blow, but it turned out to be completely unsuccessful. He didn't manage to get into the gap, so absolutely nothing happened. Ha Heng tried to make his strike as accurate and subtle as possible so that the sword blade could catch the many streams of internal energy seeping through the gaps. The first 2 shots turned out to be completely incompetent. Ha Hyung was on the verge of failure, but at the last moment he decided to concentrate and closed his eyes. He remembered his training. He needed to deliver tens of thousands of blows to the same point. Now he only needed to do it once. Ha Hyun opened his eyes wide and prepared to attack as much as possible. The boy perfectly understood that he no longer had the right to make a mistake. The Chonangaku membership aspirant delivered a powerful and precise strike with his sword, striking the tower in front of him and piercing it through. After this attack, the metal structure began to crack at the seams. The boy managed to get into the gap, and the internal energy began to pour out. The examiners were literally shocked by what the young man had just done. Before that, Chol did not believe in the boy's success, but he had to take back his words. The tower literally shattered into small pieces right in front of the winner's face. Ha Heng was able to take down the target in a very unusual way. Namgun Kyu-hyun seemed to know a little more than his colleague, as his view was quite different. His shock was different, as if something extraordinary had happened. Ha Hen, despite the fact that he broke the tower, was very upset and decided that he failed the exam. The teacher asked why he thought so. The boy showed his sword and said that due to excitement he sent more energy than necessary, and the tip of the sword could not withstand such pressure. Kyu-hyun calmed the boy down in a moment and said that the rules do not stipulate that the weapon must remain perfect, so everything is absolutely fine. Ha Hung didn't expect to hear such an answer. He had already rewritten himself as a loser, and suddenly everything turned 180 degrees. The master informed the novice that he had passed the exam and could now officially be considered an honorary member of the Chonangaku Martial Arts Academy. After that, the teacher advised his student to go to the forge to repair his sword, because now he had to take care of his weapon himself. After the exam, Gichol was forced to admit that Ka Hung is truly a genius. He had never seen how a tower could be broken in such a way before. Namgun Kyu-hyun said that unlike his colleague, he had only seen this once. Chol asked the examiner if it was Namgun Min. The teacher replied that it was not a young man at all, but the head of the Namgun family. He first broke this metal tower in a test trial. Kyuchin reported that Murin had used exactly the same method as Ha just now Hen when he demonstratively broke the first test tower. Geico was simply shocked by such news and asked the man why he did not speak about it earlier, because it is really an incredible fact. Kyuyun smiled and quietly said that the head of the family had ordered not to tell anyone about this, as he had his own plans for the tower's destruction method. Murin said on the first day of the test that one day, there must be a person who will break the tower as well as he did. Gickel was simply shocked when he heard from the examiner that the head of the family was ready to accept such a person as his only pet. Chol asked if it was because of this ordeal that the head of the family did not accept Min as a student. Kyu-hyun replied that Min used a method that was typical of most members. Instead, Ha-heng was able to notice the enemy's weakness and use it to his advantage. This meant that the head of the family would finally accept his only disciple. Gaikol was not very happy at first glance. He remembered that after his mother died, Murin lived his whole life alone. A few years later, he lost his only daughter, and Renee, who he left behind. It was this inheritance that now had to fill the emptiness in Murin's heart. Gichul promised his late sister that the family remembers her, and even if he doesn't, someone else from the Namgun family will surely avenge her death. After receiving a real sword as a reward for passing the exam, Ha-hena immediately began mastering it after repairing it. He really enjoyed training with the new sword, which fit very nicely in his hand. The boy remembered the good advice from the blacksmith more than once. A blacksmith named Banson, after only looking at the structure of the boy's body, concluded that he needed a slightly longer and more accurate sword. The man did not miss a beat and picked up the perfect smaller one for his client. Ha-young was still getting used to his new weapon during training. A week has passed since the boy passed the exam. From the very beginning, after promotion, the participant was immediately selected a master individually. However, Ha-heng was forced to wait for his master. Kyuchin informed the boy that he should wait a little for his master and how long for a valid reason. The guy always treated all force majeure with understanding. After all, he had a goal for which he needed to become stronger. That's why Ha-hyung took a tip from his mentor, who advised him to train on his own until a master appeared. Kyuchin told his student that the best partner in sparring is your own imagination. Ha-heng was about to spar with the imaginary warrior in front of him. The boy imagined how the enemy was rapidly approaching him with a real sword in his hands, and he needed to immediately dodge the attack. Ha-hen was able to successfully avoid a collision with the enemy. It reminded him of the fight with Pen Hong-huk, but a much stronger version. The boy clashed with his imaginary opponent, who was very strong in his opinion. Ha-heng tried to focus on his sword table. He had defeated his imaginary opponent several times before, but this one was unique. He managed to create an image that was very difficult to overcome. Even with the power of his imagination, Ha-hen still managed to defeat his enemy, cutting his imaginary body in two. The boy left the defeated imaginary opponent behind him, whose body floated in the air. Ha-heng decided to rest for a while. At the moment of pause, the boy heard his brother coming up behind him. He clapped his hands and praised his cousin for his efforts. Turning his head back, Ha-hyun saw Hwang in front of him, who was smiling pleasantly. The young man apologized for preventing his brother from practicing. Ha-hyung said that everything was perfectly fine, because he himself really wanted to see his brother. Hwang was very happy that their thoughts coincided. The young man congratulated his younger brother on the promotion, which was quite significant. Ha-hyun replied that he was just lucky to pass the final exam. Hwang replied that luck is also a part of success, but added that he was sure that the boy did not pass the exam with her help alone. Ha-heng was very grateful to his older cousin for the praise. He smiled brightly and said that he greatly appreciated the words of support from his relatives. Hwang thought about it and, after assessing the situation around him, asked if it was Ha-hyung is really going to practice his skills all the time by himself. The cousin offered his younger brother and brother to keep him company in training. Ha-hyung asked if they would spar again. Hwang apologized for not bringing his sword with him, so he suggested that they spar again with their fists, as they did when they first met. Ha-hyung thought for a second and remembered that his last victory was a complete fluke, as Hwang lost his guard then. In the end, the boy could not refuse his older brother, so he agreed to spar with him despite the obvious superiority of the opponent. Hwang started to warm up and praised his brother again for being very brave, as not everyone would voluntarily dare to face an older opponent. Hwang assumed a fighting stance and said that he was ready to fight, warning that he was already going to attack. Hearing the agreement from his opponent, the young man immediately moved from his place and headed towards his opponent using the fast walking technique. Ha Heng immediately recognized this technique as he had seen it in the very first exam. However, this time she was much faster and more accurate. Huang found himself in front of the boy who dodged the attack at the last moment. He admitted that the opponent definitely became stronger. Huang wasn't going to stop at his first failed attack, so he immediately planned his next one and swung his arm to deliver a heavy blow. Ha Hyung had no time to run or dodge the blow, so he was forced to absorb the blow by putting a block in front of him. Huang praised his younger brother for being able to stand up because he had just put in a lot of effort, but the boy didn't fall down. Ha Hung replied that he was too weak for this battle anyway. Huang warned his brother not to even count on winning this sparring match. The young man got up from his seat and ran towards his opponent, informing him that he had been training for 5 years, so Marnie had weak techniques against him. Despite this, Ha Hen continued to cherish the hope of his victory and prepared to meet the enemy on the spot. He chose the right moment for the counterattack. When Huang was an arm's length away from the boy, he threw a powerful punch back at him, meeting his left fist halfway. Huang never stopped being amazed at his younger brother's skills, but he understood that he would not be able to last as he was many times inferior to him in strength. Ha Hyun really didn't feel the best in such a situation. The boy tried to keep up with his cousin in strength, so he stood firmly on his feet. However, at some point the boy's legs still began to buckle. He could not withstand the onslaught and fell back, his back down. Ha Heng knew very well that he would now fall on his back, and that would mean that the sparring was over with his cousin's victory. The guy really hated losing, so he used his inner energy to concentrate it in his foot area for balance. Ha Heng confidently stepped onto the floor with his right foot and managed to keep his balance. The boy did not fall, and therefore the sparring continued. The boy told his cousin that he was still on his feet. Huang laughed and said that using internal energy is not according to the rules. Ha Hyung denied this fact and said that they did not agree on this. Huang reminded him that he didn't bring a sword with him, so the sparring is only with fists. Younger brother that he used absolutely nothing but fists in sparring, and using internal energy for balance is not prohibited by the rules. At that moment, Huang realized that he had to argue with his cousin. He appreciated his desire to win and decided to leave everything as it was. Immediately after that, the elder brother collapsed on the ground saying that he was tired. Ha Hyung did not understand what had happened at that moment. Huang informed his cousin that he had been training at the same place for several months in a row, but he had given up on doing it. Ha Hyung decided to encourage his brother and said that he was making very noticeable progress. Huang agreed that his skills had really grown quite a bit during this period. Despite this, the young man still felt like a real badass because he remembered their brother Min, next to whom he felt like an ant. In addition, Huang recently saw a new star in front of him that shone very brightly. He met Ha Hena, who has incredible talent. Huang agreed that this star was shining very far from him for now, but its brightness was becoming more and more visible in his eyes with each passing day. Ha Hyung was just shocked when he heard that his brother was going to give up his dream of becoming the head of the family. He believed that in any case, he would lose this fight. Huang was ready to lose to Mina or even Ha Henu. The latter did not really like this mood of his brother, so he decided to cheer him up. Ha Hyung informed his cousin that he trains at this place every day. Huang replied that he noticed that, which is why he came to chat. Ha Hyung said that's not what he wanted to say, and added that even if he becomes head of the Namgun family, he still only wants to train with Huang. The boy asked that he would come to this place every day and wait for his older brother, so that the two of them could progress and gain experience. Huang received unexpected support from his younger brother. He patted the boy on the head and said he would think about his offer to train. The older brother decided to go home and took one last look at his cousin. He greatly appreciated Ha's support Henna, who was still very young. Huang couldn't even think that he would one day be supported by his younger brother. The young man looked at the mountain and now really seriously thought about his brother's proposal. Ha Hyung inspired his cousin to take action, and Huang, looking at the bright stars in the sky, promised himself to come to this very place tomorrow evening. Ha Hyung invited not only his cousin to training, but also his sister. Sohwa was simply shocked when she was not the only one who came to the evening training. The girl did not meet her brother Huang very kindly, who nevertheless showed up the next evening to spar with Ha again, Hanom. Huang got his thoughts in order a bit, and 4 days later came to the backyard of the pavilion to continue training together with his relatives. A few more days passed. Ha Heng woke up early in the morning and immediately met Juan. The servants greeted the young master kindly and wished him good morning. The boy immediately noticed some strange commotion in the house and asked Juvan why everyone was so worried. The man was surprised that the boy had not heard of anything yet. When the servant informed the young master that the head of the Namgun family would arrive very soon, Ha Hyung was very happy to see his grandfather again. The young man bowed low to the man and thanked him for the information. Juan replied that he was happy to help and would do it again. The servants admitted that since this boy had come to live in their house, it had become much brighter and more good manners had been added. The woman next to Juvan suddenly interrupted their fascination and turned her attention to the boy, who very quickly headed for training. The woman asked her partner if he thought that Ha Hyung has changed a lot these days, and she spoke not only about physiology. Of course, Ha Hen spent another day on the territory of the training pavilion because honing his skills became a habit for him. Kyuchin decided to let his students off early today because he had extra business. He said that the soldiers can rest today. Instead, the man turned to a student who had already passed the promotion exam. He asked Ha Hena to follow him. The guy naturally agreed and they went about their business. Ha Hen still had no idea where they were going. On the way, the young man asked the teacher where he would take him now. Kyo Yun replied to the boy that they were going to meet his new master. Ha Hyung was not very happy about this event at first and asked why today. Kyo Hyun said that it should have happened earlier, but it happened how it happened. The man was a little surprised that the boy was bored. Ha Hyung informed his teacher that his grandfather would be arriving today and he would like to spend at least a little time with him. Kyo Hyun laughed back and said that the boy would definitely be able to stay with his grandfather after meeting the new master. The teacher and student finally arrived at the residence of the Namgun family, where Ha Hyung was to meet his new teacher, who would teach him new martial arts. Looking at the residence, Ha Hyun smiled and remembered the first time he had met his grandfather in this place, to whom Chivol had brought him. Gold. The boy remembered how his grandfather hugged him tightly. He was very pleased with it. Several months have passed since then. Time passed very quickly. Kyuchin stood still and watched the little genius. A pleasant smile appeared on his face. He decided not to interfere with the young man's memories. Suddenly, the teacher shouted loudly, announcing his arrival to the head of the family. Ha Hyung didn't understand what was going on. Murin allowed his charge to enter the door and it slowly opened. All this time, the boy seemed to be wondering why they had come here. Entering the room, Kyuchin bowed low in front of the head of the family and congratulated him on the fact that he had finally returned to his native room. Ha Hyun just realized that they had visited Grandpa. The boy began to scream loudly and was happy that he could finally see his grandfather again. Murin was also overjoyed to see the young man. He did not see his grandson for 3 months and was infinitely happy to see them. Ha Hyun was acting much more emotional than when they first met. The boy immediately moved from his place and quickly ran in the direction of the head of the family. He hugged his grandfather with all his might and said that he missed him very much. Murin was shocked by the behavior of his grandson, who was not distinguished by his emotionality before. Namgun, the head of the family, asked the boy, "Is he so happy to see his grandfather?" Suddenly, to Ha, an awareness of the hierarchy came to Hen. He apologized to the head of the family for his rudeness and harshness. Murin replied that everything is absolutely fine because a family is a family. The grandfather put his hand on his grandson's head and patted him. Murin noticed in 3 months how his youngest grandson had grown up quite well. Murin also noticed that the boy's inner energy had become completely different. He realized that the boy had been working hard on himself all this time. Ha Hyung told his grandfather about his promotion exam that he passed. The grandfather replied that he had already heard about this day and was very proud of his grandson. The boy also told his grandfather that Master Kyuchin brought him here to meet the new teacher, but it seems the man was just joking. After this phrase, a pleasant smile appeared on the grandfather's face. He informed his grandson that his current teacher was not joking at all. Ha Hyung was even more confused after this answer. He could not understand what was going on and wanted to hear a clear explanation. Murin asked the boy if Kyuchin looked like the kind of man who would joke about such things. The teacher laughed along with the head. After that, Murin thought it necessary to introduce the boy to his new mentor. Grandfather stepped forward and called himself the young man's new teacher. Ha Hyung was simply shocked at this turn of events. Seeing his grandson's reaction, the grandfather asked if it was Ha Hyung is not happy to learn from him. The guy replied that he was happy, of course, just very surprised. He did not expect that the legendary sword master would be his next teacher. Hearing the dialogue between grandfather and son, the great elder decided to intervene in the dialogue. He called Ha Hena is an ungrateful guy who betrayed him. The old man demanded from the young man to explain why he agreed to study with old Namgun and refused to study with the great elder. Ha Hyung had by no means expected to see Elder Chivol in this room Golge. The man asked how he had accepted Namgun's proposal so easily. The great elder finally decided to invite the young man to join the ranks of his disciples and choose him instead of the old Namgun. Ha Heng didn't know how to react to this offer at all. Chivol demanded a quick answer from the boy because such decisions should already be made. In the end, the boy said that he wanted to live in the Namgun family. Chivol Golge asked if he had chosen such a path because Kaban was taught by beggars. Ha Hyun clenched his right fist tightly and replied that it was not like that at all. The guy chose his own path only for personal reasons. Ha Hyung confidently looked at the man and said that Namgun's family has become his home, so he will not leave the people dear to him under any circumstances. Chivol Golge was forced to admit that there was some truth in these words. He calmed down for a second and stopped pressing on the young man. After the interrogation, an ominous smile appeared on the old man's face. He began to laugh at how his friend had taken away his only student. Murin replied to his old friend that the boy was simply following a claim of blood, and such single, childless men would never understand that. Chivol Golge decided to reformulate his question and pick on the boy again. He asked if he agreed to learn from him if the old man stayed here. The Grand Elder was very persistent in his decision. He promised to stay longer than planned and teach the boy martial arts. Chivol Golge admitted that during this time, he would not be able to fully teach him the art of Kaban, but he had many other techniques that he had invented himself. Murin watched with a smile on his face as his friend tried to lure his student by saying that Ha Hyung will be like him very soon. However, the boy had a completely different opinion. He said that he does not want to lack like an old man. Chivol Golge was a little offended at the boy after these words. The head of the family, Namgun, looked kindly at his grandson and told him to accept the old man's offer, as he would be able to learn a lot from him. Ha Hyung just couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Chief Elder Kabanu and his grandfather will train him at the same time. Chivol Golge still stood his ground to the end and took his only student. Now on Ka, very busy days were waiting for him. The new student came to his master's room and began to bow before him. Ha Heng earned it once and then some. So it came to 9. It was a tradition in the Namgun family. The new student had to bow before his master 9 times. Having finished bowing, Ha Heng raised his head and told the master that he would work very hard under his tutelage. It was Murin's first time to receive students, and he felt a little uncomfortable. He asked his grandson not to call him master, but simply grandfather. Chivol Golge suddenly announced his presence in this room and said that it would not work out that way for him. He wanted to be called a mentor. The great elder decided that his friend had already taken the status of a master, so the mentor was quite suitable for him, especially in someone else's family. Ha Hyung bowed to his mentor and said that he would call him that. Chivol Golge was pleasantly surprised by the boy's upbringing. Suddenly, the old man said that training should be started immediately. He quickly approached his student, who did not understand anything. The elder said that the head of the Namgun family has a lot to do right now, so he will take the boy's training under his responsibility for the time being. Ha Heng tried to shout and call for his grandfather, but Murin was really busy, so he left his grandson for a mentor and friend. Several days passed and Ha Hung continued his studies at Chivol Golge. Every day the elder and the boy came to the godfather's training ground to train. Despite his talent, Ha Hung couldn't repeat very many things. The elder kept telling him what he was doing was wrong. The man could not explain everything in words, so he once again decided to demonstrate in practice. He got into a fighting stance and prepared to move. Chivol Golge jumped from his seat and showed the young man how to land. The man never had a sharp word. After landing, the old man asked the boy if he understood everything. Ha Heng asked, "Are the marks supposed to be thought of as huge acupuncture points?" It was not easy for the elder to answer this question. Despite the fact that he was a great warrior, at the same time the old man was just a useless mentor. He had never had to teach anyone before. Despite this was not an obstacle for him. It was long enough for him that the mentor showed. Gathering his strength, the boy got into a fighting stance as the old man had shown. He breathed in slowly, gasping for air to push himself away. After that, Ha Hyun channeled all of his internal energy into his right foot and pushed off the ground with all his might, demonstrating his acupuncture skills. Chivol Golge praised his student and said that he did everything right. Ha Heng was a very good student and learned incredibly fast. The great elder was amazed that the boy was able to master his brilliant ideas in just a few days. However, there was still a lot to learn. Looking at the boy, Chivol Golge even suggested that he could learn the teleportation technique at his young age. The teacher announced that today's training is over and tomorrow Ha Hyung will train with family head Namgun. The guy was just shocked. The elder explained that he had already stayed here for a long time, so he needed to return to the Alliance for a while, where he had many urgent matters left. Chivol. Before leaving, Golge warned the young man not to relax in his absence and to continue repeating everything he had learned. The next day, Ha Hyun came to his grandfather's room to study. The master immediately decided to check the physiological state of his student. He ran his hand near his back and was simply shocked that the young man's acupuncture points and chakras were incredibly spacious, like a riverbed. Murin saw something like this with his own eyes for the first time. The circulation of energy inside the boy's body was simply incredible. The energy points were just abnormally wide. After finishing the procedure, the grandfather asked his grandson if Chivol had not told him anything Golga. Ha-hyung asked what Grandpa meant. Murin asked if perhaps the elder was mentioning something about a special body structure or an ideal body. Ha-hyun thought about the question. The boy suddenly replied that the mentor often said that he was ill-mannered and rude. Murin asked what it all meant. Ha-hyung explained to someone what every time he went to the next stage, Chiwal Golg called him an ill-mannered brat who does not understand anything. The old man just laughed at this. After that, he took out a very small bag from his pocket and handed it to his grandson. Taking the bag in his hands, Ha-hyung wondered what it was. The grandfather let his grandson open it, and the boy did it. When Ha-hen saw the blue ball with his own eyes, his grandfather explained to him that it was called Chasodan, and he took it to the head of the Murim Alliance. Murin said that he was giving it to his student in honor of the fact that he finally had a master who would guide him on the right path. Grandfather warned that the boy might not absorb all the inner energy of this pill, so there is no need to be upset at the very beginning. Ha-hyung knew some things about this pill and said that he understood it perfectly. After that, the boy began to slowly bring her to his mouth. When the young man swallowed the pill, the grandfather ordered him to sit in the lotus position. Ha-hyun followed his grandfather's every instruction without question. Murin was about to check his grandson's energy points again. The boy sat motionless in his place, breathing deeply and slowly. Ha-heng remembered reading about Chasoden in a book. To him, she could smell like plums and emit a lot of energy, but the boy felt nothing. As soon as the young man said these words in his head, the flow of his inner energy began to boil. There was no way he could have expected such strength. Murin was simply shocked to see such a release of energy. Before his eyes, the grandson screamed unbearably and writhed in pain. The old man could not understand what was happening. It was the first time he had seen something like this with his own eyes. The pill began to act in a completely different way. Family head Namgun knew very well that Chasoden should be absorbed into a person's stomach like ice that gradually turns into water. However, in the case of Ka, everything was completely different with Hen. The pill dissolved very quickly in his body and acted like oil on fire. The boy tried to control himself and restrain the flow of energy, but it was very difficult for him because there was too much energy. Murin understood that if this continued, his grandson's chakra point could not withstand and literally crack from overload. The grandfather could only hope for the willpower of his grandson. In the end, everything ended well, and silence finally reigned in the house. Ha-heng was able to survive this difficult stage of training. The boy was breathing heavily, trying to catch his breath from what had just happened to him. Murin was very happy that his grandson coped with this burden. He noticed that the boy's chakra point became even wider than before. Family head Namgun couldn't even imagine that his disciple would absorb all of the pill's energy, but Ha-heng exceeded all expectations. Murin praised his grandson, said that he was a great man who coped with unbearable pain. His whole body consumed him. Ha-hyung said that for him everything is in the past, and now everything is fine. He thanked his grandfather for boosting his inner energy. Murin told his grandson that he had just been initiated. Ha-hyung didn't know the meaning of the word and asked what it even meant. Grandfather explained that the boy managed to absorb all the energy of the pill, so now he can use it whenever he wants. Murin advised the student to try to do it right away. Continuing to sit in the lotus position, Ha-heng put his hands out in front of him and began to form a ball of fire. The flow of his inner energy had indeed become much stronger. Forming a ball of fire in his hands, a wind wave formed around the boy. The master was very pleased with the result. Murin told the boy to use his new skills periodically so they wouldn't become stagnant. Murin suddenly asked the student if he wanted to try swinging the sword. Ha-hyun gave a mixed response and was very eager to do so. The grandfather saw the reaction of his grandson and decided to let him go. He could see that the boy really wanted to try to take the sword in his hands. Ha-hyung was very happy and went to train. Murin saw off his grandson late in the evening and looked at the gift from heaven from his large window. Ha-hyun shined like a star that had fallen from the sky for his grandfather. Murin really wanted to see the future of the Namgun family, where Ha-heng will be the main character. The boy went to the training ground and took the sword in his hands. He had an incredible desire to use his new inner energy. All over his body, Ha-heng felt a powerful flow of energy. It was unlike any of his previous experiences as the power seemed to overwhelm him. Focusing on the next technique, the boy opened his eyes and set himself up for success. He believed someone that everything would work out for him now. Ha-hyung wanted to hone the samjai technique that he saw in Min's older cousin. The technique was still difficult for the boy. He remembered that the last time the equipment drained him of all his energy and he fell powerlessly to the ground from exhaustion. However, now, the boy had enough strength to use the samji technique. He delivered a powerful octagonal blow in all directions. Ha-heng was pleasantly shocked that his powers didn't run out after this technique. He was able to stand on his feet and still had enough strength. That is why the boy decided to continue training. After a while, he was already tired, but he had earned a lot for tonight. After practicing the samji technique using Ha's new sword, Hyun was able to stand on his feet and not collapse from exhaustion. He still has strength left. The boy really liked the inner energy that the pill gave him. He understood that with such power, he would be able to learn much faster. Moreover, today Ha-heng invented his new technique and was going to show it to his grandfather tomorrow to hear his opinion on the matter. The morning of the next day came very quickly, and the boy eagerly went to practice with his grandfather to demonstrate his new skills. Miran immediately put his grandson in the lotus position to check his inner state. Surprisingly, the old man did not see any negative energy. The grandfather praised his grandson for handling his inner energy very well. Ha-hyung replied that it was thanks to his grandfather. However, the old man understood that it was all about his grandson's physiology. Even after the most insidious chasoden, no negative energy appeared in the boy's body. The grandfather asked his grandson how he was feeling. Ha-hyung replied that his body felt much lighter and energy was constantly overflowing him. Marin understood that it was because of the special structure of his body. The guy had only one minus. He absorbed any kind of elixir very painfully. The master informed his student that today they would practice using internal energy, and the boy learned a new spiritual technique. Ha-hyung immediately rose from his seat and was ready to begin. It was very much like a guy who was always willing to learn something new. First, clan head Namgun decided to tell his grandson about spiritual technique because it had many subtleties in its use. Ha-hyun listened carefully to his grandfather and was simply shocked by his words. He tried to interrupt the old man to clarify some information. Seeing the look on his grandson's face, the grandfather asked what had happened. Ha-hyung couldn't formulate a clear answer as he was a bit doubtful. In the end, the young man informed his master that the technique he was talking about had been in his own arsenal for a long time and he was using it. Ha-hyung told someone that his mother had once told him about the intricacies of this technique, so he started practicing it and was eventually able to master it. The guy was not very sure about all the intricacies of the technique, but he asked his grandfather to listen to him so that he could give an answer back. Ha-heng told his master about the intricacies of the spiritual technique that his late mother actually taught him when she was still alive. The Namgun clan listened to his little grandson with admiration and shock. He didn't expect the boy to know so much at his age. Murin confirmed absolutely all the information that the boy told him. The grandfather asked if the grandson had encountered any difficulties while practicing this technique. Ha-heng said he had no difficulty. He was able to understand the principle of action very quickly, and the inner energy began to work for him. Murin was immensely proud of his grandson. He praised the boy and said that he understood everything very well and that he did not even need to explain. A family head Namgun knew a great many high-ranking warriors who had difficulty understanding the spiritual technique and were unable to use it. And in front of him now sat a 10-year-old boy who understood unnecessary explanations. The old man realized that this child did not even need enlightenment. Since Ka-heng had already mastered the family technique and the Taean technique, the head of the family concluded that it was time for the boys to learn serious fencing technique. The young man's eyes literally lit up from this news. It was exactly what he wanted, but the boy had completely forgotten about his previous numbers. When Ha-heng remembered, then asked his grandfather to wait a bit with the equipment. He asked permission to demonstrate what he was able to learn yesterday. On the way to the training arena, the boy told his grandfather that he had invented the technique. Ha-heng took his sword in his hands and began a martial arts demonstration. The young man took a lot of air into his lungs and slowly exhaled to calm down and concentrate. He confidently held his sword in front of him. Murin watched his grandson's movements and stance very carefully. He immediately understood that it would be something similar to Samji's technique. Ha-hyung was still standing in his place, his eyes closed. He tried to gather his strength and show his skill in all its glory. When the boy opened his eyes, he immediately moved from his place and began to strike gradually, releasing energy horizontally and vertically. Ha-heng was able to repeat his older cousin's 8-sided punch in front of the head of the family. It was difficult to imagine a better demonstration at the age of 10. Murin was simply shocked to see his grandson's workshops. He immediately recognized that it was the same technique he had taught Min. However, Ha Heng didn't stop at just the octagonal kick. He further concentrated on the tip of his sword and tried to harness the wind energy. Swinging his sword with all his might, Ha Heng took a powerful punch to the nose, creating a colossal shockwave. The boy called this technique a storm sword. Murin simply could not believe his eyes. It was just that a 10-year-old boy was training in front of him, whose talent was unmatched in this world. The old man just looked at the boy for a while and could not say anything. He swallowed slowly before speaking. At that moment, the boy interrupted his grandfather and said that this was the technique he invented yesterday, adding that he was going to call it an assault sword. Murin looked very pleased after the demonstration. Scratching his beard, the old man replied that the storm sword would make a very good martial arts skill. Ha Hyung was surprised that Grandpa really thought so. Murin had never seen anyone improve Samji to this level. His grandson was incredible. Despite this, the old man was in no hurry to praise him. Family head Namgoon informed his grandson that he had one critical weakness. Murin explained that with repeated rotation, the guy greatly weakens the defense, and a more experienced or stronger opponent will be able to use it with ease. The old man added that at the moment of attack, he will have to concentrate on defense, so this is a minus of the technique. Ha Hen understood everything and thanked for the instructions. After that, the head of the family asked his grandson for a sword and said that he would show him a technique called Changun Tin. He told his student to look carefully and keep his eyes on him. After that, the old man began to demonstrate his skill in response to the boy. At first glance, it was not too difficult and not too easy a technique, which was just right for 10-year-old Ha Henu. Namgun family worked on this technique for several months and now passed it on to his descendants. The main thing in this technique was speed and accuracy. Watching his grandfather and Ha Hana felt as if the sword was literally cutting through space, oblivious to obstacles. The boy admitted that his grandfather was really a great master of the sword, with whom no one could compare and no one could repeat his technique like him. After finishing the demonstration, the master asked his student if he had time to see everything. Ha! With a not-so-satisfied look on his face, Hyun replied that he did. When the grandfather asked what was wrong with the boy's face, Ha Heng said he saw something strange about the technique, but he wasn't too sure about it. He asked the head of the family if it was possible that he saw in this technique two different martial arts that were actually combined into one. Murin by no means expected to hear such words from his grandson. He was shocked because a 10-year-old boy definitely could not understand this. However, the old man definitely did not hear Ha Heng continue to explain his feelings about the mixed media that looked like one. Moreover, every movement seemed as familiar as possible to the boy. Although he had not seen this technique for the first time, the young man had a very strange feeling. Family head Namgoon told his disciple that the Changutin technique was indeed made up of two that the young man already knew. Nothing seemed to him. Ha Heng now understood why he had such a familiar feeling during his observations. Changutin was like a combination of two simple techniques. The boy tried to express his thoughts as constructively as possible, but he did not succeed. Murin asked his grandson not to stop and to continue. However, Ha Young decided to take a short break after all. He asked for some thought before answering. Of course, the old man allowed it. Ha Young closed his eyes and focused on his inner feelings. He wanted to recall all familiar techniques in as much detail as possible and formulate his opinion. Murin watched with admiration as his grandson showed an incredible interest in martial arts. He liked it very much. Family head Namgoon was the best in martial arts, and Ha Heng enjoyed his skills wholeheartedly, analyzing the techniques. Ha Hyun was able to come to some thought and finally opened his eyes. He told his master that he seemed unable to express all his feelings in words. That is why the boy decided to take up the sword and ask the old man to use the weapon in order to demonstrate his feelings. Murin naturally gave his grandson complete freedom. Ha Heng picked up his sword and asked his grandfather to watch him closely. Murin kept his eye on his student. The beginning of his technique seemed almost identical to the Changun technique the old man had demonstrated before. The head of the family was very interested in what the young man would offer him now. He wanted to see the separation of these two techniques, or the weak point in it. Meanwhile, Ha Heng himself did not yet understand what he would do. He simply picked up the sword and moved from his seat, beginning a demonstration training. The boy made a powerful blow with the blade of his sword in the air. He decided to slightly adjust the technique of the old man and remake it in his own way. Murin was simply shocked to see the new technique with his own eyes. He could not even think that his grandson would be able to make such progress. Continuing to watch the boy, The old man could clearly see the reflection of the Changgunmu technique that Ha Heng couldn't know for sure. Changgunmu was a sword technique that belonged only to the Namgun family. The incredible technique was actually a symbol of the family and reflected its strength. Namgun Murin was not able to master this technique ideally, but it was thanks to it that he became a great swordsman who was recognized and feared all over the world. The old man knew his history well, but now he was watching his grandson demonstrate his famous technique. It was just unbelievable. Murin knew very well that before this, his student with problems could repeat Samja's technique, and here he demonstrated incredible skill. Ha Heng delivered a final sword strike, creating a shockwave. He finished the demonstration of the technique, which he decided to rework a little. The boy informed his master that somehow this is how he sees his thoughts at the expense of the scene equipment, but he is not completely sure of them. Murin immediately asked his grandson how he had learned about this technique in the first place. The old man also wondered who was able to teach him Changgun Mu. Ha Hyung didn't understand what the old man meant. The boy looked down at the ground and said that he did not learn this technique, but he was able to understand something. The old man asked what it was. The head of the family was just shocked when Ha Heng said that the author of the technique made his creation as uncomfortable as possible. Murin asked his grandson to demonstrate what he meant. The boy firmly grasped the sword and agreed to give a master class once more. Ha Hen powerfully swung his sword, demonstrating the Changgun technique. This technique was well known to him, and the boy possessed it at a decent level. Then the young man stopped for a second and said that in his opinion the teen technique should go next, since the master took some points from it. The boy gripped his sword tightly and delivered a powerful blow, slicing through the air in his path. The boy mastered the teen technique very quickly. Ha Heng then suggested that the technique master wanted to combine the strengths of these two techniques to create an incredibly strong martial art. Murin was simply shocked when he heard his grandson suggest that the combination of these two techniques was similar to the first attempt to make them one whole. Moreover, the young man added that he saw a lot of strange moments due to the fact that the technique master thoughtlessly decided to combine Teen and Changgung. Ha Heng said that he had some points in mind that would make the technique fast and as simple as possible, without the extra movements that the old man demonstrated. The old man asked if he really found the solution to this problem in the Changgun Mu technique. The guy replied that he didn't know the name of the technique and just acted on his feelings. Murin asked again if the boy really wanted to say that he came to this technique himself because of the mistakes of another. Ha Hyun replied that it turns out like this. Family head Namgoon simply couldn't believe his ears. He stretched his hand forward and asked his grandson to give him his sword. Taking the sword from the boy's hands, the old man thought that in his 80 years of life he had never been so surprised as he was today with the boy. Changgun Mu technique was developed by the old man himself when he was trying to perfect the Changgun Teen. However, he did it in a completely different way than his student. During its development, the head of the family did not pay attention to Changgun Teen when Changgun Mue reached its maximum, and his grandson was able to do so. Now the old man looked at the sword and wondered if he could really be called a swordsman if he didn't know his elemental techniques perfectly. Ha Hyun looked at his grandfather's gloomy face and asked what was happening to him. Murin did not give any answer and began to fill with inner energy. He swung his sword powerfully, creating an incredible flow of wind. The old man felt very strange, as if he was now 20 years old. It was as if beats began to form inside him, pushing him forward. The head of the family had not felt such a feeling for more than 20 years. The feeling that was most necessary for him when he was developing his techniques returned to the legendary swordsman once again. It was very difficult for Murin to believe that his 10-year-old grandson was able to awaken this feeling on his own without any outside help. The old man called this feeling enlightenment. Thanks to it, he was now able to demonstrate his Changgun Mu skills, which he repeated after his student. Ha Heng watched his master in surprise and shock. Grandfather repeated his movements. He did it as perfectly and quickly as possible. Murin remembered a moment from his childhood when his mother told him about the swordsmanship techniques of the Namgun family. She emphasized that fencing begins with the basics. She patted her son on the head and asked him not to rush and run ahead of his father to hell because he had not yet mastered the basics enough. Then the boy could not fully understand his mother, who emphasized the need to learn the basics in order to become a great master. Only at the age of 80, the old man realized that he had not been able to master the basics perfectly. But on this day, his life turned in a completely different direction. Murin was able to heal in a completely different way thanks to the skills of his grandson. His face shone with a pleasant smile that showed positivity towards this world. Standing on the windmill, The old man wondered if everything was really that simple. It took him almost 20 years to perfect the Changgun technique. Namgun family suddenly heard the voice of his grandson behind him, who bowed before him and congratulated him on the fact that enlightenment had come to his grandfather. Ha Young didn't get any response from his grandfather, who just took a few steps forward and put his hands on his shoulder to hug him. The grandfather hugged his grandson tightly and called him a real blessing, because thanks to him he was able to understand a lot of things. Ha Hung replied that even without him, grandfather would have attained enlightenment. However, the old man did not think so at all. Now he began to look at the boy with completely different eyes. Murin could now confidently say that his grandson carried within him the will of a successor who would lead the Namgun family to their best future. It has long been believed that it is very difficult for brilliant warriors to consider themselves a mentor to others, especially to underage people. This was due to the fact that geniuses explained everything based on their own logic, which was very difficult for an ordinary person to understand. However, the case with Namgun Muranom was not like the others. Ha Heng progressed very quickly under his initiation, not even intending to stop. The head of the family, Namgun, was constantly prompting his disciple based on his logic. He said that in this position the sword can be made even heavier. An exception to the rule of geniuses was the case when a genius takes another genius as his student. Ha Heng clearly fit that description. The boy understood half a word of his master. Ha Heng very quickly realized that he could use the weight of the sword instead of the internal energy when striking. Murin understood that what he was explaining was not very understandable, but his grandson still understood him. Grandfather was very glad that he did not have to bend under the boy. During the training, the head of the Namgun family managed to notice that his student is capable of spinning a full thought if he is only given a hint of it. Ha Heng asked his master if it would be better to change the posture when countering in the Changgong technique, since it only takes 12 seconds. Murin explained that in this case there is a problem in the defense. Sometimes the master forgot, however, that he was the child's teacher and communicated with him as an absolute equal. Ha Hung sometimes understood his teacher, and sometimes he didn't. Thus, Murin improved his skills as well. Together with their grandson, they worked on the Changgun technique. Namgun, the head of the family, paid a lot of attention to his youngest grandson. Their constant training took a lot of time, but the man had other things to do. Murin did not forget to mention that he is the current head of the family. That is why, at some point, training had to be postponed in order to deal with the affairs of the head. Today, the grandfather, together with his youngest grandson, went to inspect a neighboring village, which the head of the family had not visited for a long time. Ha Hyung was surprised that Grandpa didn't take a bodyguard with him on the trip. The guy asked why. Murin only laughed in response. He turned his face slightly back and asked in a serious voice if the grandson thought that his grandfather needed protection. A passing village on their way. Here they met their old acquaintance, the blacksmith Bansan, and inquired about his affairs. The man smiled and replied that thanks to Namgun's family, he has an amazing life. The chief did not forget to thank him for the sword the man had made for the boy. Ha Heng also expressed the limitless paper to the man and bowed his head to him. Bansan even felt a little uncomfortable, since this was a member of the supreme branch of the family. Very soon the travelers were forced to leave the blacksmith behind as time was short. They needed to get to their final destination, to the head of the Namgun family, and asked to solve their problems. Some of them could not go to the forest for firewood because of predators. Murin promised the people to send his men so that they could go for firewood. People really liked the head because it always got a positive response. However, there were people who paid attention not only to the head of the family. Two girls suddenly approached the travelers. They couldn't help but notice a handsome guy on their way. Ha Hyung didn't feel very comfortable when the girls literally attacked him. They wanted to touch the grandson of the head of the family, about whom they had heard a lot. Ha Hen didn't like the trip very much at that moment. He asked his grandfather to save him, but the old man only mocked his grandson. When the representatives of the Namgun family finally left the village, the student asked his grandfather how everyone in the village knew him. Murin replied to his grandson that he had lived here many years ago when he was young. Grandfather told a story about the war, because of which he could not return to his family. The head of the family asked his grandson if he noticed the happy faces of all the residents. Ha Hyun replied that they really looked very happy. The old man explained that all this is happening because absolutely all residents of this village count on their family, which is a protective barrier for them. Murin informed his grandson that he regularly sends his men to the village to protect the people from wild beasts, and they are. Also, The head of the Namgun family always agreed to help the neighboring village with his supplies in years when there was a crop failure or drought. Murin said that he would very much like to maintain this relationship with his neighbors. Ha-hyun looked at his grandfather very strangely. The boy suddenly asked the old man, "What does the Namgun family get in return for their kindness? Because they do not collect any protection fees from Lug." Murin considered his grandson a genius, but there were moments that were difficult for him to understand. After this question, a pleasant smile appeared on the old man's face. The grandfather replied to his grandson that he considers every member of this village to be his family. Ha-hyung couldn't understand how that was even possible since he only had one chemistry. Murin replied that he does not attach very complex meanings to this word, so I always help my loved ones with the hope of their kindness in return. Ha-hyun thought about his grandfather's words. He could feel the incredible warmth from his smile, which he gave to every person he met. Looking at his grandfather's back, the boy wondered if there were such straightforward and good-natured people in this world as his grandfather. Ha-heng suddenly asked the head of the family, what will happen to him, the boy who was born far from this place and never grew up with his relatives? The grandfather cast his gaze in the direction of the grandson and asked if he really felt like a stranger. Ha-hung really had to think about these words. Without waiting for an answer, the head of the family said that not all members of his family came from this place, but they managed to settle down and live a happy life. The old man explained that everything depends on the soul of a person. Ha-hen was all the more connected to the head of the family by blood ties. The guy clarified that these are only maternal ties. Murin whispered to his grandson that his mother Enrin was the most beloved child in the family despite having two sons. Ha-hyung was a little shocked by this secret and decided that the uncles would be very offended when they found out. The old man replied to someone that they must be guessing. The boy remembered his mother and wondered if his mother would want him to forget about revenge and just live a happy life in Namgun. For Murin to watch his grandson's thoughts. He said that Enrin would definitely like to see her son as the strongest warrior, and that revenge was up to him to decide. Grandfather asked if the boy knew that his mother was called a sinister beauty. Ha-hyung did not know this and asked to tell the story about his mother. These stories made the boy miss his mother less. Murin constantly told the boy stories, and they did not even notice how they got to Figuk. Travelers stood at the entrance to the village where any passerby could enter. It was here that the head of the Namgun family had some business. The grandfather told his grandson that Fuguk is a place where almost the entire Namgun family can live without worrying about anything. He explained that the main income for the family comes from here because it is the main production and trade route laid by their clan. Suddenly, one of the workers in Faguk noticed the head of the Namgun family on his horizon and immediately wanted to talk to the master. That man turned out to be Namgun Huin, who ruled almost all of Figuk. He asked the head of the family if he had finally found time for them. The man immediately noticed that the old man did not come alone, but with his grandson, who was already well known. Ha-hyun, despite his popularity, still introduced himself. Namgun Huyen replied that he immediately saw the young man's talent with his eyes because he could see the inner energy. Ha-hung didn't expect this. The boy was forced to shut up and listen to the dialogue between the head of the family and Huyen, who was ready to work for the benefit of his family even very far from here. The man was absolutely not upset that he had to manage Fioguk because he was doing it for the Namgun family, which he put above his own interests. Ha-hyun, watching Huyen, wondered why he needed all this. He was a man like the wind in the field. The man agreed to do everything for his family without having a permanent place of residence, but anyone could confidently say that he was a member of the Namgun family. Now Ha-heng understood what Grandpa meant as they passed the previous village. Thanks to Hivyenov, the boy understood a lot of things. Ha-hyung has now realized the fact that he is also a member of the Namgun family, despite his past, as he considers himself the grandson of the head of the family. Murin watched the reaction of his student and saw perfectly that the words about the family finally reached him. It really warmed the soul of the old man. A 10-year-old boy who suddenly appeared in Namgun's family finally began to consider himself a member, thanks to the free as wind person, Namgun Kvyenu. It has been a long time since Ha-hyun ended up in the Namgun family. The boy was already 11 years old and he continued to progress. During this time, the boy mastered incredible skills that no one at his age could achieve. His usual status has noticeably changed. Ha-hen continued to be considered an undisputed talent, gifted by God himself. Now the boy informed his opponent that he is ready to spar. His opponent this time was a member of Chonangaku named Ujin. He really wanted to fight the talented boy an infinite number of times. Ha Heng was absolutely not averse to engaging in battle with his well-known acquaintance once more. The guy never refused his friends from sparring. Sparring took place without a referee, so Ujin himself announced the start of the battle and immediately moved from his place, heading in the direction of the enemy. He struck the first blow in this duel with his sword on the nose, from which Ha Heng was able to dodge with ease. His speed only increased in a few months. The boy was forced to sit in defense for a while and evaluate the skills of the enemy. He saw that the opponent was using a lot of deceptive maneuvers. However, such pleading maneuvers will not work on a genius child. Ha Heng took the hilt of his sword more tightly and swung it in the air with all his might. It was not a thoughtless strike, but a specific targeted attack. The boy managed to hit the enemy's left hand, in which he was constantly holding the sword. Ujin was left without a weapon in his hands. His sword flew to the ground and the young man was forced to admit his defeat in an unequal battle. After the match, Ujin asked his opponent if there were any points that needed improvement. Ha Hyung initially praised the young man for his remarkable progress. However, despite this, the boy noticed many flaws, including a very sloppy walking technique that did not combine with sword technique. Ha Heng advised his colleague to practice the transfer technique in a more standard way to differentiate the skills and use them separately. The young man's adventures at the training ground did not end there. Behind him, he suddenly heard another Chanangaku member wanting to fight him. Ha Hen was really a local star, and a lot of people wanted to fight him. They were literally ready to fight to be first in line. Ha Hung constantly reassured his friends and asked them to line up if they wanted to fight him so that there would be no conflicts in the academy. The ability to see weak points in his opponents and give advice made the guy a real star. Absolutely all his friends wanted to spar with him. Ha Hen served it as extra training, but he was a little wary of the constant sparring because the teenagers couldn't stop. The boy wondered if the children in the Namgun family were so obsessed with martial arts that they were even willing to learn from a child. After all, Ha Heng had no choice but to continue sparring. He did not want to offend anyone, so he kept his word and sparred with everyone. The boy is very tired after long training. He already wanted to rest as his internal energy was also not infinite. However, this time he failed to do so. Behind him, the young man asked his friend to stay for a moment and have another match. Turning his gaze back, Ha Heng spotted his old acquaintance Peng Honghuk. They have not seen each other for quite a long time. Ha Hyung was pleasantly surprised that the young man had finally become an official member of Chonangaku. Honghuk replied that he had to sweat a lot for it. The young man also said that he was able to achieve a lot during this time, so now he wants to fight with his favorite opponent and test his skills. Ha Hen was absolutely not against such a schedule of events. The boy smiled brightly and said that he agreed to enter into another duel. The young men who had already completed their sparring noticed that Ha Heng is going to fight again with an opponent who decided to spar for the first time. Pen. During this time, Honghuk became very famous in the academy because he was the son of a feudal lord. He received special attention from his peers. Looking at his opponent, Ha Hyung could immediately notice that his energy level was completely different from what he had before. Ha's vision. Haina had also grown since their last meeting. Now he could see much more and assess the level of his opponent. Pen Honghuk wasn't going to drag this fight out for long and immediately moved from his seat. The young man delivered the first blow in this fight. Ha Hen wasn't going to stand still either and immediately blocked his opponent's attack. It took him less than a second to figure out the direction of the sword. For the first time, the boy faced an opponent who was able to press him. Ha Heng admitted that Peng Honghuk has become much stronger during this time. On the contrary, the young man did not expect that his opponent had improved his art several times. He understood that it was necessary to retreat immediately. Pen Honghuk was able to make a few jumps back in time and avoid a quick attack from his opponent, who won the sparring match last time. After Ha's last attack, Hyung stopped and was surprised that his opponent dodged his blow. Pen Honghuk replied that his recklessness was a thing of the past. The young man admitted that the opponent had grown a lot in a few months. It seemed to him that the flow of the boy's inner energy became stronger than his own. Despite this, Pen Honghuk wasn't going to stop sparring. He also hadn't wiped his pants all these months, so it took some skill. The young man covered his sword in a flood of fiery energy in a matter of seconds. He was seriously determined to show all his trump cards in this match. The young men behind the feudal lord's son were shocked that he could use the sword's inner energy. It was a skill of the highest level. Ha Hen, unlike his friends, immediately understood that this was not the sword's energy at all, and he had nothing to fear in this match. Observing his opponent, the boy concluded that he had simply imbued his sword with his own energy, which was much more difficult to control. Ha Heng knew that if you used your inner energy for a long time, You might not even notice how you would lose all strength and be defeated in battle. The guy blocked Pen's powerful shot Hong-huk, who invested all the energy of his sword. The young man hoped that he would break the opponent with his pressure. Ha-heng could clearly see the flow of his opponent's inner energy. He understood that it was necessary to simply bide his time, since the opponent would not be able to hold on for long. Pen Hong-huk was also well aware of the weakness of his technique, but it was his only hope. At some point, he felt his muscles begin to weaken. His sword lost its former power and began to lose ground on the battlefield. Ha-heng instead only continued to pressure his opponent. At one point, the boy felt a significant advantage on his side and swung his sword powerfully, leaving his opponent with nothing. Hong-huk's wooden sword split in two and its top fell to the ground. This meant the young man's undoubted defeat. Pen looked at his sword and did not understand how this was even possible. He could not use his advantage, and the opponent turned out to be much stronger. The young man was forced to admit that he did not surpass his colleague and lost in this fight. Pen Hong-huk thanked his opponent for the match. After the fight, the young man said that he thought he had become much stronger, but now he realized that Ha-hyun is a few steps ahead of him again. The boy tried to explain to the young man that he had become stronger. Then Pen Hong-huk refused to listen to this and asked him not to comfort him. Then Ha-hyun asked his opponent if he could give him some advice based on the results of their match. Pen usual agreed. The grandson of the great swordmaster didn't even know how to begin. He didn't want to say it very harshly to his opponent, but there was no other way. Ha-heng reported that the sword that the young man uses in battle does not suit him at all. The boy made this conclusion judging by his movements. Instead, the talented student suggested that his colleague use a saber instead of a sword. Pen Hong-huk was simply shocked by such an offer. Ha-heng explained his opinion by saying that the saber is much more suitable for fast and explosive attacks, which are the basis of the young man's techniques. The boy could not understand why Pen Hong-huk wants to learn sword techniques if they don't suit his fighting style at all, no matter how hard he tries. At some point, the young man interrupted his interlocutor and with absolute shock on his face, asked how much Ha-hyun knows about him. Pen Hong-huk is indignant that the boy gives him very painful advice that makes him remember the past in the Peng family. Ha-hyun did not understand the reaction of his interlocutor at all. He asked the young man what he meant by asking such things. In the end, Pen Hong-huk got a hold of himself and realized that the boy had just earned a conclusion from his movements, so he was completely innocent. The young man thanked his opponent for today's sparring. He hoped that one day they would meet again and be able to fight as equals. Ha-hen didn't really like the look on his face when his opponent left him. He tried to understand what he had said. Pen Hong-huk went home alone with his emotions. He couldn't get the situation that happened today out of his head. There was a full moon on the holy street and night reigned, but the young man could not fall asleep. Under the guidance of the night, he decided to meet face to face with his past. Pen. In his room, Hong-huk found the thunderbolt saber that his father had handed down to him. He looked at the weapon in his hands and remembered the events of the past. The young man recalled how he began to reach incredible heights in mastering the saber. Immediately after that, almost all of his friends turned their backs on him. The same applied to his older brothers, who considered the younger one to be their father's favorite, so they disliked the boy and constantly humiliated him. Pen Hong-huk mentioned that in Peng's family, whoever achieved the highest results was almost always criticized, but in Namgun's family, everything was completely different. Almost everyone here behaved like one family, and no one envied anyone. On the contrary, the warriors trained hard to match the most successful student. Pen Hong-huk wondered, maybe this is why the Namgun family is called the strongest in martial arts, because support means a lot. The young man decided to vent all his emotions in the backyard and started swinging his saber to relieve some of his stress. He knew few techniques with the weapons his father had given him, but he had honed them quite well and felt confident with a saber. Pen. With a smile on his face, Hong-huk practiced with an old weapon that brought back not only bad memories but also very good ones. The Sword of Universal Thunder was an ancient martial technique of the Peng family. It was only passed down as an inheritance, and that's how Hong-huk found out about it. The young man looked into the open sky and seemed to be talking to his father. He was asking his dad why he entrusted him with this saber, and also the secret technique. Suddenly, the boy's thoughts were interrupted by extraneous sounds behind him, and he immediately paid attention to them. It was very strange considering the time of day. Turning his head back, Hong-huk was simply shocked to see a guest in front of him, who purposefully came right to him. Ha-hyun apologized for the unexpected visit and said that he knew the young man would be right here. Peng asked how he even knew. The boy explained that everyone who left him with such an expression on his face could not sleep, and continued to practice at night in the backyard. Ha-hyung suddenly noticed the luxurious saber in the hands of his interlocutor. He asked permission to take a closer look at this incredibly beautiful weapon. Pen Hong-hook let his friend look at his saber. He looked at the boy and understood that in such situations, he still remains a child. Ha-heng was very surprised that the young man had not used his saber before. Pen Hong-hook explained he came here to learn swordsmanship, so he didn't need a saber. Pen Hong-hook was very surprised when he heard the question from the interlocutor. Ha-hyung asked why he couldn't continue fencing with the saber. Of course, the boy knew that a saber could not be used for certain blows, but fencing with a sword had a lot in common. Pen Hong-hook had never thought about it before. He asked the talented guy if he was really serious now. The young man said that the boy should understand the fact that swordsmanship is different from sabers, especially when it comes to the sharp end. Suddenly, Pen Hong-hook realized that he had just answered his own question. His past words contradicted his present words and did not match at all. Ha-heng said that this was exactly what he wanted to say to his interlocutor, because the sword's internal energy greatly increased its sharp blade. Based on his observations, the boy explained that a strong blow from the saber would deliver exactly the same blow as from the sword's internal energy. Pen Hong-hook understood what the interlocutor was trying to explain to him. The young man recalled that this very situation happened in their sparring today. Pen Hong-hook realized that he had never been able to wean himself off the saber. Ha-heng was surprised and asked if there was a good reason to do this. The young man replied that he is a warrior who was expelled from his native home, therefore he wants to leave the saber. Ha-hyung asked if he didn't come here just to study. Pen Hong-hook replied that his father sent him here without the possibility of returning to his family. Ha-heng assumed there must be a reason for this. The boy looked at the sharp blade, the saber, and could not even imagine why such an ignoble person would pass such a luxurious and dangerous weapon to his son. Based on this opinion, Ha-hyung asked if the young man's father was not so bad and sent him here to protect him and teach him a skill. The boy also wondered why he should send his son to a family that has no equal in martial arts. Pen Hong-hook suddenly thought about it. Ha-hyung was absolutely certain that his father had a reason for sending his youngest son to the Namgun family. Pen Hong-hook had never thought about why there might be a reason, but now he began to realize that things might not just be like that. The young man closed his eyes and said that after this dialogue, one thought came to him. Ha-hyung asked if he could share her. Pen Hong-hook surmised that his father had sent him here and given him the thunderclap saber to protect and revive the family swordsmanship tradition. After that, the young man offered to demonstrate his skills. Ha-heng-bo absolutely does not mind watching the family martial arts of the Peng family. Pen Hong-hook had never shown this before, but Ha-he could trust Henu. He felt that the members of the Namgun family were always open. Having prepared for a demonstrative demonstration, the young man moved from his place and swung his sword blade with all his might. A crescent moon formed in the air. Ha-hyun appreciated the skills of his sparring partner. He saw that saber fencing has much more power than the sword. It seemed to the boys that if several obstacles were placed in the young man's way, they would be absolutely nothing compared to such a force. Eventually, the young genius noticed that sword fencing styles were very different from saber fencing, given their origins. Pen Hong-hook finished his demonstration very quickly and said that he would like to show more, but these are all the techniques he knows. The young man asked the genius if he had noticed anything special. Ha-hen found it difficult to answer the question at first. The guy just couldn't find the words. Pen Hong-hook concluded that he was only burdening the boy one more time, so he decided to leave and said that he could handle everything on his own. However, Ha-hyun finally found something to say. He said that of course no one can understand the goal of the feudal lord, but there is something they can understand. Ha-heng, looking at the interlocutor's martial arts, said that he remembered one technique of swordsman. Pen Hong-hook gave him his sword. The young man said that he now needed a weapon much more to express his emotions, so he asked to demonstrate the technique he mentioned. Ha-heng had never held a saber in his hand before, but he felt a certain resemblance. He asked the interlocutor to watch him carefully. Having adjusted to the performance of the technique, Ha-heng planted his feet firmly on the ground and delivered the first powerful blow with his saber, slicing through the air. Pen Hong-hook was simply shocked as he could see the similarities with the techniques used by the saber masters from the first strike. The young man watched the genius boy and saw how he almost exactly mirrored his thunderclap technique with no effort at all. Ha-heng was able to repeat the technique again after only seeing it once. Pen Hong-hook wondered if this guy was even human. However, he was not going to end there. Pen Hong-hook was just shocked when he realized that the boy would try to do the impossible. The young man noticed how Ha-heng tries to combine the saber fencing technique with the sword. turning the thunder roar technique into a sword technique. Ha-hen couldn't see much of a difference between a sword and a saber during the demonstration. He was just trying to focus on the strength of the weapon in his hands. The boy understood that his thoughts and body were much more important than the weapon itself, so he swung his saber and demonstrated incredible skills. Ha-heng displayed simply incredible confidence in swordsmanship. It seemed as if it was his native weapon from birth. The boy loosened his grip slightly and balanced between the sword technique and the saber technique, as if trying to find a middle ground. It was simply incredible to watch. From sword technique to saber technique and vice versa, Ha-heng was just incredibly skilled. Pen Honguk just couldn't find his place at the moment. He felt like an absolute badass, unable to wield even his native weapons. His eyes were literally captivated by how Ha-hen wields a saber. He watched as the blunt sword was sharpened again and started to be used. The global rumbles of thunder weren't ideal. After watching the boy, Pen Honguk came to exactly this conclusion. Tears of happiness appeared on the young man's face, and he understood that the will of his master was that he would be able to complete the technique of universal thunder. Pen Honguk immediately ran up to his friend after the demonstration and squeezed his hand tightly. He was infinitely grateful to him for showing him the right path. The young man said that the boy had just shown him the direction in which he needed to move and called him a blesser who could not be found anywhere else. Pen Honguk, after what he saw, promised the boy that he would tell the master that he would work with the saber and then complete the worldwide rumble of thunder. The young man also said that after that, he would be able to return to the Pen family with a calm soul and tell his father about his adventures. Ha-heng was infinitely happy for the young man. The guy smiled pleasantly and told his friend that he would definitely be able to achieve his goal. Tonight, the boy realized some very important things, including how the Peng clan's family machinery works. Ha-heng said goodbye to the clan member and left the improvement of this technique to him. After all, the guy had completely different plans. Thanks to him, the talented young man was able to understand that he had mastered a new technique, which is far from ideal, but will help him gain enlightenment in the future. Ha-heng called this technique a modification of the universal thunderbolts for the sword. She was barely noticeable, like moonlight where the boy was looking. The genius could not take his eyes off the moon, which shines brightly in the sky. At that moment, he realized that he wanted to name the technique after moonlight. The next evening, Pen Honguk also decided to join the unscheduled training, which Namgoon didn't like very much. Sova. The girl expressed her complaints that there were too many of them, and now another guy joined them, for whom there is literally no room. Peng apologized as usual, but wanted to train next to Ha-henom. Sova continued to get angry, and told the boy to go to the training ground if he had even an ounce of conscience. In this case, Hyun offered to do everything at the training ground for the Chonangak members, but suddenly remembered that his sister had not yet increased her rank. Soa could not control her emotions at this moment, and began to get angry with her cousin. Ha-hyun knew it was time to run a little. Sova followed her brother, telling him to stop. She wanted to kick his ass and show who is the eldest in the family. Pen Honguk asked Huang if this happens every night. The young man replied that it would never be superfluous to practice the movement technique. During the day, the brilliant boy did not forget about training with his master. On this day, he had something to demonstrate to the head of the Namgun clan. Ha-heng swung his sword confidently, but it was very similar to the movements of a saber. He decided to show the invented technique to the master. Murin was pleasantly surprised because he had seen it with his own eyes. A 10-year-old boy was able to modify the technique, which in itself is difficult to master. The old man carefully observed his student and was able to notice almost identical details of the technique that he had once seen in a feudal lord from the Pen family. Murin was simply shocked when he realized that his grandson was able to perfect the technique of the Peng clan and adopt it as a sword art. Clan head Namgun could call it something between a sword technique and a saber, but it was too harmonious to not have a name. Murin couldn't believe that a 10-year-old youth had not only been able to perfect the universal thunder rumble technique, but had also absorbed it into his own martial art. Ha-heng finished demonstrating his new technique to the master and said that this was all for now, but he would definitely refine it further. The boy did not get a quick answer from the old man and became very worried because the sentence was unpredictable. Murin simply could not formulate his opinion. The old man smiled pleasantly and praised his grandson for the newly created technique. Despite this, the grandfather immediately decided to point out the boy's shortcomings. Ha-hyun never resented his grandfather because he understood that he only wanted the best for him. He perceived criticism as a real adult man. Meanwhile, Huang decided to visit his cousin, whom he hadn't seen in a very long time. Now the young man was always in high spirits. He met with Min, who was very rarely in his native lands. Huang finally managed to talk to his brother, who was constantly busy with business. Ming was happy to see his cousin and apologized that he rarely comes by. Huang said that he understands everything, because every member of the family needs to train. Suddenly, the young man literally froze in place when he felt incredible energy. It was Min's inner energy that had grown manifold since their last meeting. With wide eyes, Huang looked at his cousin and couldn't believe that he had reached this level. It was just something incredible. Min's inner energy had tripled since the cousins had last seen each other. Huang's hands started to drop again. Min saw his brother's reaction and immediately decided to cheer him up. The older cousin put his hand on his brother's shoulder and asked him to listen to him. The youngster praised his cousin for achieving incredible results and increasing his inner energy despite his depression. Huang said that compared to his brother, his achievements were nothing. He understood this perfectly because the changes were visible to the naked eye. Ming asked that it be better to postpone the subject and was surprised that his brother did not stop training at all and continued to work hard every day. Ha had affected him that much. Henom Huang admitted that this is indeed the case, and he trains with his younger cousin in the evenings. The older brother praised the younger brother for his efforts and said that he was a lot like him. Huang asked what it all meant. Min explained that when he sees Ha Hena's legs literally take her to train. Huang replied that he was very familiar with the feeling. Suddenly, Ming started talking about how he might be able to make his dreams and goals come true if Ha Hyun will stay here. Huang was just shocked. The younger cousin couldn't say a word when he realized what the older brother wanted to do. He did not believe that anyone was capable of such a thing. Ming confirmed his cousin's guesses and said that he wanted to travel the world without being tied to his family or the alliance at all. Huang began to come to his senses a little and asked his brother if this meant that he wanted to leave his inheritance and renounce the position of head of the family. Huang understood very well that in such a case, Ha would be the next main contender for the throne Hyun, who is progressing at a crazy pace. Min asked the interlocutor if he knew who he had the best sparring matches with, hinting that it was an imaginary opponent. Without waiting for an answer from his brother, Ming said that he imagines their youngest brother as an adult and has real battles with him. Min really liked that the little cousin was constantly running after the elders and asking for help, but his skills were far superior to theirs. Min asked his brother if he had thought about it. Huang replied that he himself had never applied for the post of head of the family, so he did not think about it. Huang was just shocked when he heard that the elder brother said that the bloodline would be enough to become the head, but the pressure would be enormous. That was why Ming offered his cousin to help their youngest brother. Huang was simply shocked by such an offer. Namgun Min confidently placed his hand on his chest and said that he wanted to do Ha Hena is the successor of the family, despite the warnings of others. In the morning of the next day, the brother and sister came to Chanangaku Academy. Today, the first and most important task from the head of the family awaited them. Sohwa looked forward to this morning. She asked her younger brother if he was worried about the outcome of the mission. Ha Young looked at his sister in surprise and said that he didn't care at all. The guy asked how the girl was feeling right now. Sohwa wondered how a little boy could have such steely nerves. Ha Hyun was completely unfazed by his first official assignment. The young genius assumed that his first task as a member of the Chanangaku would not be too difficult, so he saw no reason to worry. Suddenly, the dialogue between the two cousins was interrupted by the eldest. He praised his relatives for arriving a few minutes before the scheduled meeting. This young warrior was Min Namgun. The younger brother and sister were very happy to see their cousin in the same uniform as them. Sohwa asked if Min would be the same elite warrior accompanying them. Ming confirmed his sister's words and also congratulated her on her promotion. After talking a little with his sister, the elder brother fixed his gaze on his cousin. He saw him literally change before his eyes every day. Min decided to compliment the young genius. He noted that since their last meeting, Ka Hyung seems even stronger in appearance. The younger brother also earned a compliment from the cousin in return. Ming added that his skills would soon be surpassed by a young member of their family. Next, the elder brother explained the purpose of today's mission, which was to deliver something to Jeondiokan. Sohwa was very surprised, because it was too close. Ming agreed with his cousin but stressed that there was no way to relax as they would be on the road for several days. Suddenly, a rough male voice intervened in the dialogue. He approached the teenagers and asked the young people if they had set out on the road yet. It was the head of the Namgun Murin family. The grandchildren were very happy to see their grandfather, who decided to see his grandchildren on the road. Family head Namgun returned to the eldest grandson and asked if they had enough supplies. Min replied that there might even be too much food. Murin advised his grandson not to complicate the mission and return with good memories. Min thanked his grandfather and bowed before the head of the family. The old man decided to remind the grandchildren that during the mission for the Namgun family, the main thing is not to complete the task, but to save the lives of all team members. After these words, Murin laughed and asked not to forget his words. He did not want to scare his grandchildren, but on the contrary, to give them a boost. The teenagers exclaimed that they perfectly remember all the rules of the Namgun family. They promised grandfather that they would return from the mission in full force as soon as possible. After that, the grandson of the head of the family turned his back to his grandfather and took the first steps towards the mission, which was the first for the youngest members of the family. Murin looked at his 3 grandchildren and saw the light of the future Namgun family. He was calm because their family had an incredible young generation. A team of 3 grandchildren of the head of the family finally went on a trip. They went through wide mountains and forests where the terrain was very treacherous. Min moved ahead of his team like a true leader. His younger cousins constantly had to catch up with their brother because he moved quite fast. Ha Heng was pleasantly surprised that his inner energy did not run out. He had already run several kilometers, but he did not feel tired at all. The boy remembered the words of his old master, who told him about the basics of endurance, which consisted in the release and restoration of internal energy. Shivo Golge emphasized that during running, it is very important to restore internal energy in order to maintain balance and accumulate strength. Ha Heng remembered all the instructions from his old teacher. He relentlessly continued to run forward, accumulating an incredible amount of internal energy inside his body. The boy kept repeating to himself that even now, he had to give his all, even if nothing threatened him and no one was chasing him. Ha Hyung made it his goal to catch up with his older brother. With each step, he pushed harder and harder from the ground, concentrating his energy on his feet. Pushing off the ground with all his might, the young genius moved faster and faster. He had already broken away from his sister a few meters ahead. Ha Yun Bo is very happy with the result of his little training. He managed to feel a flow of internal energy that he could use to power up the movement. So-wa at some point informed her older brother that she was tired. Ming understood this very well, so he suggested that his relatives arrange a stopover. So-wa asked her cousin if they would have to run like this every day. Min tried to reassure the girl that she was simply not used to such loads. The elder brother admitted that So-wa was holding up very well considering his lack of experience and the heavy loads during past training sessions. Ming fixed his gaze on another companion. Ha Heng was not tired at all, and on the contrary, offered to fetch water for his companions. Ming looked at his cousin's satisfied face and wondered if this boy even had a line he couldn't cross. Ming allowed the boy to go to the forest to fetch water. Ha Heng thanked their team leader for his trust and set off to find water. There were many wild animals in the forest. A small hare was sitting on one of the forest paths, which decided to rest a little. Ha Hyun immediately noticed a small and cute animal. He stood behind the hare and listened carefully to every sound around him. The boy began to slowly approach the animal when he suddenly moved from his place. Pushing off the ground, he left behind only dust. Less than a second, Ha Hen found himself right behind the hare. He grabbed the animal by the ears, which scared the young hare beyond belief. Ha Hen began to talk to the animal and calm the hare down, calling him friend. He promised that everything would be fine with him and that he was not going to kill him. Immediately after these words, the boy released the unfortunate animal. He just decided to test his skills and make sure that catching hares became very easy. Ha Heng was very pleased with his current skills. He raised his fist above his head and promised himself not to stop there and to keep working. The boy finally brought water, and So-wa was able to wet her throat. She felt much better after a sip of water. Her inner energy began to return. Ming turned to his sister and said that talking about the lack of strength is very important, because energy should always remain in case of an unexpected battle. Sokva suddenly changed the topic of conversation and asked what his cousin was doing at the residence, because she noticed that the young man was spending a lot of time there. Min smiled and replied that there was nothing to do, especially in the residence. The young man said that apart from training, he no longer spends his time in any way. Min decided to make a joke and said that he won't share his secrets so that his cousins don't catch up with him. So-wa was a little shocked by such answers. Ming calmed the girl down and told her that he was just joking. He talked about his training, the basis of which was sparring not for life, but for death. The young man explained that due to the concentration of internal energy, he can fight a phantom opponent from his imagination most of the time. Ha Hyung asked if it was better to practice the movements with his body. Min replied that this method was indeed the best for the boy's current development. The young man also added that his cousin still lacked experience. Ha Heng had to admit that his brother was right, because he had not even fought an equal opponent. Sowa asked why her brother was even imagining a battle to the death, because it wasn't coming soon and it was too early to think about it. Ming replied that life is very unpredictable, so sooner or later they will all fight to the death, and the day will come when they have to take someone's life for the first time. Ming raised his left hand and added that there is only one thing to remember throughout life in order to remain a true warrior. According to the young man, this thing was faith. He always remembered that for which he takes a sword in his hands and goes to battle even with an imaginary opponent. Ha Heng listened carefully to his cousin. Ming continued to talk about following his beliefs in order not to turn into a murderous demon. The young genius remembered his mother's face as soon as his older brother spoke of conviction. This was the goal of his whole life, to take revenge for the death of his mother. After Ming finished his story, he looked at the young man and wondered what this young warrior was dreaming about. Having rested a little, the captain of the team told his wards to get up and go on their way. Sova wanted to sit under the tree a little longer. Min said that they didn't have enough time anyway, so they had to leave immediately. He added that he would go first again and advised his sister not to herd the rear this time. Very quickly, the grandson of the head of the Namgun family arrived in the city of Changdeokon. It lay among the mountains behind which it hid its incredible beauty. Sova Council was the most likely to arrive at the destination. Seeing the city, as if in the palm of her hand, the girl raised her hands up and shouted loudly with joy. Sowa asked her cousin if he was taking back his words. Min admitted that the girl's stubbornness crossed all limits and anyone would envy her. After that, the elder brother turned his attention to Hahena, who was not even tired. He asked the boy who had taught him to control his stamina. Ha-hyun replied with a smile on his face that he was training his endurance with Elder Chiwal Gulj, who has incredible movement techniques. Ming now understood why the boy's moving technique was so unusual. It turned out that Ha-hen studied with more than one master. The older brother silently looked at the younger one for a few seconds, observing his progress. Ha-hyung did not understand why the brother suddenly locked. The guy decided to continue the dialogue and offered to go to the city to deliver the parcel because the customer is most likely not going to sleep. Ming didn't mind doing it, but he drew attention to his cousins. They didn't look very nice, considering their sweaty faces and dirty clothes. The leader of the team suggested that they first rest after the hard journey and check into a hotel where they can clean themselves up. Sova was very happy about such an opportunity. She immediately took a hot bath and came to the table, where she lay directly on it, not restraining the desire to fall asleep. Suddenly, the girl abruptly got up from her seat and remembered that they had not seen each other for a long time. Ha-hyung asked what she even meant. Sehwa explained that their customer, Cho Dine, is an old friend of Namgun's family who moved to the place recently to see his family. Sova remembered how, as a child, her husband constantly visited her and brought many tasty treats, as well as completely different fun toys. Ha-hyun asked her sister if she still felt like a child. Sowa was ready to tear the boy to pieces, so he decided not to continue. The girl said that Cho Dane used to be engaged in various decorative works and later became fabulously rich thanks to the manufacture of blades for weapons. Cho Dane is very familiar with Murin Namgun, so almost all the weapons in the Namgun family were Mr. Jong's products. Dana. Ha-hyung asked if the weapon was made by a blacksmith. Sowa explained that the blacksmith really makes everything for their family, but other people just buy from Jong Dana. The girl was surprised at how skilled the guy is in training and how much he doesn't understand real life. Ha-hyung knew his weak side very well. After finishing her story, Sowa got up from her seat and said that she was definitely going to sleep now. The boys wished her a good night and continued to sit. When the girl left, Min asked his younger brother about his relationship with Sowa. Ha-hyun replied that his cousin treated him like a real sister. Min said that it would be insulting to hear that, since they are actually the same family. At that moment, Sova did not have time to climb to the second floor and heard everything. Ha-hyung admitted that it would indeed be insulting for his sister to hear such a thing. After all, he hadn't said anything wrong, so there was nothing to apologize for. After a few seconds, Min rose from his seat and warned his brother that he would be leaving shortly. Ha-heng was surprised and asked where exactly the cousin was going. Ming said that over the few missions he has completed, he has developed a habit of constantly scanning the area, as no one can know what will happen tomorrow. Ha-hung admitted that it did make sense. He asked to go on a raid with his brother. Min, after thinking for a while, agreed to take the little one with him. The grandson of the head of the Namgun family began to be paraded through the wide streets of the city of Changdeokin. There was absolutely no soul around, except for two young warriors. Min was not in this city for the first time. He told his young cousin that this part of town was almost entirely Mr. Zhang's residence, Dana. The young man added that here is perhaps the largest pavilion in the entire province, and they chose the place to spend the night in order to be closer to the residence. After finishing the story, Ming suggested that his brother go to bed, as he thought he was tired. However, Ha Hung completely denied these words. Ming patted his brother on the head and still agreed to continue the night raid. He offered to explore the surrounding area for a few more minutes. The young man also informed his brother that all the places worth attention are on the way back, so you must see them. Min told his cousin that during the inspection it was important to pay attention to the height of the fences, different distances and widths, so that it would be easier to carry out the mission in the future. The grandsons of the head of the Namgun family only had to check the main entrance to the residence. Ming put his hand out in front of him and continued to share his methods. Suddenly, the young man froze in one place and lost the gift of speech for a few seconds. His eyes widened at the inexplicable nothingness. Ming stopped at the stairs and his cousin did the same. The young man looked around and immediately understood that something very strange was happening here. Ha Hyun understood this as well. He added that security guards must be stationed near such buildings, but there's absolutely no one around. Min praised his brother for his cleverness and added that they had not received any information about the lack of security, so something had to be done. The young man advised his brother to concentrate his inner energy around his ears. Ha Hyun immediately took the advice and put his hand to his ear. Min did the exact same thing and began to listen to the environment. He heard absolutely no presence and thought it was Jongdin fell asleep early today. Absolutely nothing was heard for several seconds. Suddenly, the older cousin's eyes opened wide and he looked in the direction of the sounds. Ha Hyun also successfully used his hearing and heard the same sounds. He looked at his brother with frightened eyes filled with many questions. Ming immediately rose to his feet and turned to face his cousin to ask him to go home and not put himself in danger. However, Ha Hyun didn't want to go back to the hotel. He prepared for a serious task, so he was not going to stop halfway. Min understood very well that his brother understood everything very well. Ha Hyun predicted that his older brother would send him back to the hotel. Min did not know what to do in this situation. On the one hand, it was dangerous, and on the other hand, the boy could get an incredible experience. In the end, the older brother decided to take the little one with him. He allowed him to follow but asked the boy to stay by his side at all times. Ming moved from his seat and headed in the direction of the sounds. Ha Hyun followed his cousin, trying to keep up with the young man. Ming noticed that the boy was using the body lightning technique. This meant that Ha Hyun learned the weak scent technique from the Hwaseong faction. Putting thoughts of his talented brother aside, Min began to wonder where they should run. He only roughly understood where the sound was coming from. The boys quickly found themselves near the main building. Ming stopped abruptly as there was no way to calmly continue running. The young man saw only a foggy space in front of him. He immediately realized that an illusion technique had been used to block out the sounds inside. Min informed his partner that he was going to go inside and also asked him to nod if Ha Hyun hears him. The boy nodded. After that, the young man went straight, dispelling illusions on his way. Ha Hyun stayed close to his cousin as he couldn't do anything on his own. As soon as the brothers walked a few meters, Ha Hyun heard the loud shouts of grown men arguing with each other with obscenities. It turned out that Chong himself was injured in this incident. He was wounded in a fight where he was defending himself from bandits who wanted to rob him. The man was surrounded by people in masks and had no chance of winning. Even so, he wasn't going to give up so easily. One of the bandits in a mask turned to the rich man and asked if this was all he was capable of. He suggested at least summoning lightning for the sake of propriety. Chongdain was in a very difficult position. Min Namgun managed to get inside the illusion technique and immediately heard the familiar voice of the businessman. Thanks to his senses, the young man was also able to notice the slain guards whose bodies lay on the ground, and a great deal of blood spilled from the corpses. Min Namgun also listed several potential opponents whom he called the Men in Black. They surrounded their target and held cold weapons in their hands. Min understood very well that there would be no battle here. He grasped his sword and asked his cousin to obey his every command without question. The young man swung his sword and prepared to engage in battle. Before that, he ordered his brother to stay put and not interfere in the battle in any way. Chongdain was ready to enter into an unequal battle again. He was surrounded by 3 opponents, each of whom was armed with a sharp sword. One of the bandits gave the man one last chance. He said that if he gave his property right now, he would be able to avoid death. Chongdain was not going to make concessions to the bandits. He told them to get off his earth if they wanted to walk on it in peace. Another thief who was standing behind the businessman suddenly joined the dialogue. He asked the old man, maybe he should take care of his wife. Chong Dain couldn't stand that kind of thing. He understood that his wife was also in danger, so it was necessary to kill all these scum. The head of the bandit group took a few steps forward and put his sword in front of him, informing the old man that he would soon go to the other world. As soon as these words were heard, a new, unexpected figure appeared on the battlefield. Min Namgun stepped behind the thief and delivered a powerful blow with his sword. The thief had time to react to the unexpected attack. He braced his sword for the blow and flew several meters back from the powerful collision. His whole body began to tremble from the strain. The bandit was surprised when he looked at his sword and saw the mark of a powerful blow from a professional. Min Namgun turned his attention to the fact that the thieves looked very scared despite hiding their faces behind fake masks. The bandit was a little wary after the young man's words. He raised his head and asked the boy who he was and what he had forgotten. Ming took his time to answer the bandit's question. He replied to the robbers that it was better for them to get out of here, as the old man had advised. Chong Dain recognized his old acquaintance and was very glad that the young man had finally arrived. Min replied that he couldn't leave Namgun's family friend in trouble. Bandits stood in their places and listened to the dialogue of the two allies. One of them started shaking with fear when he heard Ming's name. Now the thieves realized that the same Min Namgun, the owner of the Blue Dragon Sword, the only one in his family, had come to them. Zhejiang Province, where he had caused quite a stir with his incredible martial arts. Ming was pleasantly surprised to be recognized. He replied that he did not remember his trip to the province very well, but he corrected the mistake successfully. The thief was simply shocked when he realized that the young man was familiar with their plans. This very radically changed the situation on the current battlefield. Ming quickly concluded that these thugs were in cahoots with the remnants of the cult he had recently fought in Xinjiang province. The bandit decided that he could make concessions with his potential rival. However, the young man refused to talk and said that they would achieve nothing through negotiations. Ming put his sword in front of him, covering it with internal energy, and warned the enemy that his name would soon cease to exist. The thief did not like such statements very much. Calling the young man a little bastard, he jumped out of his seat to cut the brazen boy's throat. Ha Heng sat behind and watched the events. He had seen his cousin throw his enemy completely off balance with a few words. The boy remembered how his brother had said that one should use absolutely every opportunity when facing a real enemy in battle. Ming threw the man off balance, giving him an advantage on the battlefield. Without thinking at all, the thief began to swing his sword, but each of his strikes was blocked. Namgun Min was a direct descendant of the Namgun family, so he practiced the Changgun technique, which only Murin and his father possessed before him. During his years of study, Min learned to be on the same wavelength as his teachers. Now he could fend for himself without relying on anyone. Ming blocked another blow from his opponent, putting his sword in front of him. The thief continued to press, but could not break out in any way. The masked man was simply shocked when the opponent suddenly remembered that the thieves had previously mentioned the rain with lightning to cheer the men up. Ming deflected his enemy's sword as he prepared to counterattack. The man did not understand at all what the young man was talking about and why his strength suddenly increased. The Namgun family said that the enemy's words would return to him in a matter of seconds. Now the man realized that he was not in the best position. Ming used the maximum of his inner energy to create the divine power of the Heavenly Thunder Emperor in battle against his opponent. The young man put the sword in front of him and pierced the enemy with the lightning that he had asked for a few minutes ago. The masked man was mortally wounded. Half of his face was exposed after the last attack, and a huge hole was visible in the middle of his body. The wards were simply shocked when they saw their leader fall helplessly to the ground. They tried to talk to him, but it was all in vain. Min suddenly turned to the other thief. He knew that the bandits had come here for a certain purpose, so he wanted to know what the purpose of their visit was. The thief was not going to reveal everything he knew. He quickly reached into his inner pocket and threw several sharp knives in the direction of his target. Min was constantly on the alert, so he easily reacted to the enemy's unexpected attack. He successfully deflected each knife with his sword. The young man understood that the enemies were not going to reveal their plans. He said that in such a case he had no other choice. Min was determined to continue the duel and end the enemies once and for all. The masked men immediately looked in each other's direction, as if negotiating something. One of them suddenly moved from his place and headed in the direction of the opponent. He shouted loudly as he swung his sharp sword. For the young master from the Namgun family, this attack did not pose any danger. Ming counterattacked very simply, finishing off one of his opponents. At this time, another bandit in a mask decided to run away. Ming turned his head back to see the man drop his sword and run away. The young man did not have time to catch up with his enemy, so it was very bad for him. He understood that if the man jumped over the fence now, he would lose him. The thief understood that Ming would not be able to catch up with him because he had used up too much internal energy. He simply decided to run and save his life. Suddenly, the man felt his left leg as if paralyzed. It was as if he had fallen into a trap that did not give him any chance to escape. Looking down, the thief saw that he did not fall into any trap. In fact, the opponent managed to catch up with him and grabbed him by the ankle. The illusory field around began to dissipate. The bandit was only a few steps away from the fence, but now his situation worsened. It turned out that it was not Min who caught up with the thief. The bandit was simply shocked that the young man did not come here alone, but took a very young boy with him. Ha Heng, despite his age, was a very intelligent child. He immediately decided to paralyze his opponent by twisting his ankle in the other direction. The thief felt unbearable pain in his leg. He did not even expect that a normal child could cause great pain to an adult. Ha Heng wasn't even going to stop there. He concentrated his inner energy in his left hand and clenched his fist with all his might. After that, the boy swung his fist to strike and delivered a powerful blow to his opponent's head, knocking him face down into the ground. The mask on the thief's face began to crack. The man simply could not believe what was happening. He was caught and defeated in a few seconds by an ordinary boy. At that moment, a cousin approached the boy from behind. Ming looked very scared and was about to scold his brother for his naughty behavior. Having seen the whole picture with his own eyes, the older cousin simply could not do it. He decided to ask the boy what had happened. Ha Heng rose from his opponent's body and replied that he had no other options, as otherwise there would be no way to catch up with the thief. Their dialogue was suddenly interrupted by Jean Dane. He approached the members of the Namgun family from behind and thanked the eldest of them for their very timely help. Mina could not leave the thoughts of his younger brother, who perfectly chose the situation to attack. The young man thought that the boy had no weaknesses at all. Ha Hyun showed not only outstanding fighting skills on the battlefield, but also critical thinking in a difficult situation, which is very important for a leader and future head of the family. Chong Dain was very surprised because he had recruited first-class warriors from families with a deep history, but they were unable to cope. Now the man could only thank his unexpected guests for the fact that they were able not only to save him, but also to save the lives of many wards. Ming told the interlocutor to immediately take action and pass the message to the wall factions that they had succeeded in taking the hostage. Chong Dain immediately proceeded with this request. Ming started to look at the boy again, who was acting completely calm in the tense situation. Ming could not understand how a young warrior could cope with the burdens and cruelty that suddenly fell upon him. Ming asked his younger brother how he was doing. Ha Hyun slowly drew air into his lungs and exhaled just as slowly. After that, the boy smiled and assured his cousin that everything was absolutely fine with him, which was evident from his facial expression. Ha Hyun added that he slightly injured his right hand in the fight, but the wound is healing very quickly, and there will be no problems with it. Chong Dain suddenly intervened in the dialogue and advised Min to move from his chambers closer to the center, as the old man was worried about his guest. Ming said he would immediately move his belongings and those of his companion. The cousin ordered his younger brother to help him with the relocation. On the way to the things, Ming talked to his brother about today's events and asked him not to say anything to his grandfather about participating in the battle. Ming noticed that Ha Hyung doesn't listen to him at all and brings him back to reality. The boy looked up and apologized, explaining that he had been thinking a bit. Of course, the older brother noticed this and asked the younger one what was bothering him. Ha Heng couldn't form his own thoughts for the first few seconds. After some thought, he asked his cousin for permission to ask him one question. Min smiled and said Ha Hyung can ask all he wants. The boy couldn't muster the courage to say his words. He opened his mouth and froze for a few seconds. I don't know how to say it. After a few seconds, Hyung still dared to ask a question. He asked his older brother why he felt as if absolutely nothing had happened. Ha Heng knew that when an ordinary person is in a situation like this and sees a corpse, their reaction to it will definitely be fear and shock. The boy was aware that human life is the most valuable thing in the world. However, observing the situation, his view did not change at all. Ha Heng explained that when he saw a person's death with his own eyes, he felt absolutely nothing, despite his own lack of experience. The boy clenched his fist in his left hand and added that at that moment he just thought that he had done something routine and not entered into a real fight. When the younger brother finished, Ming said that he understood something from the boy's words. Ha Hyun looked up in surprise and asked what it was. With a smile on his face, Min told his younger cousin that he had probably already become a part of Murim, if his words were to be believed. Ha Heng looked at his brother even more surprised. He opened his mouth and wanted to ask what his cousin wanted to tell him about. Min explained that when he was 15 years old, he first killed his opponent, who was a young chieftain from Safa. The young man admitted that he still has dreams that he cannot forget. The duel to the death was deeply embedded in his subconscious. Ming remembered the look of his opponent staring at him with dead eyes that contained absolutely nothing but deathly terror. But the young man had a person who was able to explain the realities of life. Min's father found out about this situation and of course could not ignore it. The father approached his young son and putting his hand on his shoulder, told him to remember that Murim is a wild environment where everyone only wants revenge. Ha Hyung listened intently to his older brother with his mouth wide open. He suddenly remembered how in the past he felt similar emotions of anger and revenge. The boy was reminded of the time when he was running away from the Shin family and heading to the Namgun family, where his mother had sent him, before her own death. Then Ha Heng was forced to survive like a real wild beast. He felt part of the chain of nature when he hunted beasts. Ming saw some sense in his cousin's look. He assumed that the boy already understood everything without any further explanation. The older brother patted the younger one on the head and asked him not to worry about this situation because he managed to keep calm during the match. Min called it a real blessing to the Murim, which made little Ha Cry Heng had a pleasant smile at being praised by someone again. The next morning, Sohwa woke up and was very angry that she had not been awakened during the night skirmish when her companions were in mortal danger. In the girl's opinion, it was quite foolish to stop the killer from Ha Hena. The boy felt very uncomfortable and apologized to his older sister. Sova was ready to continue this conflict, but suddenly a man entered the room who drew the attention of everyone present. The Namgun family were incredibly happy to see their old acquaintance Elder Chiwal, in front of them Golge, who has just arrived in the city. Min immediately greeted the old man and hurried to tell him the situation. Chival Golge said that there was no need for this, because he learned about everything from the locals. The elder looked at his interlocutor with a most serious and cold look, asking if the demonic cult had even reached this place. Ming looked back at the old man and assumed that it was most likely a demonic cult attacking the city, but their main intentions could not be known. Chival. From the very beginning, Golja assumed the involvement of a demonic cult, but he was unclear about several points. Min asked what was bothering the elder. Chival Golj replied that the demonic cult's involvement in this situation was too obvious for even an average person to think of this sect. The old man exhaled and said that first of all, he would inform about the demonic cult in Murim, because only in this case, the members of each faction would start to act. According to the elder, this was the best solution in this situation, since the elders of other factions only investigate things related to the demonic cult. Ha Heng listened attentively to the old man, until suddenly the old man turned to him, calling him little. Chival Golge saw that the boy's inner energy had increased many times. Ha Heng just laughed and said in response that he was putting in a lot of effort in order to constantly progress and increase the amount of internal energy. Sohwa asked the old man if he saw progress in her. Chival Golge replied that the girl was also training very well and would soon catch up with her cousins. The old man laughed and offered the girl to join the sect of beggars. Sova was indignant and immediately replied that she did not want to have anything to do with them. Chival Golge abruptly changed the topic of conversation and asked if the Jean family was planning to move to Happy. Min replied that most likely it will happen. The elder smiled and remembered a member of the Zhang family from Koshichen, who would be very surprised. Ha Hyun immediately assumed that he had met this man before. Chival Golge confirmed the boy's words and explained that it was this man who tried to deceive him in the market. He was the youngest son of the Chan family. The elder asked the young people what they had done with the witness. Ming said that the thief is currently in a warehouse, unable to use his powers. In this case, Chival Golge invited the young people to return to the southern palace, where their grandfather was waiting for them. Ming bowed low to the elder. The young man also said that he hoped that the leader of the beggars would do his best. Chival Golge laughed and said that the elders of other factions will have to work here. Min turned to face his companions and said that they should return to the Namgun family. There were no objections in response. The grandsons of the head of the Namgun family were grateful to fate for having a place they could always return to and stay for a long time. After a few minutes, the representatives of the Namgun family gathered on the road and were ready to leave. Min warned that they would move quickly again. After that, the leader of the small team gave the order to leave. The warriors immediately moved from their place, leaving the problems in the small village to the elder of the beggars. Ha Heng was returning to his new family after his first mission. Now he could call Namgoon his family instead of Shin's primary family. Sohwa considered her younger cousin a strong-willed person. She noted his incredible talent, as well as the stubbornness that complements it. The girl's older cousin paid special attention to the details and basics of martial arts, thanks to which he achieved incredible results. Sohwa understood very well that she would have to work very hard to catch up with her relatives. The reality turned out to be much bleaker for her than it seemed. Min and Ha Heng was now in front of his sister, and they were talking happily among themselves, not paying attention to the fatigue that had crept in almost imperceptibly. At one point, the older brother turned his back to his sister and praised her for the pace she had chosen. Sohwa replied that her achievements were worthless. The girl perfectly understood that she was very far in the level of development of combat abilities from her younger cousin, who was imperceptibly stepping forward. Despite all this, Sohwa wasn't even going to give up. She gathered her strength and promised to do her best for her bright future. Almost imperceptibly, the three members of the Namgoon family arrived at their home. They were approaching the central gate, not losing speed for a second. Suddenly, a familiar man appeared in front of them and greeted his relatives. The young people stopped and looked in front of them with surprise. They did not even expect that the head of the family himself would come out to meet them. Ha Hyung asked his grandfather why he decided to meet his grandchildren in person. Murin immediately turned to the matter of the battle and inquired about the well-being of his youngest grandson. Ha Hyung replied that everything went well thanks to his older brother. The head of the family thanked his eldest grandson for a well-executed mission. Min replied that the most important thing for him was to keep his cousins alive. Murin also did not forget to praise the rest of his grandchildren. Sohwa scratched her head and replied that she didn't do anything at all during her first mission. The head of the family was ready to turn a blind eye to this because it was only the first task. He invited his grandchildren to the table to make up for his hunger. Sohwa and Ka Heng immediately began to eat. They took chopsticks in their hands and began to eat literally everything in sight. Murin looked at his grandchildren with surprise and admired how appetizing they were eating. The grandchildren felt a little uncomfortable at this moment. Ha Hyung suddenly returned to the previous conversation and admitted that he was really worried about something. Murin immediately wondered what it could be. The boy replied that it concerns Elder Chivol Golj. Ha Heng already knew that the thief they had caught was now being transported to the members of Rome. Murin listened attentively as his grandson expressed his surprise that only 2 people had gone with the beggar elder, although there should have been many more. Hearing his youngest grandson's thoughts, family head Namgoon burst out laughing. He noted the boy's intelligence and the fact that at least 10 people really needed to be sent. After that, Murin asked the boy if he knew why Chivol Golge was nicknamed just like that. Ha Hyung guessed that this old man likes to drink and look at the moon, considering the translation of the words. Namgoon family smiled and agreed that there must be a place for such a theory. However, this assumption from the young warrior proved to be incorrect. Murin told a rumor about his old friend who can run to the moon and back in seconds if he drinks a lot of his favorite drink. Murin really liked his friend's nickname, but the old man noted that it was because of this that almost everyone forgot the most important details. Namgoon family explained that the adoption of new laws does not mean showing weakness at all. Ha Hyung listened to his grandfather with a serious expression on his face. Murin added that to some extent Chivol Golj can compete even with him, so there is no need to worry about escorting the thief. After a short dinner, all members of the Namgoon family went to rest after a long journey. They were very tired, so they immediately went to their rooms. But one of them had enough strength to continue training. The young warrior sat in his room with his hands folded together in meditation. He tried to imagine in his head the fight between the unknown bandit in a mask and Min Namgoon, who won an undeniable victory over his opponent. Ha Hyung decided to further exercise his imagination, as his cousin had told him. The boy tried to remember the battle, to recreate it in his imagination. He tried to focus as precisely as possible on his breathing and imagine the battle of 2 warriors who were about to meet in an unequal battle. Ha Hyun managed to control his breathing. In a split second, he noticed how he was in his subconscious, where his body was completely unreal. In front of the boy was his opponent for today's sparring. Ha Hyun put himself in the place of the thief, and now he had to fight his brother. Ha Henu couldn't wait to see how long he could last in a fight with his older brother. He understood very well that Ming was much stronger than him. Despite this, Ha Heng really wanted this match. He stood behind his cousin, looking ready for battle. Ming turned around to face his opponent and jerked from his seat. He was not going to give in to his brother, who was several years younger than him. Ha Hyung didn't even have time to react to his cousin's attack. His sword strike passed near the boy's body as if slicing his throat. After this, the boy came out of his subconscious and opened his eyes wide. His face began to run down from the realization of what had just happened. Ha Heng clutched his throat and thanked fate that this was just an imaginary sparring match and not a fight where he could lose his head. The boy understood that if this match had taken place in real life, Ming would have defeated him with one blow, leaving no chance. Despite his defeat, Ha Heng decided to try again. He closed his eyes again, imagining a much stronger opponent. Ha Heng knew perfectly well that he needed to catch up with his brother as soon as possible, because in a real fight, no thief would look at his age. After a little practice, the boy went to sleep. Morning came very quickly. The sun rose from behind the mountains, illuminating the area with its bright rays. Elder Shivol Golg spent the whole night on the road. He really wanted to go to bed, but he couldn't leave the matter with the thief's delivery. The Namgun family traveled with him. They also looked pretty tired as they couldn't keep up with the old man. Chival Golg constantly looked at his companions, who were the most energetic in the Namgun family, but still could not keep up with him. At some point, the old man stopped and offered his partners to rest a little. The men immediately agreed without another word. They stopped among the mountain ranges. Chivol Golg stayed on his feet and watched the thief while his companions recovered their breath from the road. Suddenly, the elder of the beggars said that his thoughts were still constantly leading him to a dead end. One of the companions asked what the old man's problem was. Chivol Golg explained that the huge palace was invaded by only 3 thieves who made a lot of noise just because of Jean's money, Dana. The man behind him asked if the demonic cult could act so rashly. Chivol Golg replied that all these circumstances lead to very different opinions. The old man found it very strange that the demonic cult had not sent more of its people to the palace. In this way, they would succeed in removing all the witnesses. The Namgun family began to catch the essence of the words of his interlocutor. Now he realized that Chivol Golg could have been right all this time. The old man assumed that this thief was not related to the demonic cult at all, but in any case he wanted to take him to the allies for inspection. While the leader of the beggars was continuing the dialogue, he suddenly caught a glimpse of himself. He was simply amazed, because he had never met living people in these parts. The man behind the elder also informed Chivol Golgi that they may be in danger because some unknown man is approaching them. He was dressed rather strangely. The stranger was wearing a yellow cloak and an inexplicable hat that looked more like a roll of toilet paper. After taking a few steps forward, the stranger stopped and grabbed the hilt of his sword. His intentions became immediately clear in a few seconds. Chivol Golge stood in front of his companions and carefully watched the potential enemy. He did not expect that the opponent would attack so unexpectedly. The stranger quickly got up from his seat and jumped out in the direction of his opponent. He struck with his sword, wanting to win. The leader of the beggars couldn't just stay where he was. He decided to step back and jumped away, leaving a splash in the puddle. Chivol Golge covered his face with his hands from danger. The man behind him inquired about the elder's well-being, but did not receive any answer. When the smoky aura after the last attack dissipated a bit, Chivol Golge could finally see the face of his enemy standing right in front of him. The old man asked the stranger if someone who pretended to be a demonic cult and tried to interfere with their union had appeared before him in his own person. The unfamiliar warrior with the sword was not very ready to start a dialogue. He took his weapon more firmly in his hands and began to approach his opponent. Chivol Golge ordered his companions to get out of here immediately. He added that the matter on the battlefield would no longer concern them. The elder promised to detain this stranger until the representatives of the Namgun family delivered the captive to the clan. She did not want to leave the old man alone. Chivol Golge shouted at his teammates and said that they had no idea what they could face on the battlefield with an unequal opponent. The old man added that the men would only interfere with him, so it was better for them to get out of here and wait until he himself caught up with them. The representatives of the Namgun family did not ask any more questions and left the battlefield. Chivol Golge was left alone with his opponent. The stranger was not going to wait long and immediately began to fight. He swung his sword to deliver a powerful blow to his opponent. Chivol Golge read his opponent's movements and quickly jumped into the air to avoid the collision. He usually used his main trump card. As the old man hovered over the man, he warned him that the same trick wouldn't work twice with a true martial artist. The stranger began to worry about his situation at this moment. He understood that the position was very unfavorable and that a decision had to be made quickly. Meanwhile, the leader of the beggars began to deliver a flurry of blows. The stranger tried to dodge, and the first time he managed it very difficult. However, the more blows the old man threw, the more skillfully the stranger managed to avoid them. In a matter of seconds, he got used to the old man's fighting style. Chivol Golj was not happy with this development of events. Not one of his blows hit the target, which was an incredible surprise for the old master. The leader of the beggars was forced to admit that the stranger was quite good at martial arts, in particular the defensive part. Chivol Golj suggested to his opponent to increase the level of difficulty. He covered his staff with a stream of energy, advising the enemy to prepare for the dance. Meanwhile, the grandson of the head of the Namgun family just woke up. Little did they know that their ally was facing yet another unknown opponent. Ha-hyung woke up and immediately remembered his night training. He died several hundred times, losing a match to his older brother. Nevertheless, the boy felt quite cheerful. Thanks to his breath control, his strength was preserved and even multiplied during the night training. Ha-hyung got up from his seat and thought about Elder Chivol Golj, who was supposed to arrive any minute, bringing the captive to the clan. Ha-hyung hoped that his old teacher had successfully reached his destination, taking with him the body of a living captive from the demonic cult. The guy didn't even guess that it was at this time that Chivol Golj is forced to fight a stranger in the forest to learn the whole truth about the demonic cult. The old man continued the fight for several minutes, but could not gain an advantage on the battlefield. None of his shots had hit the target yet. Chivol Golj thought he was much better prepared before this, but his opponent easily dodged every blow, sometimes blocking them with his sword. Every time the old man looked at the stranger's face, he saw very familiar features. In general, it seemed to him as if he was fighting with some old acquaintance. Chivol Golj suddenly started a dialogue with his rival and remembered that he was not very pleased that the representatives of the Namgun family had taken the masked man with them. The elder of the beggars assumed that his rival was here all alone and was a member of a small group masquerading as a demonic cult. As soon as the last two words were spoken, the stranger immediately struck back with a powerful blow with his sword, even though he had been on the defensive all along. Chivol Golj was very happy when the opponent hit back. He looked pleased because he understood that he was playing on the emotions of his enemy. The old man assumed he had just spoken the absolute truth, if it made the stranger so angry. The man opposite suddenly calmed down again. Taking advantage of this, the leader of the beggars moved from his seat and delivered a powerful blow with his sword, asking what would happen if he killed all the members of his group. The stranger was by no means expecting such a turn of events. It was quite insidious, so he did not have time to block the opponent's blow. The masked enemy lost his advantage on the battlefield and began to fall back. Meanwhile, Chivol Golj continued to advance, using his incredible speed. The old man swung his palm and delivered a powerful blow to the enemy's stomach, leaving behind a mark that the mysterious stranger would definitely remember. The man flew several meters back and landed hard on the floor. Chivol Golj demonstrated why he should not be dealt with. Despite the rather hard landing, the stranger still got up. His body began to tremble. The man began to bark, wary of danger. Chivol Golj got closer to his opponent and admitted that he was really good at fighting, and also very good at trickery. However, the elder was in a bad mood today, so he warned his opponent that their game was over. The old man began to move his palms. He pulled his left hand back, gathering all his inner energy into his palm. An incredibly strong wind flow seemed to be forming around. Before his final attack, the elder looked into his opponent's eyes and apologized to him for not being able to let him off the battlefield alive. Despite all the words, the stranger was not going to give up. He stood firmly on his feet and tried to resist, watching the movements of the old beggar. A loud explosion rang out on the battlefield. Hearing this, the birds took off over the forest and flew as far as possible. It seems the battle on the ground is finally over. Chivol Golj was not very happy with this morning. After finishing the match, he exhaled heavily as he felt pain all over his body. Despite the fact that the old man won, he was unhappy with his joints and muscles, which began to fail him over the years. Chivol Golj turned to face his opponent, who was lying unconscious, and mentally hoped that he had left this stranger alive after the blow. The elder, even at a certain moment, began to think that he would not have enough strength, but everything worked out. Now he looked at the man's face. After removing the mask from his face, the old man saw in front of him a very familiar face of a bald man, whose eyes rolled down to his forehead. Chivol Golj could not remember a familiar face, although he was sure that he had met him before. The old man simply decided to deliver him to the clan. It has been 10 days since Ha-hyung began studying at Chonangaku School, where he could hone his skills alongside his peers. Despite everything that happened during the days of the young genius's studies, His daily routine has hardly changed in the last week. As always, Ha Hyun trained with his grandfather during the day, studying the martial arts of the Namgun clan. Here the boy learned a lot of new things. At night he could have some fun and rest while sparring with his peers and older rivals. Sova, as always, liked to chase after her brother. After that, Ha Hung didn't go to rest, but spent imaginary sparring with his older brother. He sat on the bed and practiced breathing for several hours. It was very difficult for an ordinary person to withstand such loads, but Ha Heng was an exception. He literally got a kick out of how alive she was. The guy didn't think for a second about stopping or skipping one day of training. He had a goal to which he was going. Ha Hyun was constantly thinking about how to catch the thief who killed his mother. He could not forget revenge, which actually became the main goal of his life. Now the boy assumed that the previously caught thief might somehow be connected with those people who killed his parents, and he would be able to get close to them. Ha Heng finally had a chance to get closer to the solution. Meanwhile, a guest came to the Namgun family pavilion, stopping at the central entrance. He entered through the gate as if to his own home and immediately called the head of the family. Murin was a bit shocked when someone broke into his pavilion. Chivol Golj did this all the time, so it was no surprise when Murin saw an old acquaintance in front of him, and also with a bottle of booze. The leader of the beggars offered to postpone his greetings as he had urgent news. He got to the Namgun family as fast as he could. Catching my breath, Chivol Golj told the head of the Namgun family that the urgent news was about a man who had been caught by his grandsons a few days ago. Looking up, the beggar leader confidently said that the caught thief was directly related to the demonic cult sect. Murin met his guest and immediately began to bombard him with questions. First, he asked if the location of the real killer was known. Chivol Golge replied that they do not know this yet, but they are interrogating the prisoners and examining the thieves who were killed on the spot. The elder of the beggars, having just remembered his rival, thought again. He informed his friend that the defeated enemy's face seemed a little strange. Murin did not understand his interlocutor at all. He was surprised and asked the representative of the beggars to immediately tell him all the details of their battle. Chivol Golga asked the man to be patient, despite the fact that his grandsons were involved in this event and even took part in the battle. The old beggar said that his opponent was quite strong and used a very strange fighting style that he had not seen in decades. Murin didn't expect to hear that anyone was capable of standing up to Chivol Golj. The head of the Namgun family always respected the strength and energy of his friend. He asked the beggar if he managed to exert himself. Chivol Golge was indignant and said that it was easy for him in the match and he simply expressed his opinion incorrectly. The beggar elder added that he did manage to remember one martial art while sparring with a stranger. Chivol Golj told some details to his interlocutor, and Murin opened his eyes wide with horror because all the assumptions led to only one type of martial art. Family head Namgun guessed that his comrade was talking about a type of martial art called star attraction, which was very dangerous. Murin confirmed the guesses of his interlocutor. Murin knew that star attraction was a sign of belonging to a devilish cult, so he proposed this hypothesis. Chivol Golge objected and explained that the man he killed did not possess devilish energy at all, but on the contrary, his inner chi was pure. In that case, Murin suggested that it could not be star gravity, but simply something similar. He asked his friend to recall some more details. Chivol Golj had already talked about the familiar face of his opponent, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. The beggar reported that Min had given him a description of the masked enemy. The young man described his abilities as unique, but could not clearly describe the skills of the enemy. Murin said that his grandson could certainly be considered a genius, but understanding the enemy's fighting style in a few seconds would be too much even for him. Chivol Golga scratched his head and promised his friend that he would definitely remember the face of the defeated enemy, and that would definitely help them in the investigation. Murin asked his interlocutor not to overexert himself, because the sect of beggars already does a lot for the Union using their ears. Chivol Golj thanked his friend for the praise. After that, he asked to prepare grain vodka for him because he was about to go on a journey. Murin was a little surprised to hear his friend's request. He did not understand why he needed grain vodka before the road to another clan. The elder of the beggars smiled contentedly and said that before leaving, he wanted to visit his old student and get some information from him. All this time, Hyun continued to train every day. Even at the moment of this conversation, the little genius was on the training ground with a sword in his hands. During the previous few days, Ha Heng replayed the memories in his head over and over and fought his older cousin to the death. The boy's imagination developed at a frantic pace. He was getting stronger every day, and yesterday he decided to change his partner for imaginary sparring. He chose his enemy in black mask for a fight to the death. Ha Heng wanted not only to test his skills, but also to remember his opponent's moves. Of course, the boy did not succeed the first time. He completely memorized his older cousin's fight, so the practice was much easier. Today, Ha Hyung continued to repeat the movements of the man in the black mask relentlessly. He wanted to understand how the opponent's technique works. The boy squeezed the sword handle in his hand with all his might, and suddenly felt a strange rush of energy that literally shut off the flow of his internal energy. Ha Hyung couldn't understand what was going on. He exactly repeated the movements of his imaginary enemy, who used this very technique against him. The boy failed to repeat the success of his opponent. The sword simply slipped out of his hand when his inner energy was at its peak. Ha Heng realized that if he followed the assassin's movements, the flow of internal energy would be concentrated in the hand that directly held the weapon. The boy bent down to pick up his sword and wondered if he should release this internal energy before it had time to accumulate in one place. After all, Hen was not on a real battlefield, so he could afford to experiment. The young genius took the sword and concentrated. He closed his eyes and felt a huge flow of internal energy gathering in his right hand. This was the opponent's technique. When Ha Heng felt the peak of this energy in his palm, then opened his eyes wide and signaled to his body that it was time to release the power. The boy swung the blade of his sword with all his might and formed a crescent moon, which contained all the power of the internal energy gathered in his hand. Ha Heng attacked the piece of land in front of him. The crescent moon struck the ground with an energy wave, creating a small but powerful explosion. Ha Heng exhaled after the successful attack. He realized that he managed to repeat the success of his rival, although he spent a lot of internal energy for this. Looking at the cut in the ground, the boy said that it was even easier than he expected, so you can continue to master such a technique. Ha Heng was incredibly pleased and was ready to continue training. He clenched his sword and wanted to try to perfect his opponent's technique. Suddenly, the boy heard loud shouts of the old teacher behind him. Ha Heng turned his face and was glad to see the beggar Chiwal Golga. The young genius did not even notice the old man and asked how long he had been standing here. Chival Golge immediately moved from his place, leaving only dust behind. He was in front of his student in a split second and asked how the young man knew the art of wielding the Hwangyun Gate sword. Ha Heng has no idea what it's all about. Chival Golge, seeing the boy's facial expression, asked if he was unfamiliar with this sword technique. The beggar said that the war between the clans ended 50 years ago, after which the Apostle clan made a promise not to participate in such violence again. That is why the old man wanted to find out from the boy how he knew the techniques of that time, because he was 40 years late with their use. Chival Golge was just shocked when Ha Hyung told him that he simply used the battle technique of the assassin who was fighting his older brother. The old beggar literally could not believe these words. Now the picture in his head was starting to come together, which could definitely help the investigation. Chival Golge gave a loud shout of joy, because he remembered where he had seen his defeated enemy. He was the son of the owner of Hwangyun Gate. The old man was able to remember the son of the person he had seen 50 years ago. Now the beggar put everything in its place and realized that Hwangyun Gate was involved. Chival Golge continued to talk about the devil cult and the Safa sect, thanking his student. Ha Hyung was in complete shock at this moment. The old man said goodbye to his friends and headed for adventure. Ha Heng still could not understand what had happened. The boy pointed his finger at his old teacher and asked his grandfather if he had done something wrong. Murin replied that Ha Heng, on the contrary, never ceases to pleasantly surprise them. A few days later, Chival Golga arrived at the Shaolin clan, where he was met by a monk named Chuan. The beggar told him the situation that happened to him. The supreme monk did not believe the old man at first. He couldn't understand why the beggar elder remembered his rival's face only after the grain vodka. A shaman named Yuep joined the dialogue. He said that the Hwangyung might indeed be involved in this situation, but it would be very difficult to deploy the clan. Chival Golja confirmed this and added that if this had happened, the rumors would have already spread. A man reported a person in black who had recently stocked up on food. Chuan said that he knows every person in this area, so there is absolutely no one here, unless he ascended to the heavens or fell underground. Chival Golge was silent for a few seconds and took a step forward. He looked ahead and wondered if the killer could really have fallen underground. The elder of the beggars fell to the ground and began to listen to the vibrations inside. Chuan was simply shocked and asked if the old man had lost his mind. Chival Golge only laughed in response and replied to the monk that he was indeed right when he spoke about the hiding place of the uninvited guest in this area. The beggar concentrated the inner energy in his palm and said that the enemy really had nowhere to go, So hiding underground was a very good decision. Chivol Golgi delivered a powerful blow directly to the ground, which was heard within a few seconds. The real earthquake covered several hundreds of meters. Chuan and Yuep stood in complete shock, covering their faces from the dust. The old monk believed that the beggar had completely lost his mind in his old age. Chivo Golga didn't care what the monk thought about him. He wanted to test his assumption and punched a huge hole in the ground. Chivo Golge made a way underground and the monks entered with him. It turned out that there are whole catacombs underground here. Looking around, the beggar was surprised at how much space there was inside. The shaman Yuep suggested that the dungeon arose here as a result of some natural process. Chuan wanted to agree with his colleague, but suddenly, he saw the following in front of him. He called his partners over to have a look as well. Chivolgolge hurried to the monk to inspect the area. The beggar was simply shocked, seeing in front of him incredible human horror. Uninvited guests in the dungeon saw in front of them a large number of human corpses lying in a heap and emitting a not very pleasant smell. Chivolgolge dared to suggest that some kind of experiments on people were taking place here, since the corpses could not just pile up by themselves. The beggar hypothesized that the experiments took place in order to absorb internal energy. The old man couldn't understand where these people got the martial arts book in the first place. Suddenly, the elder saw several figures in front of him. He looked in front of him and told the opponents to show themselves immediately and not to hide in the shadows. In front of the man, there was really a whole bunch of unpleasant enemies. Chivol Golja asked what was the point of hiding if their plans were declassified. The man standing in front of his wards took a few more steps forward. He seemed to agree with the beggar who entered the cave. Chivol Golj looked carefully in front of him, waiting for the enemy to appear. Seeing his face, the old beggar was simply shocked. He saw the head of the Huangyun gate in front of him. The man with the long hair wasn't too surprised to see Elder Chivol in front of him again, Golji. He said that the last time they saw the beggar was before they entered the dungeons, and now they met again at the end of their ordeal. Gate Chief Huangyun added that fate seems to have decided to bring them together again. Chivol Golge assumed in response that the man was not very hospitable. The elder informed his enemies that they were accused of crimes against humanity, including creating chaos in the world of martial arts and hatred towards others. Chivol Golge took up the weapon and said that he would allow the opponents to continue their existence if they renounced their sinister views and use of martial arts. The head of the gate, Huanyung, smiled sinisterly and replied that it was not that simple. He asked the beggar if he really thought they would give up their idea so easily. Raising his hand, the man added that today might be the last day for their sect, but they would definitely take one of their opponents with them. Immediately after these words, the leader ordered his wards to join the battle. They rushed from their seats to finish off the beggar elder. While the enemy was approaching him, Chivol Golj continued his dialogue with the enemy leader and said he was giving them one last chance to retreat. Seeing that the enemies were not going to listen to him, the elder was forced to join the fight and delivered the first blow to the opponent's head. The head of the gate, Huang Yun, was simply shocked by this turn of events. He did not expect to have to fight such a strong opponent. Now Chivol Golj was as serious as possible. He said that the opponents may not wait for mercy, and Huang Yun Gate will be completely destroyed today. Meanwhile, it was very quiet in the Namgun family pavilion. The head of the family decided to hold a tea ceremony together with his grandson, teaching him the traditions. Murin laughed at the fact that Ha-Hen did not like the tea and assured the little one that in a few years, the tea ceremony would become an integral part of his life. After drinking some tea, Murin moved the cup away from his face and asked his grandson for some attention. Ha-Hyung said, listening very carefully. Family head Namgun asked the boy if he was upset when he heard the news. Ha-Hyun looked at his grandfather with a slightly sad but serious look. He already knew the news that the devil cult had nothing to do with John Dane. Instead, it turned out to be the handiwork of Huangyun Gate. Ha-Hyung lowered his gaze, and after thinking for a moment, he admitted that the recent news had indeed affected him in a negative way. Murin asked his grandson not to worry about this because the information is in the public domain. Instead, my grandfather advised me to focus on training. Namgun, the head of the family, asked the boy if he knew when the most inappropriate moment for a warrior was. Ha-Hyung asked when. Murin explained that there's not enough strength exactly at the moment when a warrior needs it the most. Ha-Hyun listened carefully to his grandfather's words. Murin added that he could not normally look into the soul of his grandson, but asked him not to deviate from his goal and not to succumb to anger. Ha-Hyun replied that he feels fine now. The recent situation certainly affected the boy, but training and life in the Namgun family constantly brought him pleasure. The guy added that, in his opinion, the most important thing for him now is time. Murin nodded his head in satisfaction, as if agreeing with his grandson's opinion. Ha-hyung said that the time he spends with the rest goes by very quickly, but he promised to use it for his own benefit and the benefit of others. Murin felt as if he were having a dialogue with an old monk. The thoughts of the little boy were very deep, which was not at all characteristic of his age. After finishing the dialogue, Ha-hyung asked Grandpa to postpone the tea ceremony to practice a bit. Murin allowed, but asked not to stay long. The boy immediately got up from his chair and ran in the direction of the training ground. He never missed training, and today was no exception. Looking at the back of his youngest grandson, family head Namgun remembered his daughter Enrin, who had earned everything possible for her son. Looking at the cup of tea, Murin recognized that Ha-hyung is very similar to his daughter, who was also restless in her younger years and disliked the tea ceremony. Meanwhile, Chival Golj had almost finished his duel in the dungeon. He managed to beat goalkeeper Hwang Yun, who looked as helpless as possible. The man asked his opponent where his children were now. He knew perfectly well that Chival Golga has already met with them several times. The beggar elder confidently replied that he did not leave any member of the Hwangyun Gate alive, as it directly threatened the martial arts world. There were many corpses of opponents lying on the raw ground in the cave. Leader Hwangyun now realized that he shouldn't have entered the battle with this madman. Chival, after the duel, Golj asked the enemy why they were trying to learn the method of draining internal energy, and how they even learned about it. Gatemaster Hwang Yun could barely speak, and quietly said that he only joined this adventure because he needed money. Chival Golge was just shocked to hear the information that the Hwang Yun only did the things that the people from above told them to do. The beggar wanted to know more information, and bent over the dying body of his rival, asking him who was behind all this crime. Chival Golj tried to shout, but it was all in vain. Chuan and Yuep stood behind the beggar, and the monk advised his partner to stop. He explained that his opponent was no longer breathing, so the information was lost forever. Leader Hwang Yun died, giving his enemies a small lead. Now Chival Golj understood that the fact of the existence of some people from above could indicate a connection with the demonic cult of this sect. The battle in the dungeon was over, but the beggar still had the feeling that this was only the beginning of someone's plan, which he would have to find out at any cost. Literally the next day, people from above already learned about the events in the dungeon. The leader was told about an old beggar who single-handedly defeated all opponents. The head of the blood sword, named Che Hansen, was very familiar with Chival Golj. He couldn't believe that this old man was still on his feet. Che Hansen asked his protege what the founder had said. The man replied that the founder said not to worry about the events of the outside world and to invest all his strength in completing the Great Law. Che Hansen was outraged by this information. He wondered since when they had turned into cowards waiting only for the completion of the Great Law. The Bloodsword chief asked how Namgun Murin was doing now. The ward replied that at the moment, absolutely nothing has been heard from the head of the Namgun family. The man added that according to the latest information, the old man is currently teaching his students, so the Namgun family has been quiet. Ze Hansen got up from his seat and laughed at the old man playing with dolls. He added that no matter what, he wants to deal with everything personally. The ward reminded his boss that the founder had told them not to approach Namgun Mureng, but Jay Hansen wasn't going to listen to the man. He told him to look for the right moment and reminded him that he was under his authority, so he would only follow his orders. On the initiative of the elder of the sect of beggars, an urgent meeting was convened in Keban, a district of the province of Kanam, of all Marim's allies. Head of the Moen family, Pisan, immediately expressed his opinion on the current situation. He believed that Hwang Yun and the uprooting of small families were in no way connected. Then Chivol took the floor Golj. He maintained a similar position and wanted to share with the allies what he managed to collect. When the beggar told the story, Moen Pisan asked if nothing could be discovered as a result. Chivol Golj replied that the demonic cult definitely had something to do with this situation. Moen. Of course, Pisan was grateful to the beggar for informing his allies about the demonic cult, but the head of the family did not believe it. Chivol Golga literally lost his balance after these words. He asked the man if he could even hear what was happening in the Marima. His friend Murin sat next to the beggar. Family head Namgun asked the man to calm down as he began to lose his balance. Then the shaman Yuep took the floor. He turned to the head of the Moen family and agreed that there would be a lot of doubts about this situation. The man then added that the demonic cult definitely had something to do with it, as the Hwangyun Gate was unable to do multiple things at the same time due to a lack of power. Yuep remembered the moment when they were in the cave and suggested that it might be like a devilish skill of internal energy absorption. Of the Namgoon and Chiwal family, Golge had heard of this ability before. They were a little scared because they'd met such an enemy before. Moen Pizan remained sitting unsatisfied with folded hands. He wanted everyone at the meeting to listen to him and not to his direct competitors. Chival Golge took the floor again and informed the previous interlocutor that he had been listening very inattentively and therefore could not catch the main idea. The beggar reported that the devil cult used Huang Ham as their guinea pigs to minimize the side effect of absorbing internal energy. Chival Golge emphasized that the three of them had seen everything with their own eyes, so the head of the Moen family could not speak so rashly. The elder of the sect of beggars asked those present if they did not remember how 30 years ago they encountered the head of the devil's cult. Everyone present in the meeting hall remembered the Great Faction War, which was actually started by the head of the devil cult, who was able to borrow incredible power. Chival Golge recalled that even when they were sure they had defeated their opponent, the head of the demonic cult would still stand up, draining the energy within. In the end, everything ended well, as the flow of internal energy of the head of the demonic cult froze, and he was badly hurt, after which he was forced to flee. Chival Golge surmised that the demonic cult had set their experiments on Huang En precisely to minimize the side effects of the absorption. Moen Pizan interrupted the narrator and said that this was only his inner conviction. Chival Golgo was forced to agree that there really was no evidence. Despite this, the lack emphasized the need to create a protective foundation in order to protect against the attack of the demonic cult. Moen Pizan had a completely different opinion on this account. He continued to argue with the interlocutor because he had his own point of view on this situation. The head of the Moen family explained that he was only concerned that the news of the revival of the demonic cult would not undermine the peace of the civilian population. Chival Golge lost control of himself again. He directly told his interlocutor that Murim would be in danger as long as he sat in this meeting hall. Yu Min Min, the head of the Murim Union, decided to intervene in the conflict. She took the floor and asked the two elders to calm down and take a breath. The woman said that it is necessary to strengthen their borders, but they can inform the civilian population that this is a common mobilization strategy. Moen Pizan was forced to agree to this compromise. He said that such caution would not hurt, but everything should be done as carefully as possible. Yu Min Min disliked the head of the Moen family, who only cared about his reputation. In this situation, she was completely on the side of Chival Golge. At this, the head of the Murim Union declared the meeting closed. All those present left the meeting and could go back to their families. Family head Namgoon was calmly walking forward next to his friend, until suddenly he heard someone from behind calling his name. Turning his head back, Murin saw his face from the Moen family. Moen Pizan asked his colleague if he had received a letter that had been sent recently. Family head Namgoon asked if it was the same useless letter about sparring between family members. Moen Pizan objected that the letter, on the contrary, was very necessary. The head of the Moen family asked the interlocutor why he did not reply to this letter. Murin said that in his opinion it does not make any sense. Moen Pizan asked his colleague why he was avoiding a direct question. Murin looked very displeased at his interlocutor after such a statement. Chival Golge was indignant at this moment and told his comrade that this inadequate person must be put in his place. Murin asked the man to calm down. Moen Pizan reached his goal, and family head Namgoon said that there are too many spectators, so he suggested to talk in a more comfortable environment. The head of the Moen family folded his hands in front of his colleague and said that he would look forward to his next appearance in the main meeting hall. The head of the Murim Union was once again forced to resolve conflicts. She didn't really like it, but the woman had no other choice. Yu Ming Ming was in the meeting hall with two elders who had a conflict. She was forced to be present during their conversation. Murin expressed his incredible gratitude to the woman for once again helping them reconcile. Yu Min Min replied that they could start now. Namgoon, the head of the family, asked his colleague to explain why he sent him that letter. Moen Pizan replied that it was due to the skill of direct descendants. According to the man, at the moment, the Namgun family only held its power thanks to distant relatives, not the skill of its direct descendants. It was completely incomprehensible to him because his family was in a losing position. Moen Pizan wanted to change the game a little on his account. Yu Minamin understood very well that the head of the Moen family just wanted more power in her hands, so she decided to fight with the most powerful family. Murin did not succumb to the provocation of his interlocutor and said that it was just ridiculous because now the Namgun family has people in the line of direct descendants. Moen Pizan interrupted his interlocutor and said that this was not the end of his verbal destruction of the Namgun family, which will soon lose its position. The head of the Murim alliance was simply shocked by such impudence of one of the elders. She did not understand where he got so much courage. Murin asked if his colleague just wanted to be recognized as the best family. Moen Pizan replied that he wanted to win during sparring between the family. Moen family knew that all the brothers and sisters of the Swordmaster had died during the Great Faction War, so there were not many direct descendants left. Murin Namgun looked at his interlocutor with a serious look and understood that he wanted to play on his emotions and get what he wanted right now. The old man thought for a few seconds and, closing his eyes, decided to also play a little on the emotions of his interlocutor so that he would not think to relax. Murin asked his colleague how old he was this year. Moen Pizan did not understand the question a little, but answered that he will be 50 this year. After hearing the age of his interlocutor, Murin said that he has no idea what a great war of factions is, because it happened more than 50 years ago. Murin Namgun suddenly started talking about the possible next faction war. Moen Pizan was simply shocked when the old man said such words. Family head Namgun decided to mock his interlocutor a bit in response. He emphasized that Pizan is too young for war. Judging by the expression on the man's face, he didn't really like the tone of the conversation. He could not stand it when the main person in the dialogue was someone other than him. Murin said that the title of the main family in Murima does not concern him at all. However, the old man was ready to accept the man's offer on his terms. Moen Pizan was already losing control of himself. Family head Namgun said he wanted to get an answer to one question before starting this sparring match. Murin asked if his interlocutor thought that if the entire Moen clan were to fight, the old swordmaster would be able to stand against them alone. Yu Min by no means expected such words from the elder of the Namgun family, who always behaved as discreetly as possible, but here he decided to play around. After a warning from the head of the union, Murin laughed and said he was joking. Moen Pizan almost pissed in his pants from such jokes. As soon as the man wanted to continue the dialogue, the swordsman interrupted him again and said that he was ready to accept an offer for sparring between family members. Murin added that he was ready to hold the competition in about a year, announcing the rules that they would have to form 7 pairs from direct descendants. Moen Pizan did not understand anything at all. He reminded his interlocutor that only 6 direct descendants can appear on his family line. Murin burst out laughing and asked the representative of the Moen family if he didn't know that the Namgun family now had another beautiful grandson, Ha Hen.